What's this?
It's supposed to be kind of bad. What's the matter with it? Like, it looks like slow. Can you help me out with like some of this meat over here? It's kind of bad. What do you mean kind of bad? What's the matter with it? Like, it looks like slow rotting over there. Wait, you're Dragon Ball Z?
Yeah.
Oh, man, what's your favorite character?
There's a list.
Man, I hope it's not Tenzin. So, listen, man, I don't think you're a bad guy, bro. I just want you to know, like, I'm not a cop or anything. We got some messages online about some stuff. Our mom has sent us to us. We just want to talk about this with you. Before we go outside and talk about it real quick.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
That's exactly why I want to get your side of the story. If you're cool with it, we just want to talk outside, man.
I don't know who you are.
My name is DeMarcus. We understand, like, you're at the registry and stuff like that. We don't want to get anything messed up with that. You know what I mean? So if you want to talk about Sarah, you want to just go outside and talk about this real quick?
Who's Sarah? I don't even know what you're talking about.
Okay, so you don't want to talk about it?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
I can explain it more outside, but I don't want anybody to hear you. Don't think you're a bad guy. I'm not a cop. He's not a cop. You're not in any trouble, bro.
I don't know what you're talking about. And I see that that's a webcam.
That's just for my protection, man. Because, you know, you're a butcher, man, you know? You could be Hannibal Lecter me.
I'm a deli.
Hey, man, hey, deli, they do it too.
No. Look, I don't know anything. I don't even know it's Sarah.
There was some message that said about her meeting you here with her sister at 7.
Yeah, I don't know anything about
And
it.
it came from your Facebook, man. Listen, we don't want to get anyone else involved with this.
If they did, then my shit's been hacked yet again.
Okay, well, can we talk about that outside, man? Because it's a lot more personal information than...
I'm on the clock right now. I cannot talk.
Well, can I talk to you back there? That's cool. Appreciate you. How many people here know about your past?
Nobody did. It's because they didn't do a background check. If something came up, I'll look through it, find any messages that got sent from it, go ahead and block it, get this shit taken care of.
Okay, that's exactly why I'm here, because I'm here to get it taken care of with you, bro. My name is DeMarcus. We have an organization called Kids Protect America. It was just a little alarming for the mom. She went to us. She didn't go to anybody else. And our whole job is like, hey, we try to figure out, is this person bad? Was it a mistake? We get it sorted. And then I'm getting the vibe that it's a mistake, man. I mean, bro, you're a Dragon Ball Z fan, bro. Like, if this was One Piece, I promise you, I wouldn't be talking to you right now.
Yeah, trust me, I know that.
Listen, I know about your past and stuff. You're working now, man. You're a hard-working American.
Yeah.
And
I'm trying to move on with my life.
that's why I'm trying to just talk with you about this, you know? But, you do remember Sarah, right?
Like I said, I don't know if Sarah.
Okay.
Not personally, no.
So, you were to pull out your phone and show me your Telegram. Would I see the messages with Sarah? Yes or no?
I have no idea. Like I said, I'm going to go on there and look, see what's been on there and what happened. I've spoken to a lot of Sarah. Whether
The Sarah that you...
one, I don't know.
The one that you said that you get off at 7. Do you remember talking to her?
I know there was somebody that said I got off at 7. I don't know if that was Sarah or not.
Okay, that was Sarah. We're getting somewhere. Okay, do you remember how old Sarah said she was?
No.
So did we just like forget?
No, I didn't have to.
You didn't have. We have everything saved: Facebook, Telegram, also other chats with other people we have. But I don't care about that. All I care about is Sarah. But I mean, you don't remember saying this?
If I did, I don't remember it. I do not have a good mental state of stuff as far as memory goes.
What happened? Wait.
I was in an accident when I was 14, and I have blood spots.
Kind of like the Men in Black.
No, it's more about, I believe it was something, and then about an hour or so later, I had something in my blood.
Oh, that's great. You might not remember now, but you definitely did remember after texting her then. So I guess like, why did you say I'm 36 and you're 50 when she said that she was going to kill?
Well, if you were afraid to get talk to adults,
With your situation, it's a lot more delicate. I guess like, why?
I don't maybe have too much people in my life that I can actually talk to with and just talk in general.
You don't want me asking how long have you been incarcerated for?
About 15 years. I was I am been in the military when I started with this guy. Like, he actually was my girl talking to me about that sort of thing. So he sent me this note that whatever was on it, was put down the shit.
And what was on it?
So they ended up giving me the link because that's how I applied for the benefit. And so, because I was attached to that conversation, I got charged with distribution.
My uncle got the same promotion.
I have certain called so
Yeah. Me personally, man, you know, it was sharp, right? So obviously Trump is bad, but I'm in the belief of if you're not going to get it and you have it, I don't really care. You know what I mean? Now, what I do care about, and that's why I'm here to talk to you, is what is this? Is this your? Why just in this? Trying to get carried away.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, what can we do to move on with this and make it right?
Well, it's two things. A, I do have to keep in contact with her. All I want you to do is talk to her, give her apologies, and make her feel better. It once. And the second thing is we have a wiper. We have a device that wipes stuff off phone that's undesirable. Because I don't know if you know, but you are linked to a lot of stuff right now on Telegram. But it's like even if you delete it on your end, it's still there. The reason why I'm here talking to you is I see you're being added to groups and people are more sending this stuff to you. So, but how many images of CP have people sent to you?
Actually, quite a bit.
I believe that on our thing it showed off the radar. So I want to get that stuff off your phone.
Yeah, I can't do anything right now except for wipe it on my end. That's all I can really do right now.
But I'm saying you can wipe it on your end, but it's not wiping. I already have it and it's online with the data breach. The only way to truly wipe it is we would have to connect it to our computer to wipe it. It's a free thing that I'm doing, but I can't force you to do it, and I'm not going to force you to do it. You know.
I just feel more comfortable doing it on my end.
Okay. You know the reoffense is $20.
So basically, if I don't do your work, then you're going forward with it.
I'm not here to blackmail you at all. I'm just saying it's not an if. You will get pinched by someone else. Because the shit's there. So all I'm saying is if you don't do our wife, because you don't look that tech savvy, you might be anime nerd like me, man, but, it's like an umbilical cord. This is the baby, but the umbilical cord leads to the womb. You don't have a connection to the womb. We do. So when we snip it, the whole thing dies. So the womb dies, the umbilical cord dies, and I guess in this instance, the baby dies. If you do your wife, which is really just smearing, the umbilical cord still leads to the womb, and your name's written all over the womb. That's how you do it.
Can I get you guys in a later date if I so decide I to get it right?
Oh, this is another registered offender in Florida. I can literally show you the video of me doing it with him. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like a now or never deal. You know what I mean?
Because my only thing is, I do have people on Telegram and stuff that I don't want to get wiped.
So let me rephrase that. So we're not factory resetting your phone. So we have specific things where it goes in and takes out all the undesirable stuff that's linked to that umbilical cord. If we don't do that, we want to locate those kids that are in those videos. I guess what's the lowest age that they sent to you on there? And so like, what is the girl doing in the video?
A lot of them are by themselves of doing things.
Like what? I'm taking whisper.
Stuff like that.
Okay, is there anywhere it's like a small person with them in the video that's hiding their face?
There's a few. I mean, yeah, and then some look either European or Hispanic.
It's really bad. So I know exactly what you mean. I'm gonna just keep it with you, man. I mean, I don't know if it's because of the Dragon Balls we had. You bring back my childhood a little bit, but you just kind of seem like a guy that low down on his luck, that got a second chance, and that second chance is
I'm still working my way up.
Exactly, man. And I don't want to see another hardworking American get caught up in some BS. So if it's cool with you, man, I can go get it wiped and I'll knock it out.
Like in your cars?
Yeah, it's in my car. Yeah. If you want, just walk up with me to the front and you could see me, walk to my car, then come back and do your thing right here. And then I'll come right back. And he can stay with you the whole time so you feel comfortable.
This is 100% legit that you're not undercovers.
I'm not a cop. Right hand on the Bible, I am not a cop, I promise you. If I was a cop, man, you would have been already. You're good, Tristan, man. Let's knock this out.
Hold on, I gotta turn my phone on.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah, this is the work phone.
Call Eric and tell him to talk to me. Doesn't need my door. Officer, he was just about to come outside, but he ran back inside because he saw you.
Let me explain a couple things. You guys weren't doing stuff with the ICAC task force in South Carolina?
Sir, I'm going to show you here.
You're not listening. Are you sworn officer?
No, sir.
It's not an investigation.
Sir, we have an arrest here in this county that is being investigated already, and he's currently in trial by Detective Malone.
Great. Thanks, officer.
He's in there right now. He invited a little girl to this job right here, right now.
What platform?
On Facebook. He messaged her first on Facebook.
Here's the deal.
Yes, Yes, sir.
You guys aren't cops.
I'm not trying to be cop.
I can't arrest him because of the investigation that's being conducted.
Oh, we have an arrest here.
I don't care. You're not listening to it. You're not an officer. You're not an officer. You guys can't come in here and do that sting operation because
Then why is one of our cases currently in court right now?
you guys don't understand it. Law enforcement cannot conduct this investigation. We can't make an arrest.
Can you call your supervisor for me?
No, I can't call my supervisor.
I would like to talk to the supervisor for this question.
You guys still can't do what you're.
I would like to talk to a supervisor. Thank you. Listen. Hey, the guy back there, he's a registered. Yep. Hey, listen, my man. You can delete everything. The cops outside. I'm showing him everything, and I'm also gonna let your boss know that you're a registered offender. So, I'm not a cop. I'm gonna let your boss know that you're a registered offender.
So all that shit was a lie.
Listen, we already have it. You delete whatever. We have everything.
You basically lied to me.
I did. Oh.
That's entrapment, by the way.
No.
Nothing's against the law. Yep.
Okay. Well, here, you wanna go tell the cop?
Because you're on record saying
Yes, sir, I am.
you're not a cop.
I'm not a cop. The only thing that can entrap is a cop. I'm not a cop.
But you work for
No matter. So now, I'm gonna tell you here that you're registered. And they're gonna do a background check, right? And, yeah, they're gonna tell me that Tristan is registered. He's a registered. And he invited a little girl to your store that had we have all the evidence. That's why the police are outside. I just want you to know. Tristan, are you ever this is your last time taking pictures of your girl? I think you did that to him. He brought it.
I'm just saying, let's prove it. Don't get out of the
You invited your girl to your place of work. If you can, the police is outside. If it's more true, you have to come outside and take care of all okay, but so this organization is called EDP1. All over the country. We literally just got an arrest yesterday for a registered when they tried to meet a 3-year-old girl. I'm not police, but he did invite me to if you can make it happen outside so you can get arrested, that'll help a lot. Totally up to you. Your boss is outside getting the cop. That's what he's doing right now. I didn't even tell him to. He wanted to.
You basically did all this just to get me arrested.
Well, you were talking to her, this 3-year-old girl.
And again, we can't just move past this shit.
How do we move past it? How about this? How about you apologize to the cop, and then maybe he can move it on? Your boss is telling the cop right now.
They're harassing people. Your employee invited a woman's protest there. The sergeant's here.
Is there any way to get past this and let me just go on with my life?
I would just go outside and ask the cop if you can do that.
Don't get me started with shit. I've been through the legal system. I know cops don't listen to shit. That's why I'm talking to you.
They don't, yeah. But I am not a cop. You sent all the stuff. You did all that. It's all linked to you. The child, all that's linked to you. Do you want to get ahead of it and maybe get probation? Or do you want to send it here? Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much. That's all we asked for. Tristan, he told you to get out.
Wait.
I wouldn't go back over there because then they can get you for trespassing. He asked you to leave.
Hold on, I've got to get my phone number.
Yep, you're going to get even more time for trespassing. Hope you're not running.
I've my phone number.
And this might be a violation of your group home as well. Now, I know you say you've been through the legal system. This is just a small violation, so you won't even go to jail. It's just probation.
What do you mean I won't?
You won't. Like, you're not in any trouble.
Some of the cops are just here to erase the shit.
Yeah.
I don't believe this shit.
Tristan, are you going to delete that child from your phone?
Yes.
Are you going to ever invite a 3-year-old girl to your job again?
No.
Are you ever going to send pics to a 3-year-old girl again?
No, it was all a mistake.
Okay, can you tell that officer this will never happen again?
Ain't nothing gonna happen. I've already destroyed it. Ain't nothing happening anymore.
And about how much child did you think? It was a lot? account.
Yeah. Hey, how you doing? So, my name is John Adams. We have an organization called BT Watch where we travel the nation and report homeless and sponsoring children. You have a lot. All we want is cops right there. We understand that this is y'all's yard now, y'all's investigation. We're going to leave it up to y'all. Help whatever we can. We'll finish our boys. Appreciate you guys watching to the end of the video. Also, man, huge shout out to all you guys that took advantage of 48 hours free EDP watch. I mean, literally, like, I think it did 1,000 members in like 30 minutes, and I just posted it, so it hasn't even been 48 hours, but when you guys see this in 48 hours, it's going to be up. But we'll definitely do something like that again in the future, man. You know, if we ever get a video, maybe that get 500K likes, you know, maybe I'll do a month free. And even the members that are on ADP Watch, they'll get a month free too. But, you know, we'll have to see. But yeah, y'all, let's talk about Tristan Kirkfrost. He was only charged with online solicitation at first. But then they got a search warrant, they went to his house, they got his other devices, and then they recovered some stuff that he deleted on his phone. And oh my gosh. And this is going to show you guys right here. Yeah, like the bro is beyond cooked. And this is the same reason why he got arrested. So I know whenever he goes to court, man, oh my gosh, he could literally, genuinely be looking up to like 20, 30 plus years. So this was a great, great catch. All praises to the Most High. You know, it was rocky at the start with that first cop, man, but I'm just so thankful to my Lord and Savior that he brought cops that had their heart softened, that listened to the evidence and realized that a crime was really happening and took charge. So I commend those two officers that came later on, man. Like, genuinely, bro, just applaud to them. And I noticed something. It's usually like the younger cops that are the most receptive, that are the most like, you know what, I want to take charge. And I kind of see like the older cops, they be stuck in their ways, you know? Like that cop that came on scene, bro probably doesn't even know how to use Facebook. So it's like, how you going to tell me what's going on with this? So I just give all praise to God that those cops just have their hearts softened. And I ask that you guys not only pray for our safety and everything, but also pray that the cops that we interact with, that their hearts be softened, and that, you know, they don't be hard-headed, and that they genuinely just care about, like, you know, making criminals go to jail for the crimes that they commit, man.
Well, the U.S. is deploying destroyers and thousands of Marines towards Venezuela as President Trump looks to crack down on cartels and the Maduro regime. They could reportedly reach the country's coast as soon as tomorrow. Here to discuss is Dissident Project speaker and an immigrant from Venezuela, Jorge Galicia, along with PragerU political commentator and Venezuelan political refugee, Franklin Camargo. So great to have you both on. I'm going to start with you, Jorge. What is the reaction of Venezuelans? I know you guys are in close contact with people who are living there right now. Over 70–80% of the country voted for the opposition party against Maduro. How are they feeling?
Then how did he get elected? If 70–80% of people voted against him?
Disney Marvel have to be feeling the pressure now when it comes to Avengers Doomsday, especially considering that Pedro Pascal's character of Reed Richards is going to be the rumored new leader of the Avengers going forward, because Fantastic Four First Steps has failed. It made only $9 million in its fourth weekend in the US. As per Box Office Mojo, it's grossed only $472 million worldwide. guess it can reach $500 million or so, maybe a little over that at a push. But that's about it, really. This film was supposed to be the big turnaround movie for the MCU, and to set up the gargantuan Christmas tentpole of Avengers Doomsday coming next year. But because Fantastic Four First Steps wasn't successful, despite being a pretty decent movie, I would say, there's an added pressure now on Doomsday. They're trying to recapture the 2018-2019 energy and excitement of the Infinity War and Endgame two-parter. And they really were water and cooler movies, no doubt about it. Whether you liked them or not, you can't deny they were big, cinematic, pop culture moments, and everyone was talking about them at the time. I don't think that Doomsday or Secret Wars will have the same impact. I think that moment in the superhero golden era, I think that moment is gone. So, off the back of the outright box office flop of Fantastic Four Steps, I think it's not looking good for Doomsday, because that film really needed the MCU to be carrying some more goodwill and momentum before its release. And audiences have just checked out with it. It doesn't go well for next year's movie. And all the cameos and returning players under the sun won't be enough to bring audiences back in the kind of numbers the studio wants. They're pinning all their hopes on Robert Downey Jr.'s return, and the issue is the multiverse stuff is on. And it destroys the idea of consequences in a story, because there's no sense of jeopardy when a character can just be brought back from the dead, essentially, by introducing an alternate universe version of them. And character resurrections in science fiction have to be done very carefully, very quickly, and very rarely, or otherwise death loses its meaning if it can be undone too easily and too regularly in whatever contrived manner plot goes. Now, on the subject of multiverses, I want to discuss a related topic. There's a scene you probably remember in that dreadful film Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness, where Strange goes before an alternate universe assortment of characters who are the Illuminati. And you have Chiwetel Ejiofor and Morgan Ortega associated, bringing that universe. Katie Atwell is Ricardo, Lashana Lynch is Maria Rambo, John Krasinski is the Reed Richards of that universe, Fantastic Four movie. Anson Mount is Wonko, and Patrick Stewart, which is Charles who played him. Now, none of these actors were on screen together during this scene. They were filmed separately, and it was all green screen. Also, I really don't like the device they have with Wanda, where she just kills them way too easily. I mean, she dispenses with the men very quickly, and then it becomes this pointless girl boss fight, right, between herself, Captain Marvel, and Captain Carter. But I'm not here to review that fight or anything. I'm bringing it up because this was one of these scenes that was thrown in there as a cameo fest for the fans. And it sounds like we're going to be getting more of this kind of thing with Avengers Doomsday. As we know, the film will have a massive cast, including the original X-Men, the current Fantastic Four, the new Avengers, the Thunderbolts, and some of the old Avengers, and the return of a few other old faces. But it's likely going to have a lot of actors brought in, filmed in front of green screens, without other actors in front of them, just maybe stand-ins, and I don't...
I watched that Megan 2.0 movie. I think that came out a couple months ago. I watched that Megan 2.0 movie. It's pretty good. I liked it. Megan 2.0 was pretty good. I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting it to be kind of shit.
2017's Power Rangers was a film that had a lot of hype leading up to its release, but once it came out, it was quickly forgotten by a majority of moviegoers. Although it may have its fans and staunch supporters, it certainly didn't kickstart the franchise that the filmmakers and studios hoped it would. and we never got to see a sequel that was teased at the end of the film. So today, I want to take a look at the history of this film, discover why it never got a follow-up, and offer some of my personal thoughts on the movie. In May of 2014, the owners behind the Power Rangers property, Saban Capital Group, partnered with Lionsgate Films to announce a live-action movie based on the iconic franchise. From the start, these companies' mission was to launch a film series with this movie. Soon after this announcement, X-Men: The First Class writers Ashley Miller and Zach Stentz were hired to write the script. However, this script was shot down by the studios. Max Landis then proposed a Power Rangers script, but it too was shot down, as the studios were looking for something with a grittier tone. Officially, 2017's Power Rangers has 8 different credited writers. These consisted of 3 credits for the original characters in series the movie is based on, John Gatton's being credited for the screenplay, and 4 other writers receiving a story by credit. Among those writers, we have the iconic duo of Matt Sazama and Mark Sharpless, who are the masterminds behind Morbius and Madam Web. In April of 2015, Dean Israelite was hired to direct the picture, who was just coming off his directorial debut with Project Almanac. Towards the end of 2015, the cast was beginning to assemble. The film has a mix of veteran actors and up-and-comers, such as Dr. A. Montgomery, R.J. Kyler, Naomi Scott, and Libby Lynn. Elizabeth Banks was brought on to play Dylan. Rita Repulsa. Bill Hader was attached to voice Count 5, and Bryan Cranston was cast to play Zordon. Bryan Cranston was actually no stranger to the franchise, as he previously played the characters of Snizzard and Twin Man in the original series. Principal photography kicked off in Vancouver, Canada in late February of 2016, and wrapped a couple months later in May. However, some reshoots took place in October of 2016. By the end of production, the budget was calculated to be around $100 million, not including marketing distribution. Helping most of them, Saban and Lionsgate all with the additional media and product values. Power Rangers had a product plan, Film Fair Workshop, Christmas Grade, which also has some heavy plot intensity in the film. As for additional media, we got a graphic novel titled Power Rangers Aftershock, a TV movie titled Power Rangers Legacy Wars, and of course, undefined toys and merchandise, which are staples of the franchise. They even teamed up with Be Perfect and Martin the movie. I mean, they really wanted to bring back that respect. Power Rangers had a solid debut on March 24th, grossing $40 million. However, it was still second in the box office right behind live action movies. After the hype died down, the following weekend it had to drop 64% only in there. In its entirety US run, the film made $85 million, and overseas $56 million, for a total worldwide gross of $142 million. It's mainly good if compared to the initial $100 million budget. However, when you factor in that these movies doubled, tripled their budget to break even, it's only a different story. The Numbers.com estimated the film may have lost $74 million. However, this estimate may not be entirely accurate, since the film reportedly had record-breaking merchandise sales. As for the reviews, it was a bit mixed. The critic score on Rotten Tomatoes was 1%, but the audience score is fresh at 65%. Furthermore, IMDb has it at 5.9 out of 10, and Letterboxd has it at a 2.5 out of 10. So the reviews and box office were both pretty mediocre. Not the best, but also not a total disaster. But, was it bad enough to cancel the sequels? During a conference call to analysts in 2016, Lionsgate CEO John Feltheimer stated that he could see them doing 5 or 6 or 7 Power Rangers movies. This seemed to be the consensus across these studios, as the founder of Saban Entertainment corroborated that they had a 6-movie story arc already planned. But they seemed to put the horse before the carriage, as these plans were made before the first film even came out. And once it did hit theaters, these plans quickly changed. Following the disappointing box office, many people predicted that the second film would be dropped. But as stated earlier, the merchandise sales might have given the sequels some hope. In an interview with Screen Rant posted on June 26 of 2017, director Dean Israelite revealed that he would like to include the fan-favorite villain, Lord Zed, in the sequel. But he never confirmed whether this sequel was greenlit or not, and it was dependent on how the home video sales would do. As for those sales, it did show a glimmer of hope, as it held the #1 spot in home media sales and rentals in the first week. But evidently, it wasn't enough, as in August of 2017, Saban abandoned its trademark for the film's logo and sent out this statement. Power Rangers continues to own and renew hundreds of trademark registrations worldwide, including for the 2017 movie logo. The trademark registration process is very nuanced, and the status of the single application has no bearing on our ownership or the future plans for Power Rangers, as the story inaccurately reported. The franchise remains as strong and enthusiastic about its future as ever. It's funny that they added that last sentence because just a couple months later, the beginning of 2018, Saban Brands sold Power Rangers and their other entertainment assets to Hasbro for $500 million. So 1 year after Power Rangers flopped in theaters, the rights were now in the hands of Hasbro, and in August of 2018, Hasbro announced they were working on a sequel to the 2017 film. We got more news in 2019 when there were rumors that Hasbro was working with Paramount Pictures on the sequel. However, Hasbro changed their mind because later in the year, the sequel comes instead. The reboot has gone into whistle on the film. The script written by the story was said to involve a that brings the kids to the 1990s, and after the future happens, they have to find a way to get back to their present. However, this version was dropped as well, and in 2020, Brian Edward Hill was brought in to write the new script, but these plans were also scrapped. And last year, we have a new Power Rangers project that was June of this year. Hasbro announced that they were looking to move forward with the project alongside a different direct partner. So as of this video, a new Power Rangers movie is in limbo. There's no telling where the franchise might go. However, after the success of Barbie, I feel like Hasbro has the confidence to do whatever they want with the project. So I have hope that the new year will be soon. In my opinion, 2017's Power Rangers is a film that is just slightly below average. It has some redeeming qualities, and there's sections of the movie that are really entertaining, but it just has even more qualities that I can't put down bottom line and call it a good film. Oddly enough, this movie reminds me a lot of 2013's The Lone Ranger, because in that film, John Reed does extremely technical Rangers in the last 30 minutes of the movie, and that's when the movie starts to get good. It's the exact same case with Power Rangers. They don't morph into the Power Rangers until the last 30 minutes of the movie, and that's when the movie starts to get good. I'm not trying to sound like a guy whose brain has been melted by social media and Marvel movies, where I can only pay attention to a movie unless there's big explosions and fight scenes, but come on. For a movie called Power Rangers, I wanted to see some goddamn Power Rangers. Yeah, it was important to set up the characters and their arcs, but I think they should have started morphing way sooner. It's glaringly obvious that they were saving the budget for the last 30 minutes. I felt like they were trying too hard to be like the MCU, and this is very evident through the costumes. I did not like these suits at all, and the Red Ranger in particular looks like an Iron Man wannabe. But that's just my opinion. One of the biggest flaws for me was the inconsistent tone. This movie couldn't decide if it wanted to be a serious, gritty blockbuster or lean into its campy roots and be an over-the-top action flick. While walking that fine line, the film doesn't fully commit to either one, which leaves it feeling not fully realized. When I was a kid, I was a casual Power Ranger.
While Andrew Garfield's The Amazing Spider-Man 3 never happened, the return of Garfield in No Way Home left many fans wishing Sony had completed its planned trilogy. But it may surprise you to learn that Sony had much more ambitious plans than that. And before The Amazing Spider-Man 2's failure, Sony was planning a massive Spider-Man cinematic universe of their own to compete with Marvel's. So let's dive in and find out what that would have been like and what could have been The Amazing Spider-Man 3. The Marvel Cinematic Universe is one of the greatest accomplishments in the history of cinema, grossing tens of billions of dollars and elevating comic book heroes into colossal mega franchises. But like anything successful, it doesn't take long before your rivals try to replicate that success for themselves. That's why, following the success of the MCU, we saw several other studios try to create cinematic universes of their own, such as the Dark Universe featuring Universal Studios' roster of classic movie monsters, the DC Extended Universe, Monsterverse, as well as several others. Sony, after realizing they owned Spider-Man's rich cast of characters and villains, decided to get in on the bag. So for those of you who enjoyed The Amazing Spider-Man 2 and looking forward to its sequel, you'd have to wait, as the next film in the Spider-Man cinematic universe would have been The Sinister Six. And leading this group of supervillains would have been none other than Norman Osborn. Now I know what you're thinking, Norman died of an incurable illness in The Amazing Spider-Man 2. Well, not exactly. Cut from the film was a remainder of this scene, which originally was supposed to be a post-credit scene that would have seen the mysterious gentleman who stalked Peters enter a top-secret level of Oscorp and walk past several chambers containing gear created for villains that Peters went through in the following movie. Eventually, Peters would have arrived at a chamber containing the frozen head of Oscorp before saying, "Wake up, old friend." And while this scene was cut, the container that would have held Norman's head would actually be seen earlier in the film, and a nurse wheels it into his room and dies. Additionally, in an earlier version of this post-credit scene, one of the chambers had a suspended ball of black food that moved around, which would have been the symbiote. This was removed because Sony decided against including Venom in the Sinister Six in order to give it his own standalone. Godard, the filmmaker behind Captain Wood, was hired to write and direct the Sinister Six, and his vision for the project was inspired by films like The Dirty Dozen and Reservoir Dogs, where you root for the protagonists even though they're the villains.
Look at Batman's characters doing something, you know, it's like I love watching.
And while initial reports suggested that the film wouldn't feature Spider-Man, that turned out to not be the case, as Godard would go on to say, it was a Spider-Man movie. It would be a giant, epic Spider-Man movie like dreams. Godard also expressed his dislike for how Marvel movies are interconnected and often serve as stepping stones to set up future films and characters in the MCU.
Or that. Wakanada.
By contrast, he wanted his movie to be able to stand on its own, saying, "My vision was a summer annual, so you didn't have to worry about continuity. It was just, we take Peter, put him on an adventure, then we put him back in his life." Godard's film, which actually would have been a two-parter, was apparently bonkers, as he wanted to feature the Savage Land, complete with dinosaurs and time-travel portals. However, Godard was most excited about Sandman, who he thought was going to steal the show, and his number one choice to play him was Tom Hardy, who would eventually go on to play Venom. Godard wrote Flint Marco's character to be the anarchic enthusiast of the team who has fun while celebrating being bad. Godard felt Tom embodied that anarchy and triumphant nihilism, which we've seen him tap into before in roles like Bronson, but Godard wanted to crank the volume up here to 11. The end of the film would have seen Sandman storm through London as tall as a skyscraper, like Godzilla. Following the Sinister Six would have been the sequel to The Amazing Spider-Man 2, which would have opened with Peter still mourning the death of Gwen Stacy, as the film would focus on his struggle to recover and move on. And just like Spider-Man 3, Webb was eager to include Venom in his third Spider-Man film as well, where the symbiote likely would have attached to Spider-Man and amplified his anger and guilt over Gwen's death.
I stopped pulling my punches. I got rageful.
The film would end with Peter separating from the symbiote, where it would bond with Eddie Brock, setting up Venom for his own standalone adventure to follow, where he'd battle Carnage. Although there were also discussions about making Flash Thompson Venom instead, inspired by the Agent Venom storyline. And in a bizarre plot point, Peter would have got his hands on a serum that could bring people back from the dead.
Part of the discussion was that possibly in 3, there was this idea at one point that Spider-Man would be able to take this formula and regenerate the people in his life that had died. So there was this discussion about that Captain Stacy would come back even bigger in episode 3, and I was like, let's go.
Not only would Peter use this formula to bring Captain Stacy back to life, but he would have brought Gwen back too. The symbiote was also explored as a plot device to enable this, and in an extension of this idea, Sony also discussed turning Gwen into Carnage, which would have created a scenario where Peter was forced to kill her, but perhaps is able to say goodbye this time, giving him the closure he needs and allowing him to finally move on. Cut from The Amazing Spider-Man 2 were 2 key scenes with characters that would be saved for the sequel. The first would have introduced Mary Jane, played by Shailene Woodley. On cutting MJ's scenes from the film, Webb would say it was very difficult to introduce someone as a competing love interest when so much is on the table with Peter and Gwen.
Mary Jane was in four scenes in the whole film, and it didn't make sense. They're introducing so many new characters, it really didn't make sense to introduce such a vital character to the comic books.
It's interesting to wonder what MJ's role would have been in Amazing Spider-Man 3, considering Webb was planning to resurrect Gwen. It's rumored that in the film, Peter would have been encouraged to attend group counseling by Aunt May. It's at these sessions where he would meet MJ before the two would bond over their shared trauma. But as the relationship develops, Peter would have struggled to get closer and open himself up to her after what happened with Gwen. It's reasonable to assume that once Peter brings Gwen back from the dead, that would have put a halt to the progress of his budding relationship with Mary Jane. However, as the film concludes and Peter finds closure by bidding farewell to Gwen, he would then take a step forward by asking MJ out, signifying his readiness to move on. The other notable scene cut from The Amazing Spider-Man 2 featured the return of Peter's dad, Richard Parker, who would reveal to Peter,
I had to disappear. Did you says listen to me. I had to disappear. My mistakes were catching up with you. I had to stay away from you to keep Osborn from hurting you. You understand what I'm saying? There was no other way to keep you safe.
Assuming Webb would have brought Richard back in the third film, it would have dealt with the repercussions of him reappearing, while exploring his nefarious connections to Oscorp and feud with Osborn, who Webb originally wanted to bring back to life and feature as the main villain, before plans changed with Goddard reviving him for the Sinister Six instead. Felicity Jones, who appeared briefly in Spider-Man 2 as Felicia Hardy, and more prominently in deleted scenes, would have seen her role expanded as well to set up her own Black Cat standalone film. Other films rounding out the Spider-Man cinematic universe included a Venom.
The first award presented at the 50th Academy Awards was for Best Supporting Actress. The 1977 film Julia, starring Jane Fonda, had overall 11 nominations, including for Best Picture, Best Director, and Fonda was herself nominated for Best Actress. She didn't win, but her co-star Dame Vanessa Redgrave took home the award for Best Supporting Actress. It was a whirlwind year for Redgrave. While Julia was warmly received, another film she was in that year drew a very different reaction. It was a documentary she produced herself called The Palestinians. Filmed amid the civil war in Lebanon, Redgrave travels to the Palestinian refugee camps in the country and speaks to Palestinian politicians, refugees, and fighters. She interviewed Yasser Arafat, leader of the Palestine Liberation Organization, giving him ample time to articulate the Palestinian cause. For her film, Redgrave was the target of a sabotage and harassment campaign by the Jewish Defense League, led by Meir Kahane. JDL members picketed theaters that played the film and even released mice into at least one of them. Another theater was bombed, which took place after the Oscars. When Redgrave arrived at the Oscars, she saw her likeness hanged in effigy by JDL members who apparently lit it on fire. Police reportedly told her a local JDL leader offered $500 for the year of her. I made this film because I believe the Palestinian people have been denied the right to be heard, Redgrave said in the movie.
And I salute you. I pay tribute to you and I think you should be very proud that in the last few years you have stood firm and you have refused to be intimidated by the threats of a small bunch of Zionist hoodlums. This behavior is an insult to the stature of Jews all over the world and to their great and heroic record of the struggle against fascism and oppression.
Her words, Zionist hoodlums, referring directly to the JDL. Years later, she wept, remembering the Oscar speech. The Academy President, Howard Koch, said that after the ceremony, I felt sorry for him. At the party afterward, he was sitting all alone with just her two bodyguards. No one would sit with her. Here it was her big night. Henry Ehrlich, the publicist assigned to escort Redgrave, wrote to the Los Angeles Times explaining how he confronted her. As a film industry publicist, I was assigned to escort Vanessa Redgrave to the various press and media gathered on the fourth floor at the I turned to her and congratulated her for the award, and I also made a very simple but direct statement. I have been an ardent Zionist and supporter of Israel for more than 30 years. I do not consider myself a hoodlum. It was an anti-Semitic statement, she said. The charges of anti-Semitism were especially unfair, considering David Lehrer, longtime director of the Anti-Defamation League for the West Coast, later called the JDL thugs and hooligans. Apparently, not a single Hollywood star came out in defense of Redgrave. One would think her Julia co-star Jane Fonda, famously photographed with North Vietnamese troops atop an anti-aircraft gun, would show her support. Instead, she publicly criticized her for years. In 1980, she traveled to an IDF outpost in the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights of Syria and gave an interview to the Israeli Mari, where she denounced Redgrave's views as crazy. In fact, in December 1982, following Israel's invasion of Lebanon, the siege of Beirut, the Sabra and Shatila massacres, and with the ongoing occupation of southern Lebanon, Fonda declared her unqualified support of Israel. She condemned the double standard which has been applied to Israel over the war in Lebanon, and said she attributed this in part to anti-Semitism, as well as the tendency of many individuals to have knee-jerk reactions on behalf of third world countries. Israel, she said, is surrounded by a sea of fanaticism. These countries are against women, against democracy, and every right we hold dear, and they're anti-Semitic. In any case, despite her being celebrated for her fraternizing with North Vietnamese troops, she later said she made a huge mistake that made a lot of people think I was against the soldiers. Needless to say, Redgrave's documentary was completely out of the realm of possibility for any major studio. When you think of big-budget films and their depictions of the Palestine conflict, or Arabs and Muslims generally, what do you imagine? Do they contain Palestinian leaders explaining at length their cause and why they fight? Are they humanized or dehumanized? That Redgrave was completely alone at the after-party after winning Best Supporting Actress is telling. It appears to illustrate a near-unanimous condemnation of, or at least a fear to speak out in support of, Redgrave's sentiment. A sentiment born out of her Palestine activism and subsequent harassment. Why did nobody in Hollywood come to her defense? We're all well aware of how small the number of pro-Palestine voices there are in the industry, the consequences that people face for speaking out, and the bias in movies that have long been pro-Israel and outright propagandistic. Indeed, some films have been made with the express purpose of serving as propaganda, which we'll see shortly. The Israeli government has provided assistance to a number of big-budget films, some that have had a lasting impact. When the Palestine conflict is covered, Israelis are typically victims, and even when they commit excesses, it's for the greater good in the end. The ends justify the means. The Palestinians, on the other hand, fight without moral principles, are unreasonable, impractical, and bloodthirsty. Films have shaped how Americans view Palestinians, Arabs, Muslims, terrorism, and the U.S.-Israel relationship. It seems clear that the image of Israel as a strategic asset of the United States was, at least in part, manufactured by Hollywood with the active assistance of the Israeli government. That might sound like a conspiracy theory, but it is well documented. Particularly in Hollywood and Israel, a History, by Tony Shaw of the University of Hertfordshire and Israeli historian Giora Goodman of the Kinneret College on Lake Tiberias. The book draws extensively on the Israeli State Archives, IDF archives, U.S. State Department records, and numerous collections of personal papers from figures in both the American and Israeli film industries. It's an impressive work of scholarship, whatever the underlying sympathies of its authors. It's worth reading to understand what Hollywood produced and released for theaters in America, and indeed around the world, about Israel, Muslims, and terrorism, and how those... Hey everybody, due to the content of my videos, I'm not advertising just a vehicle company confide into Moshe Perlman, but one which, quote, will do us a tremendous service wherever it's shown. Gershon Agron, now head of all the Israeli government's domestic information services, congratulated Daphne for his part in the film, underscoring the role that Israeli government officials had in American-made films about Israel. Indeed, the Israeli consul had several script conversations with the director. The first American film to be set in Israel and made there was The Juggler, starring Kirk Douglas. This film covered not the war, but a Jewish refugee's journey to Palestine, emblematic of the fledgling state's mass absorption of immigrants. The story of The Juggler was created by Michael Blancourt, a New York-born Jewish screenwriter and novelist. Daphne told Perlman that the author should be given as much help as possible to turn out a good script. Blancourt subsequently spent 2 months touring Israel. In 1951, the film rights to the novel were sold to Ken Kramer, who produced the film. But there was probably maybe millions of dollars for Barstow and Paramount in the late 1940s and 1950s. The mill was, of course, the master of the genre. His Samson and Delilah, dated 1949, cost a whopping $3 million. The film was a smash hit, winning 2 Oscars. The script was partly based on the novel Judge It Fool by Ze'ev Jabotinsky, founder of Rabbinic Zionism, from which the Irgun and Lehi paramilitaries emerged. Jabotinsky was even listed as a scriptwriter on the credits, along dead at 10 years later came Ben-Hur, which won 11 Oscars, including Best Picture, Best Actor, and Best Director, awarded to William Wyler. Goodman and Shaw write of the film. Publicity for Ben-Hur heavily emphasized the choice of Israeli actor Aya Harari as Ben-Hur's love interest, Esther, further encouraging viewers to link America and Israel and the ancient Hebrews with those who now lived in the Jewish state.
In addition, in making the most of the alliance between Ben-Hur and the Arab sheikh Ildirim, the movie projected on screen 2 important and recurring Israeli propaganda themes: the Jewish state's claim to an anti-colonial heritage on the one hand, and its quest for regional cooperation with friendly Arab neighbors on the other.
I just wanted you to know that I'm a Jew. This is my country.
It is hard to imagine anything conveying the Zionist claim.
Prime Minister Carney outlined and gave a little bit more specifics to previous funding that Canada had committed. So back in June at the G7 summit, Canada said it would commit $2 billion to Ukraine. Well, just over half of that is going to go to military supplies.
In a Minecraft social experiment, I have placed 200 players onto 2 separate islands in the middle of the ocean. One island follows a strict communist system, shared resources, equal pay, and no private property. The other, capitalist values, open trade, personal profit, and economy. Also, surveys hardcore, meaning that everyone has a single life. If you die, you get banned from the server. Will the communists build a utopia of equality? Will the capitalists outgrow them with innovation and greed? Or will both sides collapse under the pressure of war, betrayal, and power? What started as a simple experiment has turned into one of the most chaotic stories I ever recorded. So lay back and pick a side, because this is communism versus capitalism. Before we start, if you want to be part of events like this one in the future, make sure to subscribe and join my Discord in the description. Day 1. At the start of the session, we allowed everyone onto the map. The players will spawn one by one in the middle of their islands.
Get back here.
The capitalist island was a huge lake biome surrounded by a lush oak forest and beautiful beaches. The perfect place for expanding and growing their new fresh economy. The communist island was a massive spruce forest with towering trees, and in the middle was an open area surrounded by a cliffside. Most started by doing the same thing, gathering resources and building their houses. Everyone started mining trees and heading for the mines. It did not take long for everyone to start working on a smaller house to live in and keep their items.
So this is my house. See a sign there? It says it's my house.
So it's
Go
about
outside.
very spacious. On the capitalist island, roads were built really fast by a player called Snow that made small plots and started selling them to players right away. Hold on, did you claim all those plots?
Yeah, I think
They're private.
You are a true capitalist. What is this?
Hey, Ray, I'm doing this for the good of all the people. I'm earning money off of this, but I'm also making it so that stupid houses don't get built in prime business places.
The most expensive plots were the ones that were in front of the bank. This was the only building that was replaced on the island, and this is where the capitalists were getting their money. The bank was closed for the first day and will be opening tomorrow, so we'll talk more about it later. Back to the communist side, everyone was still doing their own thing, not really collaborating and being a bit of a mess, until a player by the name of Blanky stepped up and started organizing everyone and giving them tasks to do, like building roads, houses, gathering resources, and building a central storage area for everyone to share. Quickly, the majority of the players on the island saw Blanky as their leader, and he soon proclaimed himself leader of the island. Of course, he also made someone build him a castle on top of the hill. Bro, you put them to work, bro, what is this?
Yeah, bro. Do you not see the amount of buildings? Efficiency, communism, capitalism ain't gonna shit on us.
On the Blue Island, something really important was about to happen. I gathered all the players around and it was time to give all of them a random amount of money to start the capitalist economy. We're gonna be rolling the money right now. You're gonna be assigned a random amount of money. The money on the server is called gold coins. 1 gold ingot is worth 9 of those, so each golden nugget is technically a coin. After some seconds of suspense, all the players received their money and it was very diverse. Most players had around 1,500 coins, the richer ones had around 3,000 and the poorest one were already in debt with minus 300 coins.
Yeah, bro, the best Italian food in the server, the best Italian bread. Here, wait, hold on a second, hold on.
I'm holding on.
Here. The first one is on the house. The first one is on the house. The best Italian bread.
Alrighty, what's your wagering?
This.
The rules of the game are: 1, a bundle doesn't exist, the second has nothing, and the third has double what you put in. Don't give me a number between 1 and 3.
3?
Unfortunately, that bundle has nothing to give.
I got scammed, guys. Soon enough, it was the end of the day, and the sun started setting on both our islands. Flying around and looking at what they both built, it was safe to say that both islands had already made a lot of progress on their cities, with roads and a bunch of builds that they were working on. Especially the Blanky mentioned. How fast did they build that? At the very back of the capitalist island, far from anyone to see, there was a small island where a group of people calling themselves the Wuhi sect started working on a base, but at sunset they held a meeting with all their members. Their goal of having the most connections with the most influential people on the island to have power over the island itself. Starting by Galaxy. This player is the one who runs the bank I was talking about earlier.
We all gather here to celebrate the new life we've been given and the new wealth that will soon come into all of our pockets. Together, we will break the bread and we will form a beautiful youth. Galaxy, would you like to say a few words?
It's a pleasure, seeing all your lovely faces here with us today. This is a promise to a union. Together, we will assert our will on anybody.
On the start of day 2, everyone logged into the server and continued working on their builds. Since everyone on the capitalist island now had money to trade with, it was the perfect time to start businesses. Before the session started, many people posted advertisements on the Discord for businesses. Food, services, bars, detectives, stocks, bunkers. There was something for everyone. Soon after the start of the day, the bank also opened its doors with its head Galaxy and his employees. The building was open for business. A villager was positioned on the first floor that allowed players to exchange ores like gold, diamonds, and iron for money. Today was also a very important day for the blue team. They had to take a decision that will impact the rest of their time on the island. Electing a leader. Choosing the right person was crucial. A little stage was built by the side of the bank where everyone gathered around. Many people were running to be leader, so the first round of votes was run blindly to lower the numbers of candidates down to 5. Once those were selected, all of them were given the chance to give a speech to convince the crowd.
My fellow islanders, today we are gathered here today under the loom, the dark cloud of communism. This threat, this ideology represents an existential danger to our freedoms.
Whether rich or poor, we were all the same until that fateful roll of our balances. We didn't get to choose where we started, but we can choose where we go. We'll make it our goal to bring everyone out of debt so that everyone can participate in the capitalist system.
We all know there's a nation out there, one that poses a threat to our very way of life. However, there is one thing that makes us better than them, and it is not solely because we are capitalists. It is because we are a democracy. Here, every player gets a chance to be the unique person that they are, and that is precisely why we'll win.
After all the speeches, a round of vote was held. 5th position with 5 votes, Youngly. 4th position, 6 votes, Salty Studios. 3rd position, 14 votes, Fu and Lu. Top 2 is 16 votes, and top 1 is 26 votes. Winner is I Am Maker.
I am greatly appreciative of this honor, and I will maintain your free will. The best people, the best islanders, and everyone, let's hear it for capitalism!
Maker was elected as the leader of the capitalist island, and it was now up to him to guide all of them. And to be honest, they seemed all pretty happy with the results. On the other side of the world, on the communist island, things were also running smoothly. The town was looking great, and a building at the center of the town was built to be the central storage resource facility of the island. In there, players worked 24/7 to organize things, provide the players with the resources they request. On the blanket dimension, over the central lake, a massive stage and statue in the honor of their leader was built. And he was currently standing there, waiting for everyone to gather as he was about to address the nation.
Thank you for coming here, my beautiful people. This nation with this beautiful statue, this beautiful field. The capitalists, they've got nothing. They're probably starving, fighting each other in metal.
Welcome to our country.
No one is left behind. This is what's true for all of the years. The capitalists have heard of this elected their leader, Mr. Does that man someone who wants to share with others?
Welcome to our country. Come to our country. This is not for white people. This is country by India.
Many of you may be wondering why I've just done such an action. It's come to my attention that Sora and many others are corrupted the intended to replace me, to replace us. That was an attack on me. That was an attack on each and every one of you. During the speech, basically stated that the player by the name of Sora was organizing a rebellion to overthrow him, and he was killed for the example. Surprisingly, this one speech showed that what just happened, considering I just found someone worshipping him as a god a minute later. After his speech, the leader went back to organizing the island, giving his own problems and were brought to him by his council. Speaking of the council, on the communist island, a scripting system was implemented and was replaced by the leader. A little icon is shown next to the people's name, and a simple status determining the rank and hierarchy. The better someone qualified to the state, the higher rank he would get. For people at its opposite, a prison was currently being built on the side of the island where anyone who was doing anything bad was placed and immediately sent. At the meeting like yesterday night, another meeting was held in Woodset. This time it was Maker, the new elected leader of the island.
Welcome everyone. Welcome Maker. We're going to create a strong alliance.
I think it's important for us to all understand what we all bring to the table. I also want to toast the Maker specifically because there's been brilliant campaign against victory today.
Well, I'm glad to have you Vegetarian and I'm working with all of you. Be sure to give prosperity for our people and fight against the evil.
It was now the end of the day. Everyone started heading to their homes and plans. At the communist island, every day it was established that the place was now home. The documentary movie of the United States, DOTS for short. And these were decided on the official flag. A dot is a red light line. It will not be as long for this banner to be distributed and over every single vendor in the island. Before we
continue. So the drink continues. Today, the market is at all-time high. At the capitalist island, the stock building was finished, and the site for resting land displays will show the different values of stock companies on the island. Due to the selection yesterday, the people concluded as government, the federal stock was by far the highest one. Plenty on the Red Island was in Spirit's land waiting for a visitor. Since the start of the event, they had an invisible rivalry between the two islands and no player approached. Later today, this rivalry will finally be open. So before that, a meeting was organized between Maker and Yankee to discuss it. Maker made his way to the docks of the island with his advisors, Young King and Goshen. The second club stressed the their votes and Maker of the meeting where they've never been before. An exception was made for them, and they were allowed to pass the border. After a couple minutes of sailing, they arrived to the shores of the capitalist territory. On the beach, two members of Blankie's council were waiting for them.
Welcome. How's that been, bro? That's good?
Well, you know, it's a bit far away across the ocean.
Okay, we'll bring you to the Black Cube to the star leader.
They picked them up and walked them across the sea until they arrived at the leader's mansion.
Well, I guess I should start off. It's an honor to be on the island, you know? I was gratefully elected by my people, and I take that trust they've given me.
While I also stand here as a representative of my people, even though I wasn't elected, I still hold all of their beliefs and ideals because as much as I'm the leader, so are they. The biggest thing that my people are most likely interested in is your breed. You know, we're limited to our spruce sort of wood, and I think we'd be very interested in your oak, and I believe that might be the same vice versa.
Probably. And no other resources you'd like to share?
I don't believe so. I think we're in a stronger place, I think it's the right way to say, than you are in certain aspects, so I think we'll leave it there.
I suppose if that's it for the trade, we should figure out what the rules of this little game we're playing on.
Rule-wise surrounding my island, no person shall enter my island without permission given beforehand. If I find any one of your members of mine without permission, they will be jailed, and I'd like to make that point very clear.
Completely understandable. We would probably do the same with anyone of yours. So, what's the rules of engagement?
I hope that's not something that's on your mind as a person. I mean, if I was in your position, I wouldn't even want to consider it, considering the vast difference in our nation's power. But before we leave, I'd like to give you something. As a sign of new beginning, to say the least.
Yeah, as a sign of good faith.
The meeting was tense, but regardless, both sides were trying to be friendly for now and offered each other a sampling of the tree that they grew on their respective islands as a gesture. It was decided that trade between both islands was going to be open, but with strict rules on entering each other's territories. No one was allowed to traverse each other's border without strict permission from each other's governments. After that, Mega and his friends made their way back to the beach and sailed back to their island. As soon as they arrived, Mega was in the first bear counter to see what was happened. After some talking, they decided to gather all the citizens and address the nation.
Citizens of this great island, I want to tell you of my recent trip to the island of communism, and my meeting with Blanket. Be warned, if you go any farther from the shores of the island, you will be arrested, detained, and possibly even killed. And if you see any communists do the same, please why it's so strict. She's pointing me out to this. She doesn't want too much exposure. In his own words, he doesn't want people to see what we have here.
It was me, everyone, but friendship between other islands was not yet established. They had to be on their guard. Also, the day for the island was open, and some were very close to the nation. Really feeling trapped with devastation to be called like that if you ask me. On the communist side, pretty much the same was happening. Blanky had ordered for everyone to be gathered on the stage to address his team.
Hello people, how are you doing today? Punch your hands in the air if you're having a wonderful time. Yeah, that's what we love to see. Alright, so I'd like to bring up a couple things today. Any capitalists who enter the island illegally without my permission will be sent straight to our branded prison, which is the next topic. We now have a prison. Don't we love that? Don't we absolutely love that? Anyone who would try and destroy what we built. But clearly, some people didn't get the message. So I'd like to say, guards, Please arrest Jackie YN, It's Shay, Rasplin, Jess Executioner, and It's Elijah.
Blanky, on the spot, in front of everyone, put under arrest multiple people who were suspected to be preparing plans against him. The guards surrounded them and walked all of them to the newly built prison. This place was ridiculous. Multiple guards were stationed there, and all under the command of Scott, one of Blanky's council members and the warden of that prison. In there, it was no joke. Prisoners were registered at the entrance, then searched for items with a registration system and flooded their inventories with shovels. And after that, they were placed inside a cell that was surrounded with obsidian. All the suspects were promptly put to be placed inside a cell that was surrounded with obsidian. All the suspects were promptly put behind bars, and far from any harm. Blanky was so confident in how safe he was on his island that he walked around the town in golden armor and even made his way to their local wing shop to get some food. Of course, I also invited myself to have lunch with him.
Hey, buddy. Yeah, hold on. Shut that. It's over, guys.
Back on the Blue Island, on the very edge of the island, was a building owned by the MIB, the Man in Blue Group. I'm not sure what those people stood for, but they were a group who was pyramid with wrong.
We are bringing the capture some and we're bringing them to our island. Now, unfortunately, we are not that bad looking on the point. They will not interfere, but we're going wrong.
Some people were being there to be silenced. The emperor did that and decided to run the mission to free the prisoners and try to bring them back to their island. The company would betray their team. Looking for them, voice leader had just announced the borders were going to be opened.
First, the borders between the two islands are roughly today. That means a couple of rules have been set up and agreed upon.
Importantly, no, if you want to travel to the other island, you have to ask me, and then I will ask Blanky, and then Blanky will accept or deny.
Fortunately, on each side, a massive cultural building was built. People were actually organized to enter the islands. And Blank's were not allowed at all. Even their leader, Maker, had no idea the separation was about to happen. Regardless, they made their plans for the prison. In secret, they also had marching and moving going inside of the island.
So, as you all know, some of us may die on this mission, but we have to be willing to do whatever it takes to protect one another.
They all jumped into the water and started making their way to the communist island. The stress was at an all-time high. They told me that by doing that, they were putting their lives at risk. They didn't know that, but right now was the perfect moment to strike. Because the entirety of the red team was watching a play take place at the center of the island where even Blanky was present. This lowered the risk of them being spotted. Once the prison was in view, Kermit went underwater and started digging a tunnel to get under the prison. Like that, they would be able to get each cell one by one and have a quick escape route. Unfortunately for them, once they got too close, one of them stopped sneaking by mistake and a guard managed to see their name tag. All the guard gathered and started looking for them. Once the MIB realized that they got, they all couldn't talk to each other because the guards couldn't hear them. They all trusted Kermit and started following him out of the tunnel slowly. The guards of the prison went out and understood that they were inside of a tunnel. They started looking and eventually, shot once, found it. They all entered the tunnel and after some digging around, they found it. Most of the MIB was captured right there. After looking for Kermit for quite a while, Shotbots eventually found him.
Go run! Go run! Go run! Drop all your stuff! Drop all your stuff right now! No, drop it. I'm giving you 5 seconds right now. 5. Drop it, Kermit!
Alright.
Drop it! Drop it now! All of it!
In a close battle, he managed to convince him to drop his weapons and follow him to the prison. Somehow though, on the way of putting all of them inside of cells, a member of the Communist Council was present at the prison.
Yeah. There's men in blue. There's men in blue.
Okay.
People who think you've committed a present on
It's alright. I'll check on it.
We will kill you if you don't.
Well, Dynasty, that's crazy, dog. I don't know that. I see.
Like, buddy, do you have a...
Split up. Felix, I want to put on your armor just in case.
Like,
hold up. I'm taking 1 minute.
This now changed everything. Blanky was quickly alerted and gathered everyone to the meeting room of his mansion. Changed
I see.
Like, but...
We will kill you if you don't.
Well, Dynasty, that's crazy, dog. I don't know that. I see.
Like, buddy, do you have a...
Hold up.
Felix, I want to put on your armor just in case.
Like,
hold up. I'm taking 1 minute.
This now changed everything. Blanky was quickly alerted and gathered everyone to the meeting room of his mansion to discuss what just happened.
So we had 2 men and boy who tried to blow up the back of the prison to 3 people. Magpie escaped and killed one of my council members, Phoenix.
Oh god.
Maker has clearly failed to control his people in the slightest regards, and that has led to the deaths of our people who have done nothing wrong in the slightest, and for that, I wage war.
Blanky decided to wage war, as in his opinion, Maker failed to contain his people. Of course, this was over-exaggerated, as this could probably be talked over with Blanky and Maker, but in reality, Blanky always wanted to take over the other island, and this was the perfect excuse. Blanky truly cared for his people, and this was the way to justify it to his nation. Not too long after this meeting, an informer from the communist side called Sodax had decided to betray his team. He used a map item to map out the entirety of the island and placed all of them on the table of the capitalist leader. With that, they were now able to plan their attack with perfection. On the capitalist side, a prison was also built and ran by the local police. The cells were a little smarter than the opposite team. They were surrounded by lava on all sides and made it so the players trying to escape would burn to death. This though was not the only innovation of the blue team. In his leader's speech, Maker had promised space exploration, and today was the first launch of a rocket they had built. After some final checkups, they had strapped I can't believe this. They strapped Hatsune Miku to a chair and were about to send her to space.
4, 3, 2, 1. Go. Go to the top. Go to the top.
Oh my god, they actually sent it to space. There's no doing that while the other islands are about to invade space. Also, little did Baker know, but not only he had enemies across the sea, but he also had enemies on his own team. And the fact, like every day, a dinner was organized, but this time, Baker was not re-invited.
I just want you guys to, take a look around quick. I'm sure you've all heard it. Citizens are exclaiming how screwed we are, some wanting to flee the island, and we need to give them something that reminds them of who we are fighting here. I think the way to do that is stage the death of the president. Imagine this. Maker is killed at the hands of communists. The posters lining the city explain how to do it for Maker, and you don't let this death happen. All the while, incentivizing and increase in government control. Us at the helm.
Felix make the plan that Baker was going to be taken out soon, and stated attack was in order for them to take his place. Fate yesterday snapshots. Today, it was his Becky in all culture to a full-scale war. Shortly after the song session, Baker, bodyguard, and assistant manager Selchuk all got the victory and made their way towards the islands. At last night, when they arrived, two potential waiting for them, they also asked to remove their armies of the western control of the people that day and made their way to the waiting room. Not for the first time, Team Hamilton discovered and high officials were present to assist the meeting to meetings.
So, yesterday was great. Would you like to give me a rundown? Yeah, I think that Vivian went there without civilians. They weren't understanding. They weren't having any training. One of them council members and attempts to break out, one or two criminals on one day who were civilians. I'm just saying that, their plan to kill a council member, that was not an official action of our Catholic society. There is why the Ottawa Society are much better place than those running. And that is why the game of those ones. I stand by my official action number 2. I'm open to talking to this.
He's finding some authority in the room
It's your government insists on taking the actions of and then applying a collective guilt on the entire people that make actions of your group.
You're not responsible for the actions of your group. You're not responsible. It doesn't matter if they're not
I respect the collective.
You are able to state having taken any the slightest hint of guilt for your actions. Nothing. And I don't understand how you want me to establish peace with a person like that.
Mickey tried to explain to Blanky that the actions of those few individuals that attacked the prison yesterday did not represent his entire nation. But Blanky was not hearing him and kept on telling him that he failed to keep his people under control. Then he was taken to the prison for a chance to talk to experiment the head of the MIB.
Sorry, pile of crap got us all kind of. We might be here today. Like that might happen. We might not. We might do. So it's really up to our discretion. But in the meantime, I'd like I'm sure you've done plenty of thinking about your actions if anything happens in that head of yours.
I mean, maybe I think for the first and maybe even last time in our meeting, I'd like to do this better.
You're accurate. Just yeah. Oh, this is relaxing. Like he's like a plush.
Today, the Red Island had a national event organized. Today was the Harvest Festival. In a few stories, the middle of the island, the sitting area was built with a huge area for everyone to sit on. Games, festivities, landings, and games for everyone to enjoy were held there.
Greetings! The party is I am delightful. Everybody has a festival. This festival is fun to celebrate gifts and blessings. And the
Plenty of opportunities for that restoration of what the events of the previous team.
I have a funny thing to say. In the West, the only way to repay debt is with money. How do you repay debt to people? You repay them with kindness. You repay them with labor. You repay them with loyalty. So by these very terms, how do we repay bloodshed? We only take dogs.
Everyone was allowed to start enjoying the festival. From racing on big bags, those rolling eggs, everyone seemed to be having a great time. The first was going to see the Williams going to see the films. A video of the festival was made and broadcasted to everyone on the team.
My fellows are bird. This is a scholarship. In the other hand, why I this is
everyone on the team.
My fellows are bird. This is a scholarship. In the other hand, why I this invested. Long carry, our neighbors across the water. Raise up, get big, on the state. Declare war violence. Let me be clear. This is not a war. Our government causing an international incident. The flames of liberty must not be extinguished. Not here, not now, not ever. As of this hour, we are entering a wartime economy. Let no one say this nation cannot adapt. Let no one say Berger was caught unready. We are not afraid of hardship. We are not afraid of struggle. We will taste nothing but iron and ash. Berger stands united, resolute, and ready.
After that, they all gathered and a wartime economy was announced by Baker, where people of the island would be paid by the government for doing and helping the war effort. Somehow though, in the middle of all of this, Steve found time to launch a second rocket. This time, not only Miku was on it, but they managed to have two other people sitting with her. How did they even manage to convince those people to do that?
3, 2, 1. Ignition. Ignition. Lift off. We have lift off.
The launch was successful. The players were now astronauts and were tasked to build a space station of them. But while Maker was busy watching the rocket launch at the movie set, the plan they established yesterday for killing Maker was being set in motion. Everyone was waiting in their assigned location, and Logical was sent to bring Maker to the temple for quote-unquote a meeting. Once Maker arrived, two people were waiting for him in the basement of the temple sitting around the table. Each pair of this table were trapped to be able to be broken, making Maker fall in a one-by-one hole where two hidden players would be able to take him out quickly. Unfortunately for them, Maker didn't take the chair, feeling trapped in the basement of the temple sitting around, and Logical was sent to bring Maker to the temple for quote-unquote a meeting. Once Maker arrived, two people were waiting for him in the basement of the temple sitting around the table. Each pair of this table were trapped to be able to be broken, making Maker fall in a one-by-one hole where two hidden players would be able to take him out quickly. Unfortunately for them, Maker didn't check the chair, feeling that this setup was a little suspicious. Realizing this was a trap, he was alone against multiple players. He wouldn't be able to run away in time. People were all around him, under him, and even at the exit. They had sort of everything, even if Maker found the trap.
Alright, we can do this the easy way or the hard way if you just want to talk. I think it's pretty evident, without me, I don't think you would be in the position you're in.
Sure, like I'm working with plenty of other people. Yeah.
Well, help conquer your position. Throughout this, the leading just hasn't been as good. I think you've had some good policies, don't get me wrong. The issue is you're not strict enough. You haven't been, and I don't think you will be. And I'm sorry, Maker, but we need a new structure of power.
There's no running. I'm sorry, Maker.
Maker got killed. This was just the beginning of the battle. Now they had to make everyone believe that this was an attack from the communist team. Galaxy ignited the TNT where Maker was supposedly sitting to make this place look like it was trapped. After a quick briefing from Galaxy, they all made their way to the speech area and managed to gather most of the nation. Galaxy and Logical went up on the stage.
Citizens, my heart is with the people today. I hate to be the one to announce this, but we had a dinner at the sect, and while we were having dinner, a trap was set below us. I barely escaped my life, but Maker has unfortunately passed away.
It was planted by someone here. Advocated, you are under arrest for killing Maker. Drop all of the things. You're going to follow death to a max security prison now. Your vice president has killed Maker.
Everyone was lied to, and the blame was put on Advocative, the vice president of Maker. Under the pressure, even though he knew he was innocent, with the number of players around him that saw he was guilty, he had no chance to make it out. Advocative dropped all his items and was escorted to the prison, where he was later secretly taken out.
I know Maker. What did Maker want us to do? He wanted us to win. He wanted us to take out those communists, and that is exactly what we're going to do given that.
Logical took advantage of the general chaos, as he was part of the government, and Maker was dead, Advocative taken out of the way. He self-proclaimed himself leader. This of course did not sit with everyone, and right after the public talking, all the government gathered in an underground room, where they all made it clear to Logical that they did not support this quick change of leadership.
The last time I saw Maker, he left with you, Sunset and Death.
Yeah.
He didn't leave with Advocate, he didn't leave with anybody else. Why doesn't that make you not just not a leader of us, not just but the first suspect? Why did we...
I didn't know the chain of command.
The council, and especially the player called Salty, did not believe Logical. To their eyes, he was a prime suspect of Maker's death. But for now, they decided to deal with the problems at hand, like the war with the other team rather than that. Speaking of them, Blanky had made his way to the prison for a special something that the warden had prepared for them. Under the prison, the guard had built an arena where they were planning to make fight to the death the capitalist prisoner that they had in the prison.
Alright, my money's on Manta, my money's on Manta. My money's on Manta. Shuffle's out with it, if you lose, I'm down like 10 iron. Come on. Fight! Yeah! No!
After the fight, two other prisoners were taken to a machine they called the Russian Roulette. Two players were placed inside it. They both had access to buttons, each having a chance to kill the other person on the press of the button with a dripstone.
If you click the correct button, something interesting will happen to the other person. With that being said, Nick, I want you to press one of the 6 buttons. Only one.
With those questionable methods, the guards took out all the prisoners and no longer had to worry about them, focusing all their manpower on preparing for the war. In contrast to all this brutality, on the capitalist island, everything was silent. Everyone was gathered for the burial of Maker. Logically was about to hold a speech. The man killed him.
We are very sorry for the loss of Maker. We couldn't have expected anything like this. He was leading us great. He had a very positive influence on all of you. Throughout all these efforts, Maker has done nothing but bring us closer and closer to victory.
Also, I'd like to apologize for my behavior yesterday. Maker's death made me really bad.
It's okay. I understand exactly where you're coming from. And in due time, I promise to make everything right. Okay? Thank you.
I will put together a great description.
It's more to sound the government. Most island than the whole time high. Everyone was prepared. The capitalist knew that they were the ones who were gonna get attacked. The private was prepared with the defense fund. The communist them were betting in the attack. But before we talk about all that war stuff, I was finding out the island rumors that the government was real. Apparently yesterday, someone escaped the communist prison and made his way back to the island. But unfortunately for him, he didn't escape. His body teams then sued the government for attacking the communist side with no permission and starting a conflict. Fresh out of prison, he was quickly doing surgery within a reduced cell. The frogs seemed to really like persons. At least he had a neighbor in another cell.
I didn't do anything.
Above ground, Dr. King had pledged all the people and was holding a speech to organize the war operations.
Today is the day to work together as a nation, protect each other and defend for each other. Money is amazing, running businesses are amazing, but what is most important? Our lives. After we win this war, we can go back to health, but more proud after our nation beats those bottom of the barrel stuff.
The Japanese were not the only one prepared, and the Red Island, not everything prepared, was talking about this plan right now.
Going to the uranium activist island to get back to what they did to us. There are many things we need to be careful. Traps,
like TNT, you mentioned something about kind of wanting to be offensive. I agree to an extent, but I feel like we should focus more on defense.
I currently have a man digging a tunnel from our island to the bottom of their island. We will have a small group of elite fighters exit from the middle of the island and expect them.
I think we get a small group of people, you stick together, but take out the weaker players, like their iron arms.
Yeah, are we going to push them straight from the front, or are we going to go through the end?
It's what I'm saying is, I've heard they've got a massive wall surrounding from the island. It is the idea that we are going to overcome the wall at one point. We are then going to fall back at the citadel, which is still being built even the further back public.
I promise on everything. I will make it right. I promise. When we win, it's not an if, but we are going to win. I promise. We'll be winning by everything.
Everyone was making plans for moving the place. The worldwide economy was booming, and the governments had plans. But while all of that was happening, something unexpected happened. So that they skipped again. Don't even ask me how at this point. I don't even know. Bro was encased in a lava box with no item and somehow made it out. Later, he made his way to the communist island, and Blanky decided he would spare him and give him an equal home as he decided to betray his island and destroy them the plan that he team, which he accepted. This though wasn't the only side story we would see today. At the capitalist island, Raskin and his fate, players who were previously arrested by the communists and freed since then, decided to go to the other side and wants to join their ranks.
Big question out of the way, what do you want to do?
Basically, we love the mission at first, but as the days went out, we learned that our leader, Brett, is actually pretty corrupt. He basically imprisoned all of us. I was even a commander, so I shouldn't have been there, but he just was like, you guys are all going to prison. They took all our stuff, and we were just trapped.
Not long after that, the sun started to set, probably the last sunset for one of the two teams. Today was the day. Both teams have been preparing everything for that moment. The sun started rising on both islands, and the capitalist island had a bunch of people working on their main defense, a full tower on top of the hill far behind the town. Yesterday, Blanky shared his plan to his team on Discord with all the details on how the attack was going to take place. But the problem is that somehow those plans got leaked to the capitalist team, and knowing that they would attack from the east, they fortified that side and adapted to that scenario. The thing is that Blanky was 2 steps ahead. He knew that his plan was bound to be leaked if he
shared it prior to the war. The plan he shared yesterday was totally made up, and none of it was true. The MC1 plan was left secret and was going to be explained to the team a couple minutes before the attack. Don't ask me what all those lines mean. I have no idea. On the communist island, it was busy. Everyone gathered at the community storage area and prepared their gear for the fight. And all the flying machines they prepared yesterday were being checked on at the shores to transport the players over the ocean. After 30 minutes of final preparations, both leaders gathered their teams one last time.
Before we cross over there, do quite frankly many messy and maybe even vile things. I just want to thank each and every one of you for building our society to the point that is a sacred treasure that needs protection.
You guys have all put in as much effort as you possibly could, and I can't say I was more proud. You guys are amazing, and that hope has not been shattered. Actually, one of us something really, really funny. The communists over there, they're scared of them.
With the love of your home, your family, and a righteous parade, a flame to lead you through the dark, I ask you all, who's ready to take the final dub?
You guys are what's going to bring us this win, this victory. And you guys are what's going to bring us the victory speech after we take their communist butts off of our island and permanently off.
Not like the blues themselves, it was not the Greece hordes that were going to be attacked, but the blazing in front of their fortress. Once sight was visible, the players of the flying machines jumped off to meet with the other main crew, and the flying machines continued flying over the island as a distraction. The main attack group, led by Becky, had already arrived to the south of the island and was about to engage the fort.
Your family.
The capitalists had prepared. They had placed trapped explosives all around the tower. They also had the advantage of them. With the high ground, raining arrows on them was easier than ever. To counter that, all gathered in a safe spot on the west of the fort, where they built a wall to stop the arrows from hitting them. In there, they had a little time to talk with each other and decide on how to proceed next. But when the Blues realized that they were slowing down, they decided to rush them and not give them time to plan. In the heat of the battle, Blackie ordered everyone to rush in.
Hello, sir. Oh, don't run away. This is your island. Don't run away. Hello? Hello?
Oh, all attacking at once did not work for the communists. They were now way too dispersed around the battlefield, making it easier to pick on them one by one. But Blackie somehow managed to get everyone back again, and after a short briefing, they were told to advance together and stay as one big group, and rush in again. It was a lot better. Many prisoners were taken out and Logic, their leader, was captured. The only remaining players were the ones inside the fortress, still holding strong. Taken out and Logic, their leader, was captured. The only remaining players were the ones inside the fortress, still holding strong. The fort was taken. Banners of the red team were floating on it. The rest of the captains were either killed or captured.
Forgive me, people of the West and people of the East. I can only hope that you can understand that what was done had to be done. We stand in ashes, blood, and sadness. But now we are free. We won. That glorious, united future has never been brighter. We only take those people.
Our people, we fought. And I guess it would be hypocritical if I was the person that led our team to victory. And you want to even know how I got here, Blanky? Well, I thought maybe if I took care of Maker myself that I would give it a result, but clearly that wasn't the case. I killed Maker. The people you have around you, the only thing that's going to grow for you is parenthood. You kill people the second you have a slight inkling that they might overturn.
Much good. That you and your paranoia, your guilt, your greed die with you.
The Chinese team was defeated and their leader taken out. After that, all the communists returned to their island and as the Western control its force. They all gathered in town and celebrated their victory. So, what happened when you put 100 communists against 100 capitalists? It turns out power corrupts, no matter which flag you fly. The communists continue to control the capitalists so efficiently, but both systems were broken from the start, not by their enemies, but by their own friends for control and power. Maker saw its control, yet even before it could grow, some betrayed him for a base of its power, and when he was gone, his most own followers began fighting each other to take his place. Blanky rules with fear and social ranking. Behave and you'll be rewarded. Step out of the line or you'll be knocked away. The few tried to rebel were silenced. What would have happened if that prison was not built in time? What would have happened if Maker...
So I am currently standing directly outside the office of the Prime Minister of Canada, and I want to remind Canadians that Mark Carney has now been our Prime Minister for over 5 months, and he doesn't even have the respect for the Canadian people to have an office where you can write him. 5 months in, Mark Carney, when you visit the Government of Canada's website, he still does not have a head office. For context, Pierre Poilievre won his riding 3 days ago, the honorable leader of the opposition, and he already has not one, but 2 home offices. Right now, Mark Carney is in Ukraine giving away another $2 billion taxpayer dollars to us. Meanwhile, a record 2 million Canadians are food banks. I live about 2 blocks down the street from where our party's head office is. I'm sure he absolutely never visits the area, but there are crackheads all over the place. There is crack smoke. It feels as though you're in dystopia. Those $2 billion sure would be useful in Canada right now. Yet Mark Carney neither has respect for the Canadian and having this. There are rumors that this man currently lives in New York. We certainly know he's not going to answer any questions in front of the press because he barely speaks to the press at all. You see this guy once every couple of weeks poke his head out. Otherwise, total silence. He was essentially installed to the leadership process, but the lack of respect for the Canadian taxpayer and the Canadian people is truly shocking from this elitist snob who spent his entire adult life outside of Canada, has worked for the WF, Davos, and Brookfield, and again, has not even had the respect in the first 5 months. 5 months for him to get an office where Canadians can write, because some of us don't use social media. I would like to be able to write our Prime Minister. It's truly disgusting. Now, in terms of how Carney has actually run the country, he has run the country as though we are Brookfield Asset Management, as though Canada is a corporation, which it is becoming more and more every day, rather than a country. She has allowed another 800,000 immigrants in the country in Q1, this despite the fact that 75% of Canadians, as overwhelming a consensus as you will see anywhere, say we cannot afford more immigration than them. We may ask why. Well, the answer is quite simple. Brookfield Asset Management owns $37 billion with a few dollars worth of real estate in Canada, and Carney's continue to pump those numbers up. What's the easiest way to ensure that the real estate bubble in Canada, which has absolutely decimated middle and lower class Canadians, continues to inflate? Well, that's easy. Continue to allow hundreds of thousands of immigrants into the country. Doesn't help the Canadian middle and lower class one iota. In fact, study after study shows it hurts the Canadian middle and lower class. But what does Carney have? He's looking out for his buddies at Brookfield, and $37 billion, more than doubled since Trudeau was elected in 2015, and he needs to continue to pump those numbers up. You may say, well, why exactly is Canada giving China a $1 billion contract to build 3 ferries for Vancouver at the same time as they just announced 75% tariffs on canola, further decimating the provinces of Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Alberta? They have been absolutely decimated over the past decade by Liberal policies. Why in God's name would we give them $1 billion when they continue to damage 3 incredibly important provinces in our country? The answer to that is quite simple. Look into it. The government of China gave $250 million to Brookfield Asset Management 2 years ago. It's truly incredible when you dig into
Disney's self-inflicted boy trouble. Uh-oh. Let me see.
No! Chica!
Canada announcing it's dropping some of its retaliatory tariffs against the U.S. on Friday. Here's President Trump's reaction to the news.
He's removing his retaliatory tariffs, which I thought was nice, and we're going to have another call soon. Yeah, we had a very good call. I like them. Look, I'm fighting for the United States. Canada and Mexico have taken a lot of our business over the years, over 25, 30 years, especially during the Biden years. They took a lot of our business, and it's basically all coming back into the United States.
This while the Congressional Budget Office estimates tariffs will lower the nation's deficits by $4 trillion over the next decade. Committee to Unleash Prosperity co-founder and former Trump economic advisor Steve Moore joining us now. Steve, there's nobody better to talk to about this, and I love it so much because I know you personally, and I know you're not a tariff guy, but yet this seems like a victory.
Always a victory. And I have to say that as someone who has been a critic at times of Trump's tariff policy, these deals seem to be working out very well for American businesses and American workers. So now we've got big agreements with the UK, with the Europeans, and this with Canada. I mean,
It's really a great one thing that Trump, this is a good deal for American workers, it's a good deal for our agriculture, and a good deal for our manufacturing.
We're supposed to have a free trade agreement with Canada, but their tariffs are much, much higher than ours are.
Right, and when you talk about, you set aside the steel, aluminum, copper, vehicles, that leaves pretty much these Canadian goods, 35% U.S. tariff against everything that's not on the USMCA. And so, it's something that the president has really leaned into, but it's fascinating, Steve, because if you look at the ratio of the U.S. exports to Canada and what it accounts for our GDP versus Canada exported to the U.S., you can see here it's 18% of Canada's GDP versus just over 1% of the U.S. GDP. Trump is going to win this fight all alone.
The word here in negotiating that I learned from Trump is leverage. And those statistics mean that we have leverage over Canada because their economy is much more dependent on trade with us than we are with them. And Trump is using that leverage, not just with Canada, but those ratios are similar with many, many countries, saying, look, if you don't start playing by the rules and creating a level playing field, we're going to hit you. So, look, are you getting tired of winning here? I mean, Trump is winning almost in every one of these trade arrangements. There's still some countries that have been laggards, but it has been a strategy that has been highly effective.
Highly effective indeed. And Steve, President Trump really does harp on the amount of the billions that are coming into the U.S. now. In fact, on Truth Social, I just want to show you this quickly on the CBO numbers. He says, when I began my tariff policy suggestions, they refused to acknowledge potential success that would be derived. Deficits are down, taxes are down, energy is down, prices are generally down. The only thing that are up are the take-home pay, the stock market in our country. He's gloating, but is he right?
He is. I mean, this economy is really smoking right now. It has improved dramatically from when Biden was president. And you look at what he's accomplished. First of all, this big tax cut, the big beautiful bill is a huge victory for Trump. We're getting much better trade deals. I don't know if you saw the statistics from last week. We are now producing more oil and gas in the United States than any time in American history. Wow. I could go. The deficit is going to start to come down. So it's a pretty picture. And by the way, let's not forget that big news from Friday. It looks like we're going to finally get that rate cut from the Federal Reserve Board. And boy, did the market like that.
Oh, Steve, we can talk about that for the next hour.
Now it's up on Friday.
That's a big deal. Yeah. Steve Moore, thanks for being here. I know you're in town to go to the U.S. Open.
Can't wait. Yourself.
All right. Steve Moore, thanks very much.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade. And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
filed bankruptcy 5.5 years ago, and I'm back in debt.
It's amazing how many trips you can take and how many places you can see when you use a credit card irresponsibly.
$178,745.
Okay, so today we're going back to a staple on this channel, some really bad credit card debt, with the total debt in the U.S. reaching $1.31 trillion, along with delinquencies rising. It's not really a surprise that there is so much content like this online. We have a ton of stuff to go over today, along with comments from you guys from previous videos. So if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But let's just start off with this example.
So I have calculated all of our debt, because that's something that I want to tackle. Get it down as low as possible. I didn't realize how far in debt we were. I don't even say this number. We are, not including our mortgage, everything but our mortgage. Student loans, car payments, credit cards, home equity, $178,745. Why? Why did we do that? Minimum payments calculated together are $3,562.72.
Minimum payments of $3,500. And like she said, some people's numbers get wildly inflated when you add on a $400,000 house, but that is not what happened here. And I mean, it's getting so bad that one of the recent trending sounds people have been using to show all the debt that they're in, and I probably could have made a video using all of these clips by themselves. That's how many there are. Debt I've accumulated in the ripe age of 28 years old. Just a ton of different balances, in total around $26,000. This one is at the age of 22, and we're talking $27,000. I mean, this one just starts running through balance after balance. In total, a little bit over $65,000 worth of debt. This clip is pretty insane. In total, a little bit over $750,000. However, the mortgage is $472,000, even though it is debt at the end of the
Prime Minister Carney outlined and gave a little bit more specifics to previous funding that Canada had committed. So back in June at the G7 summit, Canada said it would commit $2 billion.
The state of Canada right now is feeling a little bizarre. No, not the 51st state. This the overall kind of political spectrum in Canada is feeling very bizarre. Ukraine is back at the center of everyone's attention, and not for any good reasons. Canada, as of today, Mark Carney has given, like not pledged, but he literally says it starts effective immediately. The flow of money and the flow of resources has already begun. We are giving Ukraine $2 billion more in equipment, beans, guns, ammo, tanks, whole shebang. But the interesting part was talking about actual troops on the ground, boots on the ground, and that's something that Canada is not historically been really a part of. Other than peacekeeping missions, Canada has its reputation of being peacekeepers. We'll provide medics, we'll even train other countries' soldiers, but not really get into the war unless it's like a world war, unless shit really hits the fan. But Canada's crossing that line right now, and I don't like it. I'm sorry if you're watching this and you stand unequivocally with Ukrainians, Slava Ukraini, but I don't. And the reasons are as follows. Canada's suffering financially. Canada's suffering through opioid crisis and drug addictions and homelessness and housing crisis, and we have crime rampant, and we have a lot of money that needs to be poured into our infrastructure. And if now looking at the books, we're finding out that, hey, we're spending all this money on other people's problems, I have an issue with that. Even if it is for a good cause, even if it is helping people in Gaza that need food and, like, they're going to die without our food. I'm sorry, but there's other countries out there that could probably do that while we start to fix ourselves, because we have hundreds of thousands of homeless people, it's not millions of homeless people, literally just frightening our country, and it's like we're kind of turning into a zombie apocalypse in this country. And it's freaking hell, man. As a father of 2 kids, my priority is making sure that my kids are safe. My loyalty goes to my kids, not to, saving Ukraine or Gaza. So when I find out that more and more of our money is going towards other countries instead of letting
life for you and I here, kids and your kids, and grandchildren and great-grandchildren, I have a really big problem with that. But the problem doesn't start or even end with conspirators. Conspirators are also a bit of a problem in this. We're going to get into that very soon because unanimously, our Canadian politicians Slava Ukraine. Then I have a problem with that. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to another video, everybody. Before we do it, I do want to good job to hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't yet. In the last video, I said that I was going to church for a year. Church by the time the video was posted. And now I'm recording this video just to be back in church. And it was a similar experience to how it was last week. So for those that don't really know, conversation in previous videos will probably come up again in the near future sometime this week. But especially online, we don't really talk about how to protect ourselves. And I actually have the perfect way to protect yourself online, but it also so happens to be a sponsor. This video is brought to you with Mark Carney. A very meaningful meeting with Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney. I am grateful for this visit that the President took place today on such an important day for Independence Day. This is highly symbolic as Canada was among the first to recognize the restoration of Ukraine's independence to recognize our sovereign state. Today, important documents are clear agreements that have been signed and action plan for the implementation of the Agreement on Security Cooperation between our countries and the Agreement on Mutual Administrative Assistance, Customs, agreements signed at the ministerial level, and letter of intent on drone production. We also discussed the policy. Okay, first of all, why is Canada signing anything to do with intent on drone production? I do not know of Canada having possessing or manufacturing drones. And if we do manufacture drones, why don't we have them for ourselves? Why are we putting out stuff for other countries and not keeping stuff for ourselves? This is weird. Unless I'm missing something, which I very well could be, but this is very weird. We also discussed diplomacy, work within the coalition of the Ukrainian sanctions efforts, energy cooperation, Canada's potential assistance in Ukraine's reconstruction, rehabilitation programs for our veterans, as well as our defense cooperation. So we're helping strengthening the veterans. Instead of helping our own veterans, we're not prioritizing per se, but we're putting a lot of money towards Ukrainian veterans. I'm grateful for Canada's readiness to join the PURL program, which allows for increased support for Ukraine through U.S. weapons procurement. This means an additional $500 million, a very important contribution. Right now, drones are the number one priority in defense and tactical operations as they help save lives on the battlefield. The funds allocated by Canada will be directed specifically towards drone production. We discussed this and agreements have been reached. I am grateful for Mark Carney in Canada for all of the support that is absolutely sincere. Thank you. And on social media, he got an overwhelming amount of support, 11,000 likes and only just under 500 comments. But when you read the comments, it's a lot of people saying, go away, F off, we don't support Ukraine, all the things that, most of the things that I would align a lot of my beliefs with. So at the beginning of the video, I talked about how it's not just the liberals that are the problem, it's also, unfortunately, the conservatives. And this is something that I turned a blind eye to in 2022, 2023, 2024, until the election in 2025. And I can't turn a blind eye to it now. This isn't necessarily a make or break for some people's support for political parties, but it's a massive issue that does need to have some sort of spotlight on. Here's what Pierre Poilievre said in 2023, I believe, about Ukraine.
And it will be conservatives who will continue to stand with the Ukrainian people now against the illegal, unjustifiable, and ego-driven bloodshed initiated by Vladimir Putin. We will stand up every day and every way in favor of the export of 83,000 CRV-7 missiles that the Ukrainian government has asked for. We also call on the government to keep its promise that thus far has been broken to deliver air defense systems, $400 million of which were announced on January 10th, 2023. Putin has said he wants our Arctic. We know that once he defeats one country that he invades, he will move on to the next. His appetite for expansionism is insatiable. We stand with you now and always. Slava Ukraini.
I have a problem with that because the Conservative Party stands unequivocally with Ukraine. And I get standing with the Ukrainian people. There's a lot of Ukrainian Canadians. I get that. But again, like, it's not our war. And if our politicians are kind of bullied into this type of rhetoric, maybe they can be bullied out of this rhetoric. Not that that's my goal, but come on, conservatives, stop supporting this. Like, if Canada didn't have a strong Ukrainian population, right? If there weren't millions, because I think there's like 1 or 2 million Ukrainian Canadians living in Canada, or something along the lines. It's like a pretty big number. But if that wasn't a thing, if there were like 5 Ukrainian Canadians living in Canada, would Canada feel this type of political pressure? Would the Conservative Party feel this type of political pressure to stand unequivocally with Ukraine? Slava Ukrainian. We gotta send more. We gotta send more. Or is this specifically a way to try and coach a really large voter base in Canada? Right, not a majority by any means, but a large. Like, if there's 1 million Ukrainian Canadians, that's a lot of people. That's a lot of votes, man. That could bring your vote count from 7 million to 7.8 or 8 million, right? Like, that's a lot of freaking people. So I'm going to pass the question off to you, because most of the audience is a conservative voter base. How do you feel about this? Because this is a really divisive issue. Do you like the fact that the Conservative Party still to this day stands unequivocally with Ukraine and actually criticizes the Liberal government for not sending enough? Or do you not like that, and do you feel really strongly about that? Let me know where you guys stand down below. And then we gotta take a look at the boots on the ground comments that Mark Carney said, because we could actually be in a position where Canada is involved in this war and the Canadians are fighting against Russia, which is insane to think about, but Mark Carney is actually making it a bit of a reality. So let's take a look.
And starting out so it's this is immediate. We know the immediate needs, and we, as a partner of Ukraine, are working directly, for example, in joint production, which you just referenced, but then more broadly buying in drones from other sources, and also following the Danish model, the pre-financing model, for production here in Ukraine. With respect to security guarantees, I think we all recognize that the core of the security guarantee, the front line, the foundation, is robust Ukrainian armed forces. And it's crucial in those regards that the military equipment today and tomorrow is here, the industrial capacity is here. It's crucial that the training capacity is there as well. And I note that since Russia's illegal seizure of Crimea, Operation Unifier, which Canada put in place, has trained over 45,000 Ukrainian troops. This will become even more important going forward. That's the front line, but that's should be buttressed by the coalition of the willing, potentially the United States, in matters of intelligence and other support. We are working through with our allies in the coalition of the willing and with Ukraine the modalities of those security guarantees on land, in the air, and the sea, and I would not exclude the presence of troops. We need a cessation of hostilities. We need a ceasefire. We can call it a...
So there it was. I would not exclude the presence of troops. Carney is not ruling out the Canadian troops on the ground in Ukraine in the security guarantee process. To do what? To play Scrabble? To play cribbage? No, of course not. It's to fight Russians. This is wild. I don't agree with this at all. This is never left up to a vote. If it was, unfortunately, most of our politicians would be voting in favor of this. But a lot of Canadians are very much against this. And who's going? Which one of you watching down below in the comments, let me know, are going to willingly sign up for this? I don't want this. I don't want...
Canada is saying goodbye, United States. You see, Canada is beyond being just furious at the Trump regime and the United States. Canada has moved on. Canada is saying we are finding new allies across the world. We are changing our economy to become far less dependent on the United States. And because of what the Trump regime has done to Canada, and the authoritarianism that festers in the United States, Canada will continue to boycott United States products. Canada will continue to boycott United States tourism. And Canada will lead the international boycott of American products and of tourism into the U.S.
Canada is back at the bargaining table. This time, Mark Carney is demanding revenue cuts. He frames it as a strategy for Canada. Well, that's what it is. That's on the 17th. Carney is scrambling yet again. America is only the country. That's the difference between this and the empty side. That's the Canadian side. With all the arrogance of so many people global market, we demanded gold medals as decisions. America owns rare earths are only another. They're the backbone of the defense system. Understand that. That's why we didn't hesitate to slap it in its back. America first will protect it. Don't hand over critical resources to another U.S. spent years while posing much to China. Already trust Canada because he's playing checkers while companies play chess. The message cannot be broken. We respect the deals which fulfill others' conditions. Trump's response was direct and conduct and with Carney and Reagan, Trump made short of conception. He slammed the door for the mind and the world of U.S. resources. His husband made it out. He was found studying the Trump and negotiate for the U.S. not interested. His focus is about protecting That's what leadership looks like. Carney wanted leverage as they explode. One guy thought the other acts. Rare earth metals are the lifeblood of power. Without them, there are no smartphones or advanced weapons, energy solutions. And soon, China knows this. That's why it's going to be clear and long. But Carney gives his officials declared itself. Everybody knows why Carney's trying to position himself as political. One side, and attack by shutting down the demand, he's not only but also reminding allies that America is focused. Rare earths aren't about mining contracts. They're about national security. And under Trump's national security comes first. Period. Canada has tied its tech hopes to the Belt and Road, believing that hitching its wagon to China's global project will guarantee access to supply chains and markets. Carney talks about partnerships.
innovation. But the reality is much worse. The Belt and Road is not a free market initiative. It is Beijing's power grab designed to control trade routes and corner resources. By leaning on this, Canada is showing weakness, dependency, not vision. Instead of standing firm with America, Carney is betting on an unreliable partner that weaponizes supply whenever it suits their strategy. And I mean, come on, guys. We've seen on social media when Trudeau was in power. The interactions, whenever you try to talk to Xi, he just ignored it. He doesn't even view him as a player. This is not leadership. With Carney, it's dependency disguised as ambition. Trump sees it clearly. Once you start handing over strategic industries to China, you're giving up control of your life, your future. And that's why he won't let Canada drag America into this trap. The Belgian road may look shiny in brochures, but it's revealed with strings attached. Strings that show sovereignty. Trump's America isn't playing that game. Carney should have learned by now that tech power is built on independence, not handouts. If Canada wants to gamble, they won't do it with America's resources. America First strategy is not merely a slogan, it's a clear framework for survival in a competitive world. Carney showed up with demands, but he didn't show up with leverage. That's the difference. Trump understands that. Strength comes from building the wall, protecting resources, and refusing to.
I'm Frank Vaughn. It's August 24th, 2025, happy Sunday. And I am so burned out on Canada. Because even though you can see things coming, and even though you can somewhat accurately predict them, it's still a shock to actually see it happen in real time. Canada's like the global Karen. We're hyper-reactive. Imagine you're an electrician, and you go to someone's house to quote them a job, and that person doesn't want to pay your price. They want to give you the money that you think you deserve. And so instead of negotiating a fair price and making counter arguments, you say, if you don't pay me what I want, I'm going to burn down your whole house. That's Canada's position. Except you have to picture it. Canada doesn't have a lighter. We don't have a cellar. We don't have anything to start a fire at all. In fact, all we have are buckets of water, which we're threatening to burn the house down with. What U.S. goods will no longer be subject to Canadian tariffs because now Mark Carney is somehow a hero. The headline, I believe it was, hang on, I gotta pull this image up. You guys are gonna love this. The joke headline is Canadians can put their elbows down and keep their heads high. Why? Because we threatened to cut off 1.5 million people from their electricity? Because, as you'll see in this article, something that I guess we're supposed to be proud of, which blows my mind. This line right here, this is an underreported, underdiscussed line. Carney said Canada's retaliatory measures will be lifted for CUSMA, because we have to change the acronym around. I guess that's part of holding our heads high, is we fight over acronyms. Like it makes perfect sense that in real-world negotiations with our largest trading partner, where all we can do is make idle threats that we can't come good on, that we would be concerned about the order of letters in an agreement which we broke. Measures will be lifted for CUSMA-compliant goods coming to Canada from the U.S. starting September 1st. Do you realize that the United States never, not once, tariffed CUSMA, or USMCA, as everybody else calls it, what is good, compliant goods? I got more McDonald's today. We did. Canada, the same Canada that threatened to cut off their hydro, the same Canada that threatened to take their ball and leave, and somehow this channel physically either to Asia or Europe, all kinds of reactions. 2 million channels. We're like a really skinny kid making threats to the schoolyard bully. And the only thing that's saving us is the schoolyard bully is fascinated that we would be so unhinged rather than getting angry about it because nobody takes us seriously. Canada can't be taken seriously. We fall into the G7. We're now a G9 country. Europe isn't paying attention to us. Asia just isn't caring for us. Now, I want you to understand, my criticism is what I'm partisan. doubles down. And he's right. Carney sold himself to this country as the world's premier.
Things are getting so bad in England that even the bleeding heart liberals are finding themselves going, oh, this isn't really what I intended, and yet this is the consequence that we have. This is a long and interesting post from Stephen Knight, who goes by the Godless Spellchecker. He has a podcast, go check him out. It's a really nice chap. I've met him on several occasions now, and he's just very polite. He comes from the era of the kind of New Ageist, late 2000s, early 2010s consensus of liberalism. And so he describes himself in the beginning as, I'm a bleeding heart liberal, I'm pro-immigration, love the fact that the country I live in offers asylum to the oppressed. So he's a fully paid up card-carrying member of being liberal, and yet, even now, we've got to the point where even the sport, like, I think he'd probably call himself a YIMBY, to be honest, not NIMBY. But even he's like, well, things have just gone far too far, haven't they? And so we'll look into his reasoning here. He says, my life and surroundings are better because of the people whose parents or grandparents came to the UK from the Middle East or Africa. Despite cultural differences of skin colour, they were still primarily British. And in previous generations, you could probably argue that. I mean, in the 90s, early 2000s, there were people who were not ethnically British in Britain who had just were always around and just were considered just not really thought of as being any different because culturally they were identical because they didn't have the sort of numbers to create ethnic enclaves. And so these people had to be integrated. Moreover, like American black culture didn't seem to have
Look, we got a quarter pounder for you.
affected the black community and ethnic minority communities in the way it has
So
now.
this channel
Like,
one thing, a million views,
it
guys.
just genuinely drives me crazy is how Americans, the ethnic minorities are these days. And I'm sure that this is a consequence of the internet primarily.
Yeah, next up 3 million.
But I mean, it just creates a chasm of difference between them and us. And so in his day, that hadn't happened. And I'm roughly the same age, so I'm probably a little bit older. But I remember it too, and it was different. He says, as a working class kid, I was part of the first generations to experience mixed race schooling and culture.
No, because I really, I'm convinced I have waste time written on my forehead, because why did I spend all day texting it up with this guy? For him to book a date at 7:30, right? 6:55 rolls around, I'm doing my hair, I'm like, I'm running late. Let me text him, hey, do you mind pushing the date 15 minutes? I'm running late. Whatever. No answer, no response. I'm like, okay, maybe he doesn't have his phone. 7:30 rolls around. Our date was at 7:30. I don't care if your phone's dead. I don't know what happened. You could have given me a heads up. And I'm like, okay, let me call him. Whatever. I called him twice. That went straight to voicemail. So I'm like, well, my messages are delivering, so I don't know if he blocked me, whatever. I go and hinge me. I'm like, what was the reason? What was the reason?
Well, could be several reasons, sweetie. Maybe he thought you were annoying and didn't want to talk to you anymore. Maybe he found a woman he liked more than you and he decided to go out with her instead of you. Or maybe he just wanted to stay home and play Warhammer, so he unmatched you so he wouldn't have to hear you talk crap about him canceling the date. But at the end of the day, sweetie, you shouldn't be surprised he did this because you lovely ladies do it to men all the time. And I know that getting a taste of your own medicine kind of sucks, but guess what? Get over it.
Y'all keep telling women that our bodies are only worth a plate of food, and you wonder why women are just over it.
Sweetie, the problem isn't that men think women's bodies are worth a plate of food. A person's body is actually priceless. And if a lot of women thought the same way, they would always go 50-50 on dates.
because that immediately conveys to the man that she's not gonna put out just because he paid for her food. But you see, sweetie, a lot of you lovely ladies outright demand that a man pays for the date, and usually you want them to take you to an expensive restaurant. But the thing is, if a man's gonna spend a few $100s to take you to a fancy dinner, you bet your dreadlocks he's gonna want you to put out because he already paid for you. And if you refuse to put out after he already spent the money, it doesn't convey any kind of moral decency. It just means that you're negotiating price.
This chain of logic is correct, and what is correct is sacred.
And this, sweetie, is that word that starts with P and rhymes with Constitution.
Propaganda tool.
What's the problem here?
Whoa, Hillary Clinton? Does Bill know you're posting low-value cringe on TikTok? By all means, cringe away.
Women? Women that make more money? You think women should make less money so there's more men that they would like? Is that what you're suggesting? How about, I don't know, training more men to want to stay at home to take care of kids? How about that?
Actually, a lot of men would be happy to be stay-at-home husbands and take care of the kids. Problem is, most women don't want to be the breadwinner in the relationship, and a lot of them aren't capable of doing that.
How about advocating for men to offer more than just money? You know, like being emotionally available and someone interesting to talk to, or something like that. I make more money than most guys I meet, and that's not going to change. And I can tell you that the first thing I look at with a guy is not how much he earns.
Every day, more lies.
Yeah, and you didn't stick with any of those guys. Otherwise, you wouldn't be making this video.
But are you a guy? Are you a guy? Are you a guy coming on a woman's page to tell me how women think?
Yes, because unlike you, sweetie, we actually date women. And we found that a lot of the times, a lot of women will say that they don't care about a man's money and that they want a man who's quote-unquote emotionally intelligent, only to ignore that guy and go for the rich chads who don't care about their emotions. The problem is, those guys don't commit to annoying women.
I also got a course down there, guys.
Hey everyone. It's so glamorous and fun being young and in New York City and going out.
Yo,
and it is.
I got more McDonald's today.
So, she's wearing white pants, and it's her time of the month, so she's got a nasty red stain between her legs that she wanted to show to innocent people on the internet.
Yeah, next up, 3 million. Oh, yeah. That is million? I think that's million.
Every man I've ever met that said something along the lines of, I'm so against cheating because I never wanted to provide a health government was the most disgusting cheater I've ever met.
Well, see, you either have bad taste in men, or the men you date quickly get tired of your attitude and find other women. Population. Yeah, seriously. 1 second into your video, and I'm getting 9 out of 10 on you, even though you're other men. Yo, what is good?
No, women, most don't get wiped up like that. Men get someone that's submissive and gonna follow their program. These bosses.
I like how their whole thing is like become a high value man. I don't know if I can stress this enough, but if you, in order to feel like a high value man, desire a woman who is just submissive and will go along with you, then you are not a high value man.
Wrong, comrade. High status, high earning, high value man doesn't take anything or tolerate crap from a woman who can barely afford a happy meal.
Then you are not, even by your own standards, an alpha male. You are a beta's view of an alpha male. Because your self-esteem and your ego are so fragile that the minute your ramen disagrees with you, you just melt down. You just lose it. You think that's what alpha looks like? You need your partner to be all submissive to you? That's not what an alpha male looks like, okay? That's not what a high-value man looks like.
Yes, because you, of all people, would know what a high-value alpha male looks like.
Oh, wait, you serious? Let me laugh even harder.
A high-value man knows how to listen to his partner. Oh, shut up. Well, comrade,
Then we hung up on the 55 here. A boy volleyball. There's some messages between you and 10-year-old boy.
Okay, right now I got one.
That's why I don't
You guys brought this up.
I don't understand why you is your butler why do you think this moment? You said you wanted to be safe. So what are you doing? No, my man. Are you the man in charge? Okay, we'll let all the parents know what's going on. A coach in there, Levi Garrett, and the South Beach banned me from bringing it to their attention. They come up here, they let the other parents know. And he's not recording? I'll make you recording. Why is Levi Garrett is a 30-year-old gay man. And, you know, hey, who is out there? But the thing is, I would not let you do what you will when it comes to the children. He's coaching a boy volleyball. The age range that he's attracted to, that's actually the age range coaching. Right now, what we're about to go through is we'll pull up on him. We're doing a trial today. I want to try to find out why he's talking to two boys that just like lying. You guys are probably like, why didn't you get him at his house? If you look at these big cities, the chances of him getting arrested just goes. So I feel like with a confrontation at his job, with him being around kids, I'm gonna put the ball in the court of the Indianapolis Police Department. So man, I really don't got anything else to say. Let's go get this for you. Alright, y'all. We just made it here. There was a lot of kids here, and I already know they're gonna recognize me off the list. Let's hold this part real quick. You know what Jesus? Just have to do this. That's the one we go with there. Like the Lord is after the faith and mercy after we get all the information we need. Let the police department come in and help us solve it. And Lord, we just all can improve the president's benefit. Say all this in Jesus' name. Hey, how you guys doing? Oh, good. It's Coach Garrett here. No idea. Oh, that's all good. No, I appreciate y'all. I think that's him. Is that him right there? Hey, Coach Garrett. How you doing, my man? Garrett, right? Yeah. What's up? I want to support you. All your calls and the chance to get voted out. Hey man, can I just talk to you outside? Yeah, give me just like a yeah. I just got a package here. Package? Yeah. Got some messages online. I mean, I don't want to talk about it in front of everybody. You want to just like maybe step outside to talk about it? Okay. Okay, appreciate that. Like, I'm literally at work right now. Yeah, I mean, I understand. Yeah, it's just really important. You know what I mean? So I don't think you're bad. Right now I'm at work. So I'm literally on the clock. Okay, I feel that. I mean, I think maybe stepping out 5 minutes should be good. It's totally up to you though. Right now, I'm literally on the clock. When do you think you could talk? Right now, I don't know who you are. Okay, well, my name is DeMarcus, that's man. Fine. And right now, I'm at work. There was a big leak on Liner, and there was some messages between you and 10-year-old boy. Okay, right now I'm at work. I understand that, but it's kind of like where you work at. That's the problem. Why I gotta talk to you. Where I work at? With there being boys around the same age. I don't think you're a bad guy. It's just. Right now I'm at work, and I have to work. Okay, I mean, can I just talk to you about it? I mean, I don't think you want your coworkers finding out about. This is my boss right now. I mean, do you want him?
I don't think you want Andrew knowing about this. Oh, I don't want any problems. Hey, how you doing, Andrew, man? My name's DeMarcus. Some of your kids here, they recognize me. Do you want me to tell them? This obviously, I don't know. So this is your business. It's my business. Okay, so there's some messages online on the app Grindr between him and a 15-year-old boy. You know, I know he's saying he's at work, but that's kind of like why I wanted to talk to him. I'm not police or anything. Obviously, where he is working with, like, the age range being 15 here. Okay, so it's on your scene out here. Exactly. That's why yeah. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Alright. Just, no. We don't want to clear this recording. This is for our safety, you know what I mean? You're in business, so I don't want you to see this. I mean, I'm not trying to make this. Let me see this. I don't think see this. You guys brought this up. I mean, I don't understand why I have to. Okay. I mean, would you want to hear it? I don't want to hear that. Okay. Yeah. So, you know, a lot of your kids out there, you have an organization called you talking to underage people online. Yeah. I mean, very graphic images about this. You know, no, you told me that why you from the environment. I don't remember that. It was that you know, honestly, and the major problem I have. Oh, then maybe a black guy, something that, yeah, okay, yeah, I mean, there should be nothing obviously, so you understand this marriage, right? So you know, always you know wrong, especially with you being my problem is the fact that I don't know you. You show up, I even show up. It's a mediated conversation. Since the party that was sending this stuff, I wanted to send it. Who recommends talk about it? You still coaching? Okay, yeah. So in the messages before we talked about how we used to do can I talk to this player? Yeah, I mean, yeah. Guys, that outfit. Okay. People showing up, being my information, and I'm freaking out. This shit doesn't So, first off, I do appreciate this. Yeah, I mean, totally. I understand you got a business to run and everything. I mean, I wasn't going to get you involved. You have my look. Okay. I'm working on this. Okay. I'm asking. If you guys can do what you got to do, yeah. Okay. We're asking to keep the academy out of this. Okay. You know, I'm not here to put the academy's name out there or anything. This is for business, and this doesn't come up on that. And I understand that, and you have nothing to worry about. You know what I mean? That's why I was saying you don't want to go wrong. That is what I was saying about that. I can see that. You know what I mean? The whole reason why I asked if you want to step outside is, you don't care. Don't. I mean, I think the first thing is I'm my mic is more worried about the business worried about the kids. Well, first thing first, I'm asking this on that. We're trying to defend, not defend, but protect the vulnerable situation. You're saying you're trying to protect the sport. I'm more worried about the kids. So, I mean, we can get outside while we get all this involved. Nice to meet you, man. And I totally agree with you. And I promise you, I don't think you're getting invited to the academy. No, I know it's very cool. I guess let's maybe get a little bit more coffee so we're not going to front door or anything. You understand why these messages are bad, especially right, Levi? I'm not going to worry that I don't really. I'm just trying to figure out, man, is this a pattern? Have you done this more times before? Other boys that were 10 years old? And this is the first time. That's what I came here to talk to you about that. You know, when you let your player know, obviously they're going to have to report it. You know, to bring up on that house. Yes, sir. Information of where I live, which is definitely a problem. And you show up at my work. So your house information is public. I mean, you can find my house information if you look me up. You know what I mean? Really, my information is not that public. It is. I mean, your name is literally on the staff website for being an assistant coach here. You're actually digging deeper into their system, so you're actually hacking through their system. How am I hacking their system? I can literally have a link to the website. I don't know who you are. What do you want to know about me? Ask me a question. I don't know anything about you. And obviously, you're not comprehensive. Is this your butt right here? Is that my butt? Yes. Yeah, that is. So why don't we send this photo of your butt to a secretary? I guess why did you send it? Literally don't know. You said you want to go safe or bareback. Do you understand how this is a bad look? I mean, you're a volleyball boy coach. You literally snitched on yourself. I didn't come out. Okay, so, hey boss, there's this guy that came up to me. Oh no, trust me, I'm not gonna close to you, man. I mean, you're sending pictures of your booty hole. I don't want this job. I'm kidding. Wow, yeah, actually, wow. So, this is my friend Levi here. Levi, we're not gonna talk to the 15-year-old boys here, right? Okay. Levi, he admitted on camera, we have it all recorded, that he was talking to a 15-year-old boy on Grindr. He sent multiple pictures of his hole. I have run into this before. Yeah. I would say our prosecutor will not check. Okay, I love that. Wait, can you give me the name of your prosecutor? If you want to search it up. Can you at least call in and let your prosecutor do you have to call in to get a director? Yeah, okay, well I'm asking, are you ever going to do this again? Yeah. So this is your last time sending these pictures to your boy. You promise? Yeah. Can you tell the officer, I promise I'll never do this again? This is your last time. You'll never send a picture of your asshole to a 14-year-old boy. You're trying to do the right thing, and every year you're doing it. Yeah. But our prosecutor and our sex crime. So what are you going to do? Nothing. Nothing. Okay, so I love that. Can I get your name and badge number? Last name's Keith, 4617. I literally have a rest here in Indiana. Was it in Marion County? It was actually Marion, Indiana. That's one. So I'm going to tell you right now, Marion County is not the place to be doing this. They get Oh, tainted evidence. Okay, so, but I have a rest in Indiana. Whatever has to be in this thing, right? So I have enforced the laws like that. The American Indiana follow different rule sets than Indiana when it comes to the law. Yeah. So there's different laws in the same state. Well, here, I want to tell you, today's your lucky day. You can as many 15-year-old boys as you want, man. Go back in there and you have a whole buffet in there, man. Hey, also, would you like to see some probable solid evidence? Oh, you can't take a look. Oh, you're not correct. Since you can't look at any of the evidence, I'm going to read it. Equal says, you mind? I'm kind of young. No, I don't mind. And he said, cool, because I'm 15. And then right after you learn the age, you know, you picture him in the thong. Admitted on camera that this was him. Oh, this is him getting by a dildo. His butthole right here. Even if you can't do it, I totally understand that, but it's just the optic cover, you know. You can at least pretend something about it. You can anything like that. You can be like, yeah, that's not evidence, man. Oh, okay, you know, maybe when you question them, like, hey, what they're saying also is the truth. Based upon previous experiences, I'm telling you that isn't going anywhere. So you can't enforce the law? I enforce laws that So, okay, so is it a crime for a grown man to send pictures of his butthole to an underage kid, yes or no? Did he not send pictures of his butthole to a 15-year-old boy? With also how to generate stuff in AI, stuff like that. We can't prove that it was not somehow edited. But you also have to, can you ask him? I mean, you got a body cam. It still wouldn't matter. Why would it not matter? It's called proof of poisonous free. Right, so say if I did talk to him. Technically, you showed me this evidence, now I'm questioning him due to that evidence. That's still proof of poisonous free. So if he just wanted to leave right now, what would stop him? Nothing. Is he going back inside where kids are? No, I think he's getting stuff. Yo, my man, are you the man in charge? Okay, we'll let all the parents know what's going on then. Yeah. No, okay, yeah. We're going to get off your property. I'm going to just wait right over there, and then when these parents walk out, so that building right there is yours? This whole lot. The whole thing, top to bottom. Are you going to inform the parents what's going on? I'm going to handle the situation.
The crazy thing about it is Michael Ortman is the overseer and the director of the Volleyball Academy Club. And he was already caught up to speed on what was all going on. But he wasn't too happy that the parents were about to come outside and see this whole fiasco. So as the director and protector of children, he had to clean up the mess before the parents came out.
You need you to remove yourself from the property.
Okay, but it's an ongoing police investigation, so I'm gonna send over by the police. Yeah, let's go. I mean, there's no way you can tell me that that's your building right there.
All one property.
It's all one property. So instead of wanting to work with me with a predator coach that you guys hired,
I have zero information to give you any appropriate response.
What do you want me to give you the information?
Right now he's asking you guys to leave.
Okay, but can you? I mean, I need to figure out. This. There's no way this is your property. Yeah, you're pointing this way and this way. We're over here. Yo, Eric, come over here. We're not on your property no more. How about you show the zoning law?
Have to show you anything?
Show the officer, because he has an issue with trespass. He can't just take your word that this whole thing is your property.
If he's saying he's paying for the property, then it's...
I'll pay for the property.
No, that's not how that works.
I mean, obviously it is. Do you even know his name? How can you even confirm that this is his property? So you're going to kick me off first, then talk to him? If you confirm that this is his property, I'll leave. But until then, I'm standing right here. And I'm going to let every single parent know what the you guys are doing. You're a worse piece of shit than him. Mom, I just want to let you know that one of the coaches, he was talking to a 15-year-old boy sexually online, and we reported him to the police, and now they're banning us from the property. You guys don't leave. That's the rest of the fence. I don't want you guys to have to do that. Okay.
The name of the coach?
Yeah, it's Levi Garrett. He's right over there. Yes, ma'am. And they're banning me from the property for exposing the truth. He came to meet a 15-year-old boy, and they're banning he came to meet a 14-year-old boy, Levi Garrett, and the academy owners are banning me from the premises. Yeah, what? Oh, man, you got so much urgency now, man. I love it, bro. No, real time is happening. You can be a real cop now. Hey, I want to talk real slow, but we're going to get off this property. Excuse me, family, that's close to me. We talked to a 15-year-old boy, and they're banning me from the premises. Whoa, wait. What's up, man? Oh, yeah, we're leaving right now. Oh, you know, what's up? Because we love that you guys do your job with trespassing. We understand you don't care about child predators, so we're going to leave you right now. Amazing. Oh, what's the about us? What's up today? You want any of the evidence charges? Oh, you don't? Okay, let's go then. Let's go. Bye-bye. A coach in there, Levi Garrett, has been a 0%, and the South Beach banned me for bringing it to their attention. I just want you guys to know what your guys' kids are part of. Bye-bye. Great job. Amazing police work. Yes, ma'am. Oh, yes, ma'am. It's called EDP Watch. This is what the man looks like. His name, you've probably seen him. Oh, go on? Okay. Here. This is literally every message. I'll give that to you. If you want to, you can show the other parents. Because, yes, ma'am. And he sent that to a 15-year-old boy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, and we're going to stay out here and keep on spreading the word. This coach right here, Levi Garrett, he works here at the academy. He was trying to have sex with a 15-year-old boy. 15-year-old? Yes. Oh, I literally saw him in here. Yo, my man, this coach right here, he was trying to have sex with a 15-year-old boy. Right here. Yo, this coach was trying to have sex with a 15-year-old boy right here. You know? And they banned me. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Oh my gosh, the guy that banned me is walking over here. I'm on a public roadway. You want the evidence? I don't have an email. You didn't give me an email. They literally just. Do you want the evidence? Yes or no? If he's not recording? Oh no, you can just walk back then.
I'm going to be respectful and appropriate.
Yeah. No, I'll walk back. Here, but if you want the evidence, you can take this. Oh, you are? All right. Hey, great job, bro. Why is the child predator still on your property? There's children on your property. Why, pink shirt, man? Please don't flag my video when your face is in it. We're going to go to the police station. We're going to try to report all this. We're going to try to get a case number because they didn't give us a case number. They didn't take any of the evidence, so I don't know what investigation they're going to do. You shouldn't have to try this hard to chase justice, but we're going to do our best, man. There's power in numbers, so whenever we make that call for you guys to call the DA or call the police department, we ask that you guys answer that call, just blow them up, especially if you live in Indianapolis, and also, get some elected officials that do something about crime, man. Please return when safe and dial 311 from your cell. Oh my God. My favorite part of the drive. Oh yeah. Oh man, I mean,
You know, you guys got a lot more manpower than I do. We have an organization called EVP Watch to report online predators. We didn't get a case number. We didn't get a chance to give any of the evidence. I would love that. I would love to get that. I would love to get that. I would love to get you guys the evidence. I would love to get that. I would like to why can't I give it to you guys? So that way, when the investigator gets to it, you guys could just tell them, hey, this is what we need to get evidence, which all other 90 police departments we've ever worked with here in Indiana have done. I mean, shit, who really wants the evidence on the spot? Again, I just want to get evidence. I'm begging. Will you take your flash drive off? Oh man, this is crazy. They just don't want to do evidence. Yes, ma'am. All I want to do is just get the case number and get the evidence. That's all. I'm not asking you guys to go wait in house or anything. I just want to get the evidence. That's really all.
Hold on, make your phone report. Take that. That's your report number.
Can I ask why I can't get it right?
Is that what you need?
Can I give you what you need?
Don't want that.
So you don't want that? So you're saying right now you don't want that? Yeah, you know what? The evidence right here. So, yeah, I'm going to take number on the thing. They kicked me off. Wow. I never messed up. Yeah, I will. And you provide with evidence. Do you want it? Okay. That's my evidence. Okay. I'll show you. Here, how about this? No, I mean, it's fine. Like, I mean, you don't know who I am. Believe it or not, we get more truth than if you see it. I'm not questioning you guys' feelings. I just never heard of a police department not taking evidence on me. That's all I've never heard of. The first time it's happened. It's still legal, right? What time you use the search? Come back no matter what. Yeah, court. But how can we get the court if they don't have the evidence? Hey, can I get another case report number? Whoever wrote this, their handwriting shit. Like, I'm not even trying to be rude. I cannot read this at all. If I could get somebody that doesn't have Tourette's to write another one, that would help. I'm not even trying to be a dickhead. Look at this. This is actually horrible. I do. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. I can read this. Alright, man. So we're getting straight into the outro because we have a lot to talk about. We gotta get this dude arrested, right? And I've learned from past experience, don't just complain about the police department. Yeah, Indianapolis Police Department sucks, but the people that can make them do their job is the Indianapolis Prosecuting Office or Marion County Prosecuting Office. The head prosecutor of Marion County, where this taking place, is Ryan. And this is all his information, and this is all the information from to the DA's office, the email, phone number, and this is the case number that the police were reluctantly gave to me. So if you want to see if you can actually have the police contact all these information things right here, give them the case number, and let them know what happened and what is prosecuted. This is the best surefire way to make sure there's justice for the. I'm telling you guys, we've done it so many times before, where I will never hear anything from the police or anything. Then after we post a video and we do it like this, a couple days later, we get a call from the detective. Also, we have both conviction and arrest in the state of Indiana. Crazy about it is it's always Marion County where we have to work cases. There's literally a county that's about 10 minutes away from Marion, Indiana, where we can get an arrest or conviction that for some reason Marion County loves presidential office. So, Ryan and me, let's see if we can change the narrative on as far as protect the people in their community and actually prosecute crime, especially when it has to do with somebody that's a volleyball coach that is directly in contact in the position. How old is he? He is 25 years old. And he's trying to be a what? 11? Oh my God. At his parents' house. Okay, so Edward, why would you want to say that, you know, I want to be to someone who's a preteen at a bad day? Would you just shame him? There are a lot of people. You can't help it.
like to let you take one. You think about the executive is destroying your I'm not a black.
Sid? So skinny. Chad, that dog is skinny, man. I probably just call like animal control or something. Oh, bro, there's like, you don't need no gas. Oh my god, bro. Bro, if I just kept saying this pushing. Oh, Chad, you see how I know what's the hot gas? Oh, it's gas. Thank you, my man. Thank you guys so much. A lifesaver. Y'all was gonna say. Bro just gave us gas. Don't be mad. How you doing? Well, it's How you doing, man? Okay, thank you so much, officer. Everything happens for a reason. Thanks, Chad. We're here, Chad. We're about to mic up. Got what? How old is he? Trying to get a what? 11. Oh my god. At his parents' house. Like, what do you think's gonna happen? Like, you gotta stick around?
We're here, Chad. We're outside. We're waiting for him to come get her.
Yeah, Pedro said he'll be back. Be back. Stay close by. Stay there.
That's what's going on, Chad. I'll never see her, but it's something. It's weird. It's always
Just heard somebody, just heard her say him herself.
That's counter. Just counter one. That's what he said. Well, now it's a dog going to talk about the white ball.
I never say sorry, huh? What did they say? They should saying like he's saying he was in Laggett. That's the town next over, Laggett. Oh, listen.
Anthony.
It's not like anybody's in here. Really? He's not here. Yeah, I didn't come up here. You want to knock him out? Yeah. If I have to guess, I might have multiple. We're going to try this one. Nobody in here.
Hello, Joker. Is there an Anthony? An Anthony? An Anthony,
I already told him. How far is that next house? 18 minutes. Dad. So we're gonna ask Dad. Yo, Alex, you go ask your dad real quick. Yes, sir.
Hey, do you know if Schwartz or not, or?
Yo, Alex, you hear anything?
No, it's not.
This is how, like, in the next town over working, that's like 15 minutes away.
Yeah, absolutely. Try to text him. That is the phone actually.
Yeah, he's texting. What's he saying? Saying drop it?
Drop it, and you're talking to 13-year-old.
11-year-old. Alex is right about this, man. The stupider people are the more difficult ones. But he's stupid. Like, he actually is stupid. Maybe beat him with his dad. What if we send him a picture with him and his dad? Gosh, bro. It's like texting your girl when you're in the hot seat and you try and clutch. If it's those two dogs, does that mean that he read it? If you saw him motion, he'll take a selfie with his dad.
He's trying to do it earlier. That's why I came here. He's trying to invite like an 11-year-old girl to fucking sleep with him here on this property. No, I know you did, but everything I was there. Yeah, he does it a lot. I think that Paul is telling to come here because he is dead. Yeah, so doctor and well, he's got a girlfriend. Yeah, I think I'm calling him because I'm not trying to cause any drama with him, but I think we're going to find a shit that
See, you make them and show you the messages. Yeah, make them in. Okay. Yeah, listen. It's about everything. I'm not trying to bring up your dad, but obviously you're not taking seriously enough. Look, bro, I understand you're only 25 years old, okay? Right. You know what I mean? I understand that. All right, so let's just take care of bro. No justice because in the end, it's just promises about it. Full resolve it that way. Don't fix these kids. Close to a preteen? Preteen to me feels like. Yeah, congratulations, man. I appreciate your honesty.
Not to guess, just guess.
Well, that's what she told you. That's a pretty educated guess, I think.
Well, for women, us guys.
Right. No, I get it. No, you got a pretty good guess there. Okay, so Edward, why would you want to say that, I want to appeal to someone who's a preteen?
Had a bad day.
Had a bad day.
I've been out a lot, so.
I don't understand. Why you even talk to young girls or any girls? They should have been talking to you anyway. They found out what your age was.
Some people don't understand the half thing.
You're not a half. You're either that age or
Some halfway there.
I tell you that all the time.
Some half in between. Some people suffer at that half one and then get their next one.
Not half. You'll be 26 in February.
Right.
There.
So Edward, man, there are a lot of messages saying if you want to come over later, let's have sex, this and that. So I'm going to ask you this. Can you be honest with me?
I'll try.
Okay, just try your best, because, if you're not honest with me, I get kind of mad. If you are honest with me, I get happy. Okay, so where you gave Emily your address, right?
Yeah, but sometimes I don't know who I get.
Well, you gave it to Emily.
No, you did, or he wouldn't be here.
That's very true. Where were you supposed to have sex with Emily? Like in front of your dad, at the camper? Where were you going to do it? That's what I'm asking you.
You guys don't camper.
Okay. I want to hear from you, Edward. Where were you planning on having it?
I don't think we disclosed that too much, really.
You ought to probably disclose it now, because I'm trying to get you out of the situation. So where were you planning on having sex with Emily? Was it going to be right there in that room there? Was it going to be in your camper? Was it going to be on another camper? You tell me. That's important.
Somewhere around here, somewhere.
Maybe like in the back of a car.
I think I would have the room. Really.
Okay, where do you think you would have sex with her? You be honest with me about that.
Somewhere in the yard somewhere.
In the yard? Okay.
This place is so big, this area is so big.
Yeah. Do you work at all? Do you have a job?
Used to.
Disabled.
Well, we both are.
Right. What's your disability?
Mine's a learning disability. This is lung cancer.
Interesting. Well, that's bad. So Well, did you send any inappropriate pictures to Emily? Like a penis picture or anything like that?
Either yes or no. Either did or you did.
Oh, not recent.
Okay.
I'll send them very often.
Okay. Should be sending them anyway.
Okay.
And who's the girl?
Edward, were you aware that inviting an 11-year-old over, your old over to have sex with you is legal? Illegal? Were you aware of that?
Yeah, I looked it up.
You looked it up? What did you look up?
I don't remember how I worded it. I look up a lot of things online these days.
Okay.
I look up a lot of stuff.
Can I ask you something?
Here, your dad obviously needs his rest and everything. You want to step outside? It's not good. Don't do this to your dad. You're putting him through a lot of stress. Yes, sir.
I understand.
I heard you got a girlfriend, huh?
She asked me out first. Well, asked me out.
Oh, did she give you a kindergarten homemade letter?
Oh, it's a high school friend. I got a couple of high school friends.
Well, when did they graduate?
One didn't, though. One didn't.
Oh,
yeah.
Leave that. Yeah.
Well, she's old.
Okay. New kids, they say.
A lot of kids nowadays, they swear.
I know. You know when the kids, like, when something's cool, they say cap? You know how you got the cap? Like, that's cap.
I almost wanted to quit myself.
Did you graduate high school?
Yes. I decided to keep going.
How'd you make that miracle happen, man?
Yes, God told me to finish. Finish what I started, I guess. Don't give up on my goal.
Yeah, what's your goal?
I want to try to get my
Are you trying to be sponsored by Gatorade, or I see a lot of Gatorade?
Oh, no, mine and Duke.
Oh, true.
That's more him.
I mean, by the tooth, man, it seems like you're a part of it, too.
Yeah. Don't sell yourself short, dude.
I drink
Got it.
Just got a lot.
Do you stand in solidarity with black people because your teeth are, like, kind of black?
I haven't crossed them in a while.
Okay.
Stinking nurses at the stinking doctors.
All right. Yeah, when's the last time you brushed your teeth?
I don't remember. I don't live right in town no more.
God damn. Well,
That's one thing to get on.
You know how, like, arachnophobia is like the fear of spiders?
I have that one.
Do you have, like, dentist phobia?
yeah, dude, whatever that, yeah.
See one in a couple months.
Right.
Next month.
So 2026?
25.
If I dress up as a dentist for Halloween, come trick or treating, are you gonna get scared and go back in?
The last time I had a dentist, that never brought.
Yeah, man. It looks like you're dressing up as a jack-o'-lantern because you're gonna be missing a lot of teeth and all that stuff. Or...
I'll probably start brushing again.
Yeah, you should.
I mean, all your teeth are saying Black Power.
Yeah.
So here, let me just put this out. Like, are we gonna talk sexually to 11-year-old girls anymore?
My brain does just tell me to stop.
You're what?
My brain
Oh,
has.
come on. You're what?
My brain is just.
Come on. What else is telling you? Because it ain't. There's nothing there.
Well, I did fall down some steps, concrete steps when I was a kid.
Okay.
That did mess up me.
I'm not gonna lie, it smells like shit ass out here.
It does. It does.
Is that you? Did you shit your pants when you saw
No.
this?
No. I haven't showered yet in a couple of weeks.
Well, you haven't showered in a couple weeks.
It's because I have no water yet. It's in the process.
So when is it? So you haven't showered since fucking September?
No, it was this month. It just. I
okay.
can't get
Not
to my
bad.
girlfriend's house and get it done.
Also, you do have a girlfriend.
We just haven't got to her to get.
So what would she think about you cheating on her?
She knows I talk to other friends. Like,
Do you say you're gonna your other friends? You tell your other friends that?
No.
Okay, so how would she?
You're probably wondering, why is that brolic black man chasing after that petite blonde woman? While I am brolic and black, that isn't a petite blonde woman. That's actually a 26-year-old man named Richard Corsi. And we crashed in on him having a play date with our young decoy because he wanted to see her Hello Kitty Playhouse. On today's explosive episode, we're going to make some shocking discoveries and also get our steps in as well. This special operation was done alongside Fort Benton County Police Department and OMA Unit. So, sit back, relax, and watch today's episode of EDP Watch. What's good with y'all boys and girls? We back with another episode, man. This is almost Operation, man. I'm just the Robin, a part of it. The dude that he got today is, what was his name? Richard? He's a good looking dude.
He's a gorgeous guy.
Just those eyes are set on cupcakes, man. Like, he's trying to put that Richard into a young decoy. It's the pretty standard stuff, He's talking about making babies. He's also talking about licking virgin olive oil things and stuff like that. Just all around bad stuff. Sent some glizzy pics.
All while in the same breath, this has been preaching to this girl about religion and even believes they're meant to cross paths. I guess God sent him here.
Richard, bro, I genuinely want to have a conversation with you.
Now, Richard reached out to our female decoy, to my surprise, on the Grindr app. And although we told him the age right away, he almost didn't hesitate at all. It was almost as if it was no hurdle to him.
Hello, it's Richard. You never told me what you were looking for on here, by the way.
Hey, what's up? Nothing in particular, just seeing what's on the app and stuff. How old are you?
I'm 26. What about you?
I'm 15.
Girl, what? You're playing with me. Your thing on the app said 18.
Yeah, it makes you put 18. It wouldn't let me put my real one.
Well, how do I even know if you're real? I need to FaceTime or Snap or something.
Here, you can follow my IG.
What's a cute little 15-year-old girl want to do with me? Like, how would we even hang out or do things in the city together?
Oh, thanks. I don't know about hanging out in the city, but we can hang out maybe whenever my mom goes to work.
And what's my
Now, Richard got very excited about the fact that our decoy was much younger than him, and he wanted to jump right into a very inappropriate conversation.
That's really hot that you're 15. I don't know why. Your Hello Kitty playhouse is probably super, super tight. Not gonna lie, I'm pretty big. Don't wanna break it. Got any pics you can send me? I'm trying to see that tight little Hello Kitty playhouse. Regular pics are good too.
You can have regular ones.
You seem very sweet, but deep down, I can tell you're a low-key freak needing a daddy. Is your mom gone yet? I'm so excited to meet you. I'm literally over here drooling, thinking about making out with your little Hello Kitty playhouse lips.
I'm excited to meet you too. She should be leaving around 2 to 2:30ish.
Okay, send me the address when you're ready.
Now, that concludes the tale of Richard. But I'm going to talk to you guys later because I got an EDP to catch.
Hello.
How are you? I'm good. I'm just driving right now.
Are you on the way?
Yeah, it's a long way.
I'm excited to see you.
I'm excited to see you too. Oh my god. Why do you think this answer's gonna pop out?
So, what was it happening?
So, is she still there?
Yeah, she's going to leave me a little bit right now, actually.
Who do you think you're talking to?
I'm in my room, so she can't hear me.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you don't have any, like, a ring camera or, like, a ring doorbell?
Yeah, I do have a ring, but I can cover it. Yeah, you don't
I
have
thought you would stay so late tonight.
Okay, that's fine. As long as I can see you. Why?
I don't know. It's my favorite one of those people they always watch. No, message your mom.
No, not really, but I wasn't going to work anywhere.
You have a dog?
No.
Oh my gosh, you're
I am lonely. Yeah. But wait, give me a second, I'll call you right back.
Okay, call me back, guys.
Okay, call me back. All right, let's all get in position.
Hello? Okay, are you almost here?
Yeah, I'm pulling into your neighborhood.
Yeah, just park on the street to be safe.
Oh my gosh, okay. Your neighbors are out here grilling. You're not gonna think I'm crazy, are they?
No, they're not.
You're really worried about stuff like this. This is hilarious. Okay, are you gonna pause your ring thing?
Yeah, I'll just cover it with my hand and then let you in so it doesn't look like anything suspicious.
Alrighty, I'm coming.
Okay, I'm walking outside.
Okay.
Okay, I'm letting them in. Just go in. It's camera only. They can't hear. How are you? Why?
I can see really far.
What?
The camera.
Oh.
Hello. She probably saw.
No, I don't think so.
I can see down the, I can see like.
Well, I mean, when I look at it, you can't really see. It kind of sucks. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I have some cookies there if you want some. I don't know if you want to just come sit down or something. I was gonna just talk first, if that's okay. Here. No, why?
Because this house looks like that is really good here.
No, we're just really clean.
Okay.
But yeah, you're okay. Yeah.
For sure, then?
No, you're good. Oh, okay. I was like, I actually have some new makeup. Can I go and grab it to show you? Quite cool. I want to show you my new makeup.
Sure.
Okay, let me go grab it.
Yeah, it's me on the new makeup.
Oh, man. Go on there. Which shirt is it? Hands on the wall. Hands on the wall. Hands on the wall. Where are you going? Hands on the wall. Where do you want me to turn around? Why is there hands on the wall? Hands on the wall.
I mean, you should know, man. You said this is that Chris Hansen stuff, remember?
Go on there, Richard. I'm here for you. Hang out with her. And how old did Alliance tell you that she was? 18. So, in the text, she says, I'm 15.
I know my rights still. I know my rights.
Right, you know your rights. Well, you also know that right now you're committing a felony.
Yeah, but I can do without the camera.
Whoa!
your camera.
Don't talk to him. We're just gonna have a conversation. Why don't you take a seat?
All right, yeah.
How old did Leah tell you that she was?
18 on the app.
And she told you she was 15, right?
No.
Really? So when she says, I'm 15, if that's cool with you.
Hey, so this is a show or something?
I mean, you are here to eat out with a 15-year-old.
Don't call the police, please. I just want your things. But I can't do the cameras because I have a thing.
Oh, yeah, thing was a thing.
I don't want to get sued. What is this? The camera thing.
No one's saying you're sweet.
I'll step outside if you want to talk, or then you can step outside with the camera.
Take a seat.
Well, for all the safety and yours, I think there's not a camera that's not going to leave.
That's fine, but like, why is everyone feel like they're going to jump me?
We're not mentality TV. We're not going to jump.
Take a seat and we'll all just stand still and have a conversation.
Okay.
You're moving around, which makes it really difficult.
Because I don't understand why you are like this. Am I being detained?
Yes. Come find out. Come sit down next week, man.
Okay, by who? Like,
You want to find out? You ever heard of the predatory investigation?
I'm not a predator.
Oh, you're not?
I don't be having sex usually.
So here when she says, I'm 15, and a few seconds later, you go, that's really hot. I don't know why. You're probably super, super tight.
So we don't have to reiterate what's going on. You have all the evidence.
Well, you're telling me, well, you're lying. So I have to, so what does happen?
Because you said that.
You claim this as evidence. That's what I'm asking. Am I being detained?
But that's why I'm saying, you said that she told you she was 18, but we have other evidence showing that she said that she was 15.
Take a seat. I can't smoke in here. Take a seat.
You don't need a cigarette right now.
I'm kind of stressing.
If he gets up one more time, we're going to want to get him in cuffs. I don't like the way he's moving
You
around.
can get me in cuffs right now because, I mean, am I being detained? In other words,
how many times do we have to tell you yes?
I can't even get this over with. Are y'all waiting for the police department to show up so we can...
Yep.
Okay.
You have to have it resolved, right? Because here it looks like you're in the commission of a felony. When you tell a 15-year-old that her age is hot. All right.
Cameras are being a little much.
So, how old did you leave your arrest?
18?
18?
Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'll just plead the fifth until they get here. Okay? Okay, so you...
Well, while you do that, then, I'm going to just put your cock in your face.
I gotta ask why you sent her to the girl.
I didn't. I sent it to someone else under the impression it was an adult.
So why did you say it's really hot?
I didn't say that.
She told you she was 15 already. You said that's
No, I
really
didn't say
hot.
that. But I'm going to plead the fifth, like I said. Don't touch the camera. No,
You didn't say that.
I'm going to just get away from the camera just because we're going to do this shit.
You're not gonna like the camera.
The whole house has cameras, so
I know, I can hear you before I came in here, so it's okay.
Oh, then why'd you come in? Your survival instinct sounds good, man.
You didn't think you were doing anything crazy wrong.
I haven't done anything wrong. What have I done?
When you sent
I
that
haven't
thing
solicited
to,
pictures. No, I haven't.
What is this right here? What is
That's
that?
not me.
That's not you.
This dude's ass like my face is there. It's not me.
What about you in the crop top and the booty shorts? Is that not you either?
I don't know what picture you're talking about.
Oh, you don't know what picture you're talking about?
No, it's not you.
So, Richard, this isn't you in some Ice Spice booty shorts and crop top? That's not you.
Oh! Go! Yeah! It's fast as fuck. The fuck? I was drinking on
Yeah, that corner house over there with the car parked forward like this.
Y'all with a camera want to go with me? Because I'm about to go find this asshole.
I got you. So that guy that's standing right there, that's the house he jumped.
He jumped your fence? You know what direction he went?
The elephant towards behind you.
Alright, thank you.
Oh, man, you're destroying my nail. He had an angle on me. If I was right up on him, I would have just bear hugged him. Like the way he walked up to something.
Hey, y'all see a white dude in pink shorts running out here? He just tried to grab another woman and ran. White dude in pink shorts, if you see him, call cops.
Where is he? Where's that guy? I'm gonna fuck, nigga!
Stay by the car!
He's in the storage. Yep, where he's fine.
Good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello?
All right, he's across. He's at the Dollar General where the self-storage is.
He just ran in the neighborhood. We just saw him run across.
Shit, okay, he jumped on the roof across. We're going. He's in the neighborhood. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Ladies, get inside. Let's go. Me and Crash Carl like I mean it. Hands behind your back. Walk back to me. Hands behind your back. Is he detained? He sounds like he's detained. Yeah, I haven't done anything like this ever, man. I've always dated older women. I've never had sex with my wife is older. Like I said again, I wasn't even going to have sex with her, man. I didn't bring a condom. I didn't bring anything. Okay. Hey. This is my client.
What are you doing to my fingernails? Yeah, I gotta go get a mani-pedi for you. Come on, Tarzan, you know better than that. How'd you think this was gonna end, man?
I should have gone away for a moment. He asked him, I came back, I gave up.
You gave up?
You are slacks. You should have locked the door right when I came in.
Oh, we got a professional predator right here.
Damn. I'm just being honest. Uber was on the way. So
You know Uber was on the way. What about your car, though? What car is it?
Someone's car I was getting repaired.
Big hitch. No, I'm supposed to put a thumbnail.
Big hitch.
Sorry about your thumbnail.
No, it wasn't. Shut the fuck up. Like I was just telling him, I didn't bring any condoms, I didn't bring anything. I wasn't going to do anything.
So why'd you run?
I really was over here truly thinking about making out with your little and sucking on your. Well, I hate to break it to you, Richard, but it was too good to be true.
This boy Tarzan, man. I couldn't even keep up. You want a water, Richard, or a Gatorade? I know you're running on the Gatorade symbol right now.
Like I said, I was going to get away. He saw it on the way.
So why'd you give yourself up?
Because I felt bad. I regretted it.
What'd you feel bad about?
You said you didn't do anything, so what do you feel bad for?
For the intent.
So you realized what you did was wrong.
I realized the thought of what I did was wrong because, again, I didn't do anything.
So if we weren't there, you wouldn't have had with her.
No, I didn't bring any condoms. So
that means you could have went wrong?
You said you wanted to use birth control. You need to have a birth control or a condom to have. I didn't have anything.
All I don't make you a professional runner, Richard. Wait, here, show them the picture. This is the picture I'm talking about, Richard. Why did you wear this image? I'm gonna cuff you in front. Why are you dissing my shoes, man? Dave, I was asking, are you a fan of Ice Spice? If I had my Crocs in sports mode, I would have caught you. Why'd you get on top of a Dollar Tree roof? Were you looking for some deals up there?
Conversation. What conversation? This was 18. Shut up. I'm going to put the 10th Amendment and not take any more questions.
He's a runner. He's a track star. He got away, but he didn't get far. He doesn't have no shoes on.
The reason I came back.
Yeah, you sure it wasn't for that 15-year-old girl?
It was for his car. If it was my car, I would have just kept going.
Why would you bring another man's car to come commit a crime? Well, you know you put 3 holes in the wall, right?
You guys put 3 holes in the wall. I was running a jump on him.
Put the Noah Lyles. You know who I'm talking about. You're a track star.
I'm not trying to go viral. It's really good to hold.
It's getting old. It is getting old catching people like you. This is so 2008 to catch a predator. You want a Gatorade? We'll get you a Gatorade.
No, I just need to wipe my sweat out of my eyeball.
I will give you my napkin, but it has blood on it.
Alright.
I knew you were running from the moment I saw you.
Yeah, I couldn't tell.
Talk about your mom and sister, but I mean, what do you think they're going to think of when they see this, dude?
First, let's say they expected it. I don't know.
They expected it? Why would they expect you to be a 15-year-old girl?
I see that you were asking her for a sign. You asked her if she was a Gemini or a Capricorn. I'm just wondering, what's your sign? What are you trying to do? You're trying to...
I'm just getting away from y'all.
I have to ask, what is your sign? Are you a predator?
He's looking for a 15-year-old in the door. He just bit the lid out the fence and looked at it.
Officer G!
Also, we have to suit my car. Don't get it, absolutely. Okay, you give me consent to go in your room. You already went to go in your room?
Good shot.
Bro, look at that make me feel, bro. I gotta clean that up, bro. Okay, come in. I gotta clean that up. Quick, hold on. Let's get it back.
Deputy, turn over personal property.
Is that his?
Yeah.
Hey, Gucci purchase.
Yo, officer, I got you a sandwich, man.
You lock at the first? Well, ultimately, Richard did not get his Richard wet. Now, he's in the back of the police car.
Oh my gosh, look at all that damage.
Oh, right here too?
Oh my god, gosh. Each more. Oh, no. Slowed you down. What's the media? How you doing?
Hey man, how are you?
Gave me a nasty hangnail.
Okay. Oh, okay.
You think I just get a Band-Aid and maybe a kiss on it?
Yeah. I don't know about the latter. I don't know about the last one. We definitely need a Band-Aid.
Okay, I'll take what I can get.
Can somebody get in contact with the owner of this house and see if they want to press charges for this?
Wait, so they could press charges on you for this?
Yes, this is vandalism. You guys have the big giant folder with all the papers, or
It's
online, Google Drive, everything. Okay. There you go. Do I get to keep the folder?
Yeah, of course.
We're gonna be seizing his phone.
Are y'all letting him go?
Was that?
Y'all letting him go?
Let him go where?
Are y'all letting him go?
My lieutenant has given me my answer on what to do with him. So if you guys like to come outside and videotape me.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Another arrest in the bag.
Yeah.
Beautiful work, my man.
It's okay if I just take full body pictures of you?
Yeah.
Everyone just move out the way, one in the background. Anywhere else he assaulted you? Anywhere else that he hit you and you felt pain, your back or anything?
I'm not gonna lie, yeah, my back did hurt after.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take a picture of your back. Yeah, you want to show me your back or no?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
okay.
I meant like lift your shirt up.
Oh, if you want to. I know you want me to hit the, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Richard. Yeah. Hey. Oh, there's a. Yeah. Hey. Oh, right out of the street. I'm not gonna lie. How old are you? What do you use now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Would you like a job as a decoy?
Hey, as long as we got like more than enough security.
Yo, what is good, everybody? I'm back. And check it out. Got more McDonald's. Hell yeah. So I got a strawberry milkshake right here. That's not a milkshake. This one's a smoothie. I usually get milkshakes. This time I got a smoothie. And McDonald's fries. Can't go wrong with that. And a Big Mac. Yeah. Oh, love to see it. That looks delicious. I'm gonna go for the smoothie first. Strawberry banana. Delicious. Now let's go in for the Big Mac. Get the thumbnail. There we go. Mmm. So good.
What if I go like this up to kids? You gotta like chase them. What's the predator? He lives with his parents, and his dad's actually a pastor. We're here to talk about Miranda. We don't want any problems, dog. Hey, man, I had to. We're not gonna ask the girls if they can suck my dick anymore. Hey. All right, Jack. I think it's time we go catch an EDP. I am not gonna bring EDP, bro. We don't have a car big enough. We need to get a U-Haul truck, and we don't got time for that. So this is what I'm about to do. As you guys know, today's Halloween. I have never, ever in my entire life went trick-or-treating because, you know, I grew up in it. God. But You got repentance today, man. I feel like you spinning because, hey, what's also crazy is coincidentally, today is the dude's birthday. So, what we're about to do, man, is I'm about to dress up like our man himself, man. Hopefully, he's in costume. Well, actually, he won't be in costume because this is how he is every day. He's always dressed up like the Predator. Bro, I am not making it clap. I am not making it Predator clap. Are y'all stick in the head? How old are you? You're Predator. How old are you? I'm not even sitting up. I gotta breathe a little bit. What if I go like this up to kids? You gotta like chase them. Ah, I'm the Predator. Yo! And no man needs all this. He's giving us this like one address that he's trying to meet her at. He's saying that this is his apartment, but like when we look it up, it's a motel. We found his actual address. He lives with his parents, and his dad's actually a pastor. Sadly, we're gonna go to the address, and then we're gonna just confront him there, and we're gonna try to trick or treat, and we're gonna try to get a confession out of him, and then Percy's gonna make the call. And boom, bada boom. Hopefully we get an arrest. We couldn't have picked a better day to go catch an EDP. Let me read you guys some of the stuff that he was saying in the chat bar. He said, "I like him young. Tell me." She said, "I'm 16." And he said, "Oh, I see." Then he asked her, "Do you know what 69 is?" And then he explained it to her. It's basically when two people go down on each other. Blah blah blah. Have you ever messed around with someone older than you? I would probably want to fudge, but I don't know what your thoughts about that. This is after we know the age. He asked for oral. He said, "I don't know, doggy, hot, all good. I mean, I'm down for anything, but I feel like you're more submissive, so I guess it would be up to me how Well, I think we probably start by making out and touching each other's bodies. I would slowly undress, and then I'd probably suck her with you. Meanwhile, I could probably be super effing hard because you're sexy enough, and I would probably lose all over the place. This is like a freaking villain monologue story, man. I don't know. It's like I'm gonna tell you my evil master plan.
Bro is about to get all tricky, no treat.
We're gonna do tricking instead of treating. All right, we're here. There's some kids here. What's the Predator? Oh, how you doing? I got a package for Richard. Oh, he doesn't? He hasn't lived here for 18 years? Ah, dang. I don't think he's actually here. EDP on YouTube. You got swell. Hey, I'm the Predator. Bye. Y'all be safe. So we went by his dad's house. He said that he got arrested a lot. So he might be at that motel.
Like we're in Tweaker Village, chat. We're just waiting outside, chat.
He's walking there.
He's walking there? Okay. Well, we're basically at the entrance, so we'll see him.
Okay. He just sent me a picture of his It's like 17 minutes away. Oh my gosh. There's like a straight line where he's walking though. Yeah, you could probably drive down that road. You could probably see if he's seeing him. I mean, he probably was something to use. Alright, chat, we're gonna just is that him? White shirt, that's him? Okay, we found the chat. Alright, Eric, we're about to go confront him. Hey, turn the light on. Yep, that's him. Hey, Richard? Hey, man, we're here to talk about Miranda. We don't want any problems, dog. I said we're here to talk about Miranda. We're here to talk about Miranda, the person you're texting with. We don't want any problems, man. That's why we just want to talk to you. Just mono. We want to go talk at the discount tire? Yeah, I know that, man. Here, listen, I don't think you're a bad guy or nothing. I just want to have a conversation real quick, It's just for our safety, you know what I mean? People be saying that we hit them and stuff. I'm not going to say we're going to hit you, man. You're a big body, dog. No problem. I mean, we don't want anybody else to get involved with this, we didn't tell your dad, we didn't tell anybody else, just us, man. You cool to have a talk over here? Yeah, here. Let's go over here, and then we can go talk. Obviously, there's two of y'all and one of me, so... Oh! Bro, man, you a big body, dog. You want to be honest with me, man? You know why I'm here? You don't, but, so you have no idea, so you do know who Miranda is, right? Okay, how do you know Miranda? Why does it matter? Well, it matters, man, because, I just want to see if you're going to be honest with me, man. I don't think you're a bad guy. That's why I came directly to you. You know what I mean? I don't talk to guys that I think are actually malicious and that would actually, do harm to the community. So that's why I came to you as a man, bro. Like, on all honesty, dog, you seem like a good guy to me, bro. I just wanted to make sure. You know what I mean? So you do know Miranda, right? Okay. Let's be honest, my man. You're being honest with me. You know how old she is, huh?
I guess.
Okay, man. So how old did Miranda say she was?
Why are you asking this?
Well, I mean, I have the whole thing here, man. I just want to see if you're going to be honest with me. You know what I mean?
What if I am?
What if you are? What if you're not honest? Well, I mean, like you said, I'm not going to hold you hostage or anything. I'm going to just let you go back on your day, and I'm going to just have to, drop off myself. But when are you planning on meeting up with Miranda today?
She was talking about it, but I mean, I haven't seen her make any instance, so probably not.
Probably not? Okay, so you guys did drop your address and tell her how far away you were?
I mean, I told her, yeah, she asked me where I lived, and I told her, but like...
After she told you that she was 15, man, at first, you were a little hesitant. You were like, yo, man, I'm here whenever you need me. You're being good, and then, we kind of started talking sexual. Why did we start talking sexual?
You started talking sexual to me. Right?
Oh, so she jumped on you? Okay. Do you be having girls around the age of 10 be hitting on you? But this is like a first-time thing? So what was going to go down?
I mean, I don't know, because I don't really think that she's really going to come, but like...
Especially with the catfish or something, huh?
Probably.
You know how many times I've been stood up, bro? Like, I know I'm a big hunk of chocolate and stuff. Oh, you like my Halloween costume? You know who I am? Oh, yeah, I'm an alien. Yeah. I'm going to go trick-or-treating after this. The only reason why like I said, if I thought you were a bad guy, dog, I wouldn't be here right now. But I do have to have this conversation with you, my man, because, your word messages sent back and forth, little flirtatious. So were you saying that maybe, like, she was being a little bit more flirtatious, or were you say it was maybe more you?
It started from her, to be honest, but, like, yeah, I guess I was flirting.
Who reached out to who first? She reached out to you first? Okay.
Yeah, she asked me for my number, and I gave it.
Okay, you know what? That's all good, man, Maybe we were just trying to hang out, eat some cupcakes or go get some fried pickles, who knows? You know what I mean? So it's probably just like some chill stuff, but we did have, like, a little bit of sexually charged stuff, I think you told her right here, you said, well, I think we'd probably start by making out and touching each other's bodies. How did we get to that, kind of?
I mean, if you already know, then why are you asking me, bro?
I'm trying to talk to you, man. I'm trying to see what your mindset was. That's all I'm trying to do.
It kind of feels like y'all are, like, setting me up to, like, go to jail or some shit.
I'm not police.
He seems to be pretty hard with that camera over there.
Like I said, man, I talked to a guy before. We let him go. He came back around, said that we hit him and stuff. We didn't have cameras recording. Then it becomes a he said, she said thing. The visual.
All those.
Well, we just be honest with me, man. I can just throw these away.
What's your other option?
The other option? The other option, like, literally, this is God, free America. You can walk off, do whatever. Like, I can't keep you here, man. Like, I don't want you to think you're here against your will. I know you said, like, I'm a bigger guy, but, man, bro, I could have heard a butterfly, dog. I just want to have a God-honest conversation like two Americans. Who you voted for this year? Oh, why not? Yeah. Well, if you could, who would you vote for?
Probably neither contestant, bro.
Nah, I feel that, man.
I'll pick Trump, to be honest, because I feel like the last time he was in office, I feel like he did much more positive than negative, because he's changing what he's going now. So.
But I feel that, but bro, those unpredictable people, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want no timid dude in office, like, Biden, he might fall asleep with the nuclear button before he slaps it. And he only asked to inaugurate that, man. Bro doesn't even know he did 4-year term. Bro, man. So it sounds like a Trump supporter like me, man, so we already on a good foot, man. Trump 2024. If I had to guess, I'm guessing, do you get a lot of action?
Yeah, but like, yes.
Has it ever happened before, or maybe, you talked to someone young before or anything like that, so this is a first-time thing? You know what, just snickling, was it like something you saw being prolonged, or, to be honest with me here, man, like, were you meaning to something you were saying here, dog, or it's all talk?
I guess it's all talk, right?
So if you were to come over, like, what would have went down, Like, what do you think would have went down?
It probably would have been mine.
Well, man, bro, it's 2024, so I don't judge, man. But you're on the Grindr app, so, like, do you swing both ways?
Yeah.
You do? Okay, bro. That's all good. Would you ever do anything like this again? Probably not. Do you have any kids? How old are your kids, man?
Nice. Probably around
Same age as Miranda? Okay. So, like, just be real with me, man. Has anything ever happened with you and your daughter or anything like that? No? Well, you'll be surprised, bro. You'll be surprised.
I'm really not because there's the open CPS space on my daughter. My baby mama's real husband has like 3 kinds of accidents.
Your wife's new baby daddy is touching your daughter. Bro, man, how does that make you feel, dog? Have you tried to get custody?
I'm not really in a position to do that right now. Her mom is like a school teacher, right? I'm like a 6-time felon fuck up, I guess.
Well, man, bro, I would rather a 13-year-old girl with a 6-time felon than some, deadbeat mom who's letting her boyfriend touch up on a girl.
I found out, and my mom got custody of my daughter, and it's still going to court to it. So
yeah, damn, man, that's fucked up, man, bro. I hope that situation gets solved. Miranda's the same age as your daughter, you know what I mean? So it's like, I guess what's going on with that?
she kind of broke it down. I guess it sounds like
I mean, bro, I probably bet you pulled up on the baby daddy one time and tried to fight him, huh?
I don't know who the dude is, otherwise I'd probably do it,
Yeah, bro, I know if you had the opportunity, you would, man. But, so it's like, I guess you already know that feeling of, like, someone doing something to your daughter since it's already happening. Do you think it's maybe because, like, it's already happened to your daughter? Like, you were like, you know what? Like, I think she'll be okay. I'm not going to do it like that guy is. Like, what do you think, maybe? It's an effed up world we live in, bro. You know what I mean? Ever since Biden got in office, I just feel like the world's been crumbling down. Since the coronavirus, I know, man, I know. I mean, in all honesty, bro, like, I definitely want to just throw these away, man. I can tell that you're going through a lot. I just don't think you're a bad guy. So, I know this is like a random ass question, but man, like, you know how you be downloading apps and all this random stuff be popping up. Do you have any apps like, Telegram or Viber or anything like that? Yeah, Telegram. Okay. What do you be doing on Telegram, man?
The guy that I go through for gambling, he's on there. That's the only reason I really have it.
Okay. Now, you know how, like, when your information's out there to the public, anybody can, like, add you into BS and stuff like that. BS group chats, BS this, BS that. Man, you ever got added to any group chats where it's like, what the? Like, bro, what is this? Where they're, like, putting some images where it's like, I got found.
Really, man, it's just like those kind of things, man. I don't really, like, try to get across.
So, on these group chats that we be getting added to, like, so there's never been anything crazy?
Really, like, I don't see much.
So no, like, no, like, baby stuff, like, for, like, teens or anything?
No, not really. Like, the only thing I've really seen on there is, like I've only talked to people that have, like, really poor English and all that kind of stuff.
They ever send any, like, weird links, like mega links or anything like that?
They send links sometimes that are like, but they always want you to sign up for some bullshit.
So not no images or some BS, like, not anything like that? No, man, the only reason I asked you, chat logs, you were saying, like, something like, like you like them young or something like that, man. So, like, I was wondering, what do you mean by that,
Like, I guess, like, 24 or something. Like, 16.
Oh, happy birthday, man. Happy birthday. I know, obviously now it's like, 24, 25, especially like with me coming up out of nowhere. But, like, in the dialogue, you were saying, like, basically 18, you know what I mean? And Miranda being a little bit younger, being 17. It's like, like, and bro, if that's what floats your boat, just be honest, right?
Really not, like, it's not, I mean, not like younger is better, but like, what did you say on that movie when he said, hey, but he has to hang out at the high school because, like, so the girls stay the same age, he gets to go older, and I don't know, it's funny something stupid.
No, I haven't heard about that movie.
It's funny, sorry. But I would definitely prefer a girl, woman.
Welcome back, everybody, to the worst superhero movies ever made, a series where I remember how to make YouTube videos. It looks like Fantastic Four is back on the menu.
We got a new Fantastic Four movie that isn't even really bad. Marvel's first family hasn't had a new movie in like 10 years. And they haven't had a good movie in okay, I guess they've never had a good movie before this, but they've been in the limelight for so long that most people don't even know they're supposed to be the top dogs in the Marvel Universe, because most people get their mental picture of a comic book character from movies. People don't know how to read. I think Marvel Rivals alone is a lot of people's introduction to some of these characters. Characters that haven't really gotten a movie recently, or ever. Personally, I think that's a little crazy to me. I mean, when I was a kid, I always considered the Fantastic Four to be as important to pop culture as any other popular superhero. They've been referenced endlessly to the point where people think the Council of Ricks is something that Rick and Morty made up. They're the direct inspiration for one of the best Disney movies ever made. And their main villain is iconic enough to be considered the single best comic book villain of all time. Yes, I said it and I mean it. And even so, due to the fact that Marvel was broke as hell back in the day and needed to sell the rights to their characters to keep the lights on, the Fantastic Four were stuck in bad movie jail for 30 years. There's a Fantastic Four movie that never even got released. But as for the ones that actually came out, are they really as bad as people say? See, I've been doing this worst superhero movies thing for a little while now, so obviously the Fantastic Four movies have been on my list. And one day, years ago, I watched them with the intention of making a video. But I discovered that I don't really think they're that bad. At least not these two. Fantastic is fucking terrible. But Fantastic is bad in a very unique way. The director had a very specific vision in mind, but studio meddling got in the way of their vision, and multiple re-edits and reshoots created an awkward mess. It's easy to compare this situation to Suicide Squad, and Suicide Squad was hard enough to make a video on. It still holds the title of the worst movie I've ever reviewed on this channel, and a lot of people say that this is on the same exact level. And while I do agree, it's still really hard for me to talk about a movie like this. Fantastic isn't as noticeable in its messiness. It's not fun to point and laugh at Fantastic because its issues are in the content that doesn't exist. There are no character arcs in this movie. There's nothing driving the plot in the second half. Characters don't have any standout moments. They don't really talk to each other. We don't know how they feel or what they believe in. There's no action set pieces. Nothing really happens. Honestly, I barely consider it to be a finished film. The first half of the runtime is pretty standard stuff. Some of it isn't really that bad, but it feels like most of the movie is missing. And it's really hard for me to review something that isn't there. I like showing clips and moments that I think are funny or interesting and talking about them in the context of a film, but Fantastic doesn't have any of that. The only time I laughed while watching this movie was when I heard the music that plays during the credits. Just listen to some of this and it'll blow that pop trash music right out of your head. Wait. Oh man, that's like the best part. I can't even show you guys clips that are longer than 10 seconds, alright? And I have a lot of things that I have to show you if I want to explain how this movie's bad. So, back then, I put the video on a shelf and I held on to it until I was brave enough to tackle it. And now the Fantastic Four are back in the public eye, so I can't put it off any longer. I'm gonna do my best. Today, we're finally gonna review Fantastic. But first, I want to talk about the other Fantastic Four movies. Not the one that, never came out. I might do, a separate video on that, maybe a picture show or something. I don't know. We'll figure that out later. But real quick, I really feel like I have to look at those first two theatrical releases. Because, honestly, I don't really think those movies are as bad as people have been saying. They captured the essence of the first family pretty well. The writing can be pretty cute and charming every once in a while. And most notably, the performances from the core four are pretty good. So let's talk about Fantastic Four 1 real quick. Like many films from the early 2000s, Fantastic Four is trying to capitalize on the success of Spider-Man. It even has some identical plot elements. You know how much I sacrificed? You know how much money I've invested in this company. But this movie is something that Spider-Man 1 doesn't have. Maria Menounos from the old movie theater preview reel. Yes! Yes! Most people who saw the movie thought it was fine, but not as good as Spider-Man. And they were right about that. It definitely is not as good as Spider-Man. But when you compare it to other superhero movies from the time that people consider to be bad, I don't really think it's on that level either. It's not like Daredevil or Catwoman, so it's kind of in this awkward middle spot. I think what sets it apart from the shitty movies of this era is that it's actually trying to be funny. There's a genuine attempt at being campy and silly, and I think it works for the most part. If anything, the movie just doesn't really feel very unique. Like, The Incredibles came out a year earlier, and it serves to be much more striking. It stands out a lot more. The Incredibles takes the Fantastic Four framework, it ignores the origin story, and it tells a really unique tale about a superhero family, which is something that wasn't really explored in movies up to that point. The problem with Fantastic Four 1 is that it feels like the whole movie is the origin story. Compare this to Spider-Man 1. I think like half of that movie is origin story, and then Peter just fights Green Goblin for the entire second half. You get plenty of time to enjoy Peter as Spider-Man. You see him do a lot of Spider-Man stuff. This movie is mostly devoted to showing the characters getting used to their new lives. For half of the film, they're kind of just sitting around, trying to fix Ben. It's not very exciting. Thankfully, though, the character-specific moments really do work well for me, and I think that the characters are handled pretty decently for the time.
Don't do drugs.
It does kind of feel like Susan Storm doesn't really have anything to do other than be the woman character. This is kind of a problem that a lot of writers have had with Sue over the years. Because, like, it's easy to write Johnny. You just make him funny. But some writers just make Sue's entire conflict related around her relationship with Reed. They don't really bother to make her her own person. And that's kind of how this movie is. Her only role is to give Reed and Victor somebody to fight over. And I think that's kind of lazy. You can do a lot more with her character. I particularly like how Mark Waid writes Sue in his Fantastic Four run. If you're new to reading Fantastic Four comics, I think that's a really good place to start. He gave her a ton of personality. I've really never seen anybody write her this way. She teases Reed constantly to keep him in check. She has moments where she's snarky and funny, like her brother. I think it kind of makes sense that she would also have a sense of humor. Why would Johnny be the only person in the Storm family who's funny? Let her be a little sassy. It's also kind of annoying that most movies don't get weird with her powers. She only ever gets to turn invisible or struggle to maintain a force field. Very glad that the new Fantastic Four movie has fixed this problem. She can't even make her clothes invisible. Gotta get naked, Jessica Alba. Sorry, your character needs to get naked. She's invisible. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. That means she's gotta be naked. You signed the contract, you better get naked! It's also hilarious that this movie wants me to believe that Jessica Alba and Chris Evans are biological siblings. This is nothing against Jessica Alba, but Chris is the whitest guy ever made.
So are you Italian or what color are you anyway? Like you some type of black or Spanish?
As for Johnny and how he's written, I do think the writers nail his snark and his humor. He is legitimately funny in both movies. Where are your cues? Chris Evans put so much into the performance. Without even talking, you can see how petulant and bratty he can be. However, while Johnny is pretty funny, I wish there was more to him in this movie than just being the snarky guy. You have to balance that snark with a genuine desire to be a hero. Again, this is something that I think the new movie does really well. But at the very least, I think that most people who watch this movie got a good idea of what Johnny Storm is like.
Stop.
Alright.
Alright?
Yes.
What's wrong with you?
You know the code? As for Reed, I think he's perfectly fine here. If well written, Reed can be the single most complex member of the team, but it depends on how far you want to take him. He doesn't really have the time to get to that point in these movies, but I think he at least matches the energy I expect for a Reed who's been recently transformed. He's still kind of getting his mojo, and this movie does have a subplot of him learning to be more confident. What's funny to me is that this version of Reed is almost exactly the same as he is in First Steps. They're basically the same guy, except one has a mustache and one is a little weirder. I really like that he gets to use his powers a lot. I'm surprised they committed this hard for it, because I think with Reed, some writers kind of treat his powers as an afterthought. I'll tell you what, his ass be stretching in this movie. But truly, the standout in both of these movies is Ben. This is just the Thing pulled from the page and put on screen. Apparently, Michael Chiklis was actually a fan of the comics, and his enthusiasm for the character actually shows. He encapsulates Ben. Everybody loves that one scene where his girlfriend leaves him and he can't even pick up the ring that she dropped. I feel like that scene is decently iconic at this point, because that imagery alone is so perfect for showing you everything you need to know about this guy. Also, his voice is perfect. It's clobbering time. That's one complaint I have about the MCU Ben Grimm. Sounds fine, but when I read Ben's dialogue in a comic, I hear this.
Oh, You think you've got problems? You take a good look, pal.
Fantastic Four can be hard to balance. Four main characters need to be reasonably fleshed out and compelling without overpowering each other. And the narrative of this movie isn't exactly the most interesting because most of it's focused on Reed wanting to turn Ben back.
It's like, I know he's not going to do that, so it's kind of hard to get invested. Also, this movie completely fucks up Doctor Doom, but I'll talk about that more in the next one. For now, Fantastic Four 1 is certainly not as bad as I expected it to be. It's got that early 2000s superhero corniness, but I like that. I don't know, it's nostalgic. I also like that they beat Doctor Doom with a little four-way combo move. That's very fantastic. Say that again? Not yet. So this movie gets thrown on the not actually bad tier, and I'm giving it a 6 out of 10. Ever since Fantastic Four 2 Rise of the Silver Surfer came out, it's had a pretty bad reputation. It's pretty common for people to throw this on lists of the worst superhero movies ever made. So imagine my surprise when I watched it,
And I thought it was honestly a little bit better than the first Fantastic Four movie. I think that this really isn't helping my contrarian allegations. Yes, I watched what you are looking at on the screen right now and thought to myself that this movie's not that bad. But I do understand why, at the time, people said these movies kind of sucked. This type of superhero movie was already kind of being phased out. Fantastic Four 2, in a way, is like the last of its kind.
Oh, that's cool.
I don't know, I guess I just have a lot of fondness for a movie like this. I think these early superhero films had a lot of character.
Look at you. You're cute.
There's more of a plot this time around, and the story is significantly more interesting than in the first one. Silver Surfer shows up on Earth and starts fucking with the weather, and the Fantastic Four have to stop him before the planet dies.
Why are you destroying our planet?
I don't know. And the characters are even better in this one. Sue is given a lot more to do since she's the only one who doesn't want to murder the Silver Surfer on sight. She's the only one who actually tries to talk to him and ask him why he's doing weird shit. It's not amazing character work, but at least she has something to do this time. Oh, never mind. They made her get naked again. Why does this happen in both movies? Primarily, I do think Johnny is way better in this one. He gets a lot of attention in the story, and after he loses to the Silver Surfer at the beginning of the movie, he struggles to accept the fact that there was a threat he could not defeat. And he spends the rest of the story trying to prove himself. Also, to add some extra spice, there's this little gimmick where if he touches any of the other family members, he swaps powers with them. I like it, I don't know, I think it's a fun idea for any superhero story. And it lets the characters get into other wacky scenarios. Miscellaneous superhero hijinks was one of the things I really appreciated in the first movie, and in this one, it's amped up to 11. Also, I think it's funny that after Johnny tells them about the Silver Surfer, this is Ben's reaction.
I know that sounds crazy.
Oh, no. Not at all. So did you follow the shiny man to Lollipop Land to the Rainbow Junction?
No, I know your big ass doesn't have shit to say. Have you looked in the mirror? Overall, this is your standard Fantastic Four adventure. There's a cosmic threat. Only Reed and the family can solve the problem, and most of it involves them coming up with scientific solutions and getting into more character-specific hijinks. I really just like the cute moments and banter. I feel like that's really what makes the Fantastic Four shine.
Thanks.
You just need to relax.
Yeah, right.
You need to relax.
But while I like our main characters, I think it's about time to talk about what people don't like about these movies. The villains. Now, this film's main antagonist is the Silver Surfer, but as we know, the Surfer is meant to herald the coming of Galactus. But this movie ain't called The Rise of Galactus, because in this story, Galactus isn't really much of a character. He's a big cloud. He doesn't talk. He doesn't do anything other than serve to be an otherworldly threat. Watching this now after we got a pretty imposing on-screen Galactus is just a little embarrassing. But on the other hand, I kinda understand being too scared to commit to Galactus in all of his glory back in 2007. And like, if you try to adapt Galactus' story one-to-one, you're gonna find there's not a lot of material for a movie there. It works in the MCU because that was more about the family trying to find a way to stop him while also protecting Franklin. They added some extra stuff there, and plus they've earned the right to do a slower, more intentional story. It's not like people are jumping in raw here. We've already watched MCU movies for many, many years now. The original story in the comics is like 2 issues of them being like, Jesus Christ, there's nothing we can do. And then Reed just pulls out the doohickey and threatens to destroy the universe.
I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know what I'm gonna do.
It's only a few issues long, and that's not even counting the other random bullshit they throw in. I've always thought this cover was very funny. In this issue, we discover the hidden secrets of the enigmatic Silver Surfer. Also, at last, Johnny goes to college. It's the fact that it says "at last." That's what really gets me. Like, who the fuck was reading this and thinking, "Oh my god, finally, he went to school"? The original story is a great encapsulation of a classic Fantastic Four adventure, but it doesn't make for a good early 2000s sitcom. I mean, I think you definitely could have made something happen, but they weren't brave enough. I can't really blame them. Superhero movies were in a different place. You weren't allowed to get weird with it yet. One of the most popular movies in the entire world is one where Thanos can throw a moon at a wizard, but it took a long time to get there. Back then, we weren't even allowed to look at the giant man in his purple Power Ranger armor. So yeah, the big fart cloud in space is kind of lame. And it does make the Silver Surfer look like a bitch for taking orders from flying Nimbus, and it's even lamer to know that he could have just blown up Galactus at any point. I don't know, I think he maybe should have done that, like, 5 planets ago. But I think that knowing Galactus doesn't appear on screen in his full glory kind of makes the movie hurt less. I watched this way after it came out, but if I went into the theater and didn't know that this is what I was going to get, I would have been blue-balled very hard when they revealed this is the Cloud. I would have been mad as hell. But people have been complaining about this for so long that when I finally watched the movie, I didn't really care. My expectations were already dead. I did not expect anything. And this story, while it was changed for the worse, still feels pretty true to their characters. So I don't know, I kind of just accept it. It doesn't really bother me as much as it could. What absolutely is inexcusable to me, though, is Dr. Doom. I didn't mention Doom in the first movie because he's even dumber here somehow. In this series, Dr. Doom is a sleazy businessman because evil businessmen were all the rage if you read the story in the early 2000s. It makes sense for Norman Osborn and Kingpin and I guess the lady from Catwoman. But it doesn't fit Dr. Doom. See, on one hand, I'm really starting to get why many people are mad about Robert Downey Jr. being cast as Doom. Personally, I don't really care that much because I don't complain about movies that don't exist yet. I save that energy for when they are released. But when you remember the fact that Dr. Doom got messed up in both his theatrical incarnations, then I kinda get it. Really, what gets me about it is the voice. He sounds so wrong.
Dr. Richards, allow me to begin your lesson.
Why does Silver Surfer get to be voiced by Morpheus, but Dr. fucking Doom sounds like Hades from Hercules?
All that you know is at an end. What do you mean by that?
He really is just Dr. Doom in name only. He's evil without any shred of nuance. Like, before he gets transformed into Metal Man, he's a jerk, but I wouldn't really call him evil. And then before we know it, he's laser beaming people. I don't really know how we got to this point. And having him be the main villain in 2 movies is a little lazy. I'm not excited to see them beat Dr. Doom again. They already did that in the last one. I don't really think you get to repeat the same exact villain for 2 superhero movies in a row. That's kind of unheard of, and it's for a good reason. You gotta change it up. Otherwise it starts to feel like a Saturday morning cartoon. It's giving Skeletor, and not in a good way. Darn that Fantastic Four, surely I'll get them next time. And like overall, while I love the slice of life stuff in the first chunk of the movie, by the time we get to the final act, there's really not a lot of weight to what's happening. Like, the final battle doesn't really feel like it's that big of a deal. There's an air of general casualness about everything. The world is quite literally ending, but it's a PG movie, so it can't really be that upsetting. When you compare this to First Steps, I think it's very clear that that movie treats the impending Galactus apocalypse a lot better. I do think Rise of the Silver Surfer is very much invalidated by the existence of First Steps, but I wrote most of this script before First Steps even came out, so I'm sticking to it, alright? This movie's fine. I think I'm just used to watching superhero movies that are mid. This film is kind of stupid, but I think it's a little better than some of those Ant-Man movies. It's also really short, so the dumb stuff doesn't stick around for too long. I enjoy the cartoony nature for the most part, and the main 4 feel very accurate and true to their characters. It also does have the most insane kill I've ever seen in a PG movie.
Oh shit! That nigga dead!
So I'm going to put it in the same spot as Fantastic Four 1 and give it a 6 out of 10. I think part of the reason I look back a little fondly on the previous Fantastic Four duology is because when compared to Fan 4 Stick, those 2 movies look like some of the greatest films ever made. Not exaggerating when I say Fantastic actually is one of the worst superhero movies I've ever seen. Also, side note, I legitimately did not know it was actually called Fantastic Four. I thought it was like Fantastic, but with a 4 in the title. I love that everybody in the world just calls it Fantastic anyway. I'm not fucking calling it Fantastic Four. That's just confusing. So, like every bad superhero movie, Fantastic had a troubled production. As we've seen many times in this video series of mine, all it takes to ruin a superhero movie is a couple of people not agreeing on what the movie should be like. So here's the story with this one. After his success with Chronicle, director Josh Trank was brought on to make a new Fantastic Four film with writer Jeremy Slater. Slater is a comic book fan and wanted to incorporate a lot of wacky superhero shenanigans into the story. But Josh Trank didn't like all that stupid shit. He wasn't into superheroes like that. He wanted to make something different. He was interested in creating a body horror film that subverts your expectations for these characters. So even though he had a writer from the studio, he decided to go ahead and just write his own script as well. I don't know if you're allowed to do that. His idea for the story was directly in conflict with Slater's idea. They were completely at odds with one another. Slater loved comics and he wanted to make something like the Avengers, which had just come out. Trank didn't really care about the Fantastic Four and he didn't really like superhero movies. So he wanted to make his own thing. Slater then tried to show Trank some of his Fantastic Four comics. He gave him the whole rundown, but Josh didn't like any of it. And hey, I might be the superhero guy, you know, that's like my thing, but I'm never gonna say you're not allowed to dislike superheroes, like it's not for everybody. But, if you're gonna sign on to make a fucking superhero movie, maybe you should fucking like superheroes a little bit. So Josh's script was focused on the lead up to the team getting the powers, and then the immediate aftermath. It focused on the negative effects the powers would have on their bodies and minds. And most notably, it did not have a concrete final act. It did not have a fucking ending. And the studio didn't like any of this. They said his version was too miserable. He had to spice it up a little bit. Meanwhile, Slater was feeling like Trank was just kind of making the movie without him and he didn't care about his input. So he left. Then they started filming with new writers and still no final act. Reportedly, the movie was being written as it was being shot. On top of that, there was some conflict with the cast and crew. Apparently Miles Teller, hot off of his success with Whiplash, started showing everybody that he wasn't fucking acting in that movie. He's really just like that. So him and the director start arguing, and they reportedly almost started physically fighting each other. They should have recorded that. At least then the movie would have an action scene. Cast and crew reported that Josh was antisocial and overall not a very fun guy to work with. The details are muddy, but the sentiment seems to be that he could not properly convey what he wanted people to do. In other words, he had trouble directing them. So the movie with no ending had a ramshackle ending stapled onto it and shipped out. And Josh wasn't stupid. He knew the movie fucking sucked. So a day before the film came out, he went on Twitter and he told everybody that the movie was bad. And honestly, say what you want about her, and he told everybody that the movie was bad. And honestly, say what you want about the guy, but that's kind of badass. That's like a power move. And for what it's worth, I don't think most of this is his fault. For real, I think the studio should have just let him make his weird Fantastic Four horror movie. Like, you brought on the guy who made the found footage movie about psychic kids with school shooter vibes. You can't be surprised when he wants to make spooky Reed Richards. But at any rate, I'm here to talk about the movie in its current state. If the whole world says the movie's bad, and even the director says it's bad, are they all correct? Yes! Yeah! Fantastic is interesting to me because for the first half, the movie is kind of normal. It spends most of its time showing us these kids who are a machine that can teleport them to another dimension. After they go into the portal, they get all fucked up, and then the movie gets really bad really quickly. But it doesn't start off being that bad in movies, though there are a lot of things I still don't like. The film opens with Reed Richards as a child showing off his dream of being a scientist. He wants to build the magical teleporting machine, and all the other kids think he's stupid. And then the teacher also jumps in and says he's stupid. Now, it's one thing to have the other kids bully him for being a nerd, but why are all of the adults crushing this child's dream to be a scientist?
Even if you could build the thing, which you can.
I've already built it.
Is it next to your flying car?
You'll never be a scientist. You're going to grow up to work minimum wage like the rest of us. Now, normally I would count this as a nitpick, but this time I'm not. I'm not giving in. Because if you're going to work so hard to make this grounded in reality, to make this a realistic, gritty superhero movie, then you need to make people act in a believable manner. Why would all of the adults crush this child's dream? It's one thing if he was full of shit, but later on, at his science fair, he actually builds the thing and it works. And the teachers are still sitting there like, oh, it's a load of bullshit. And they disqualify him for some reason. This is the most significant scientific discovery of all time. Why doesn't anybody give a shit? Some superheroes work pretty well when you ground them in reality. I think of Batman, for instance, but that's mainly because he's a very malleable character. You can make him a teenager from the future, you can turn him into a ninja, it really doesn't matter. He's a very versatile character. But I think the Fantastic Four are a little different. I don't think they work very well when you try to make them gritty. They have fantastic in the name. At their core, they're pulpy sci-fi adventurers. You kind of lose a lot of the texture when you strip away the quirkiness. In this movie, they make the Thing's classic catchphrase into something that his abusive brother said before he beat him as a child. Hey, clobbering time. That's just unnecessary. When I hear the Thing say it's clobbering time, I should smile. It should make me happy. In this movie, it doesn't make me smile. It makes me think of other things. Oh, that's the child abuse catchphrase. Anyway, we have a new Fantastic Four, which means we need a new Doctor Doom. And in this movie, he's a gamer. Okay, alright. I get it. I've always said that I'm fine with writers changing things if it services a better story. But is Doctor Doom really that out there of a concept? And why do all these movies make him horny for Sue? He can have plenty of other reasons for not liking Reed Richards. Having him lust after the Invisible Woman is just kind of lazy. She don't wanna you, nigga! You know, the more I think about it, the more I think Doctor Doom might actually be really hard to adapt for the screen. At least that is if you're throwing him into a movie like this raw. Like, for instance, I bet if you asked a random person what the Green Goblin can do, they'd be like, oh, he's strong, and he flies around, and he throws pumpkins that turn people into skeletons. But if you asked an average person what Doctor Doom can do, I promise you most people would not have a single goddamn idea. He's one of the most iconic villains of all time, but his image in the public consciousness is all muddled. And that's partially because these movies turned him into Magneto or something. They gave him like some weird mutant techno powers or transmutation abilities or something. I don't know. I just watch these movies and I can't tell you what his superpowers are supposed to be. He's just laser beam guy.
You've done well so far, but up until now I've only been using a mere 5% of my power.
They also just make it so that he got powers when the Fantastic Four got their powers, to the point where I think the average person would probably think that's his actual origin story. But if you try to adapt the comics as they are, then you get into some trouble. Because Victor Von Doom in the comics has so much shit going on. He's a technological genius, he's also a massive hater for no real reason, so you gotta try to make that make sense. He's known Reed for years, and he just grew to dislike him completely off screen, so you have to make sure they already have a history with one another if you're gonna write a story with them. He's also a fucking wizard on par with Doctor Strange. He's honestly as much of a spellcaster as he is a guy who makes robots. So you gotta have magic in your universe or you miss out on a whole aspect of his character. Also, he owns an entire fictional country, so you gotta set that up too. Oh, and don't forget, his mom lives in hell and he's on an eternal quest to free her soul. Better hope your movie has Mephisto in it, because if you want to be accurate, you have to have him in there too. So, like, in a movie universe with no pre-established lore, how the fuck do you adapt this character faithfully without making the entire movie about him? And that might seem like a solution. Just be like, oh yeah, let's just focus on the main villain a little bit. Yeah, that's fine and dandy, but the Fantastic Four have 4 fucking main characters. You don't exactly have all the time in the world to spend on the villain. So yeah, I don't know. Fuck it. Make him a gamer. Make him like 26 years old. At least he's from Latveria. Yeah, I don't know. Somehow, the fictional country is the one thing that made it into both movies.
Oh, well, that's all right then.
Now, despite these little issues, like I said, the movie is not offensively bad at this point. It's not very interesting, but it's not awful. For instance, I enjoy the fact that they recklessly decide to send themselves into the portal. I think their rationale makes a lot of sense, with them talking about the fact that the people who put the men on the moon are not remembered as much as the guys who were actually on the moon. That's honestly a really good bit of writing. And also, making them interdimensional scientists instead of being spacefaring explorers, it works for me. That's fine. That's the kind of change that really doesn't bother me. It doesn't matter how they get their powers, as long as it's vaguely space-related. So there they are, the Fantastic Four, stepping out into a new world. Where is Susan? That's Dr. Doom. Where the fuck is Susan? Did you guys leave her at home? Okay. I have to change the name then. Yeah, it's a very weird decision to make it so that Susan doesn't go to the rock planet with them. She gets her powers when they come back from the other dimension. That's kind of stupid change. Yeah, don't worry, she's the girl character. Nobody's gonna care if we change anything about her. Just be glad that she's not fucking naked this time. So while the Whacktastic Four on Rock Planet, super intelligent scientist Victor Von Doom, who had a hand in cracking interdimensional travel, decides to stick his whole ass arm into some green lava when you're trying to ground the movie and make it more realistic. I'm going to complain when the smart character does something this insanely stupid. Then the planet gets angry and they get mutated and everything turns to shit. And I do like how horrifying their transformations are. I can tell that Josh Trank really wanted this to be the focus. The body of horror works in the darker tone of the film. This whole sequence is probably one of my favorite in the movie. It might be one of the only things that I like about the movie, actually. But then, everything immediately and aggressively starts being bad. You can tell that the first half of this story is all of the stuff that Trank ironed out in the script. And the second half is the stuff they had to make up along the way. Once they get their powers, the story splits them up and jumps ahead 1 year. And normally, a time skip is utilized to show a big change in the characters. And yeah, I can say there's a big change. We are now in reshoot City. An easy way to tell that you're looking at scenes that have been reshot is to look at Susan's hair. If she has the natural dirty blonde, that's probably original content. If she's wearing the platinum wig, however, we're staying the night in reshoot City, baby. One big change for the characters in this post-time skip world is that they are not characters anymore. All of their character development has been completely thrown out the window. That's it. Any character work that may have been started is now over. They are basically blank slates. They have no drive, no personality traits. They're just stoic. Once we pass the halfway point, I don't think anybody changes their facial expression at all. Because we gotta have a realistic, gritty superhero movie. We can't have anybody joking around. We can't have anybody acting like a person. Earlier in the movie, Johnny was joking around and acting very Human Torchy, but somehow once he gets his superpowers, he's no longer fun to watch. He's done with jokes. He now works for the military. Ben also works for the military in covert operations. You have the Invisible Woman on your team. Why isn't she the covert one? Also, why does he have 43 confirmed kills? This really might be the most fucked up thing they could have done to this character. The lovable oaf Ben Grimm, friend to children, the ever-loving blue-eyed thing, with 43 confirmed kills, and a child abuse catchphrase. I cannot recognize this as Ben Grimm anymore after seeing him be upset all the time and killing people in Afghanistan. This is now Snyderverse thing. It's also worth noting that on Ben's military profile, it also says that he was born in 1986, which is fine, except the movie showed us that he was a child in 2007, which means this child is 21 years old. I've been doing this a while now, and I think that might be the funniest continuity error I've ever seen in a movie. Ben Grimm isn't even around for most of the story. This is a Fantastic Four movie where the Thing doesn't do anything. He doesn't help with building the machine. He doesn't contribute to anything in the first half. He doesn't have anything to say or do in the second half. It would at least be funny if I could see him killing people in some kind of war, but they don't even want to give me much of that. He is a nothing character. He literally doesn't matter. You could remove him from the story and nothing would change. This guy should be the heart and soul of the story. It's so easy to make Ben Grimm lovable. I genuinely think if you can't properly write The Thing, a character archetype that's been seen in stories dating as far back as fucking Frankenstein and Quasimodo, if you can't make me care about this type of character, you either didn't try or you suck at writing. This second half of the movie forgoes any character development in favor of having the characters brood rude. Every character in the first half of the story had, at maximum, one character trait, and now they don't have anything. Again, this is why it's so hard for me to review movies like this, because I can't point and laugh at something that isn't there. I can't even show you guys clips to illustrate my point, because the average clip looks like this. The movie feels unfinished. If you haven't seen it, you don't know how bad it is. But trust me when I say the characters have no motivations. They feel aimless. They never seem to care about anything. You think Reed would be taking full responsibility for what happened because, after all, it is his fault. He sent them to Rock Planet. He got them all mutated. But before the time skip, he tells Ben he's going to free him from the military base. He's going to come back for him. And then he runs away, and he stays gone for a year. Why didn't you ever go back? Is there a reason? Did I miss something? I'm not your friend. This movie makes me frown. You would think that there would be some character development in regards to Reed being fully responsible for what happened to his friends. He's the reason they ended up like this. And I feel like that guilt is something that every incarnation of Reed Richards needs to have. Every superhero has that core trauma that defines them, and this is that for Reed Richards. And here, he doesn't rejoin the team so he can help them. He rejoins because he gets fucking arrested by Snyderverse Thing. They brood for a few more scenes, and then in the literal last 20 minutes of the movie, Dr. Doom reappears and starts melting people. I also don't understand what his motivation is supposed to be. When they find him, the government guys are like, "Don't worry, man. We're going to fix you." And he's like, "No, I don't want to be fixed. I want to destroy the Earth." Like, bro, what? How did we get to that conclusion?
This caused my sky, so that my may have still be here.
It is never explained why he suddenly comes to this conclusion. And then he teleports back to Rock Planet, and that creates a black hole, because we need to have some kind of conflict. Last 15 minutes of the movie, by the way. This entire set piece is crazy to me because it feels very rushed. Like, I don't even know what I'm fucking looking at. Is this magic? What is he doing? What even are his powers? Why is he doing this? Please, can I have some movie? This final battle just feels so empty to me because nothing that's happening was earned. There was no rising action in this story. It doesn't have a midpoint in the narrative. Hell, I can pick any little diagram showing traditional story structure, and I can show you the part that the movie doesn't have. Most of this movie revolves around the characters doing nothing. And then, in the last 20 minutes, it just turns into your average superhero movie climax, but it didn't earn that. This last chunk of the movie feels like it's from a direct-to-VHS sequel. These characters have barely spoken to each other after getting their powers. They aren't friends. They're not a family. But now they have a final battle that's completely thrown in at the last minute. A final battle that was being written while it was being shot. The characters are all of a sudden acting like they've been friends the whole time. But you can't fool me because 10 minutes ago we had this conversation.
I'm not your friend.
This really is the number one thing this movie gets wrong, in my opinion. The characters just don't feel right. Not even because they don't act like they do in the comics. It's because they don't act like characters in a story. Remember when I said Victor was in love with Susan earlier in the movie? Yeah, I thought that was going to be an important plot point, but it isn't. They kind of just forgot about that too. That's how this whole movie is. Once the third act kicks in, it just drops everything else and it becomes a different movie. And it's not a better movie. It's just a different one. The action is also kind of bad in this movie. Like, there's no sense to it. It's just visual noise to me. In the final battle, I can't really tell what I'm looking at. I see two guys dressed in gray on a gray rock planet. Like, what was that? I thought this guy could just blow up your brain. Why is he tripping people with rocks? What are you doing? Can you take this seriously? And I think that if you got to this point and you had no other action scenes, you kind of just don't get to have one. Anyway, this battle ends with Reed saying, "I am slaughtered for you." And then the thing just punches dude really hard and blows up. I think that's a very funny way to have the Fantastic Four beat a bad guy in a movie. Like in every other Fantastic Four film, they have to kind of outsmart the villain. Like, they have to go to great lengths to defeat them. But in this one, you get Mr. Fantastic saying, "I'm smarter than you, bonk." I also love this scene after they get home. with this ridiculous heroic music. We did it! We saved the city! So at the end of the movie, the Fantastic Four gets shipped away to a remote lab where they can work on things. Whatever that means. And a lot of people like to meme on the last line of this film. And I'm not gonna lie, it is kind of funny.
Gotta say, it's fantastic.
Say that again? It's just so awkwardly delivered. It feels wrong. Like, it's not nearly as cute as it wants to be, because, again, the movie did not deserve any cuteness.
It's fantastic.
Yes, it is. Guys, I got it. Ready? Yeah. We spent most of the narrative feeling miserable. I don't know why we started quipping in the final scene of the film. But what really got me was the line right before that one. And it's a line that kind of encapsulates all of my problems with this story.
I think that the four of us should have a name.
How about the big brain? It's neurons.
How about two guys, a girl, and the thing that nobody wanted?
Yo, what the fuck? First of all, I don't think Ben and Johnny spoke to each other a single time in this movie. They aren't friends. They have no rapport. Johnny hasn't said a joke in over an hour. And the movie's only 90 minutes long. He doesn't act like Johnny Storm. He acts like, I don't know, Creed. So this line comes out of nowhere. It doesn't feel like playful banter. It feels really mean. This movie spent a lot of time showing us that these transformations are kind of horrifying. But also, Ben doesn't have any time to lament his condition. He doesn't have any time to talk about the fact that he's the only one out of all of them that turned into a dirt monster. They don't even let him wear pants. So yes, this line is trying to harken back to Ben and Johnny's dynamic in the comics. But that dynamic wasn't shown in the movie at all. So it leads to this line being really awkward and rude. It feels like anything leading up to this line meaning something was cut. And it just reminds me that this movie doesn't understand these characters. So yeah, imagine my surprise when I discovered that I kind of...
It's so stupid. It's so dumb. Why the Backyardigans? I don't get it.
I just think of, like, deception, annoyance, like, despair, like, frustration, like, a little bit of anger, just awfulness, just...
This is Me and My Friends. It was a live-action pilot that eventually became the Nickelodeon hit series, The Backyardigans. And it's been lost media for over 20 years. On the surface, it doesn't seem like anything special. Why would anyone care about a pilot to a silly kid show anyways? But what if I told you that the search for this lost pilot was one of the most notorious and infamous searches in the history of lost media, involving misinformation, hoarding, fake aliases, doctored emails, and a slew of other problems. This is the search for Me and My Friends. Before we can talk about what craziest search, not to disturb gameplay, but for those unfamiliar, The Backyardigans is a classic Nick Jr. animated series that began airing in 2004, created by Janice Burgess. It features 5 friends, Uniqua, Pablo, Tyrone, Tasha, and Austin, who partake in fantastical adventures in their shared backyard. The show that we know is brightly colored, CGI animated, and filled with music and dancing. But our story starts with something quite different. A lost pilot episode from 1998 called Me and My Friends. This lost pilot was not animated at all. It was actually filmed in live action at Nickelodeon Studios in Orlando, Florida, using full-body puppet costumes. There was only one photograph available online for years, and in it, we see 4 characters, Uniqua, Pablo, Tyrone, and Tasha, standing on a simple outdoor playground set. Austin was notably absent at this time. The characters looked nothing like their CGI counterparts. Instead, they're actors in bulky mascot-style suits, almost uncanny in comparison to the sleek cartoons that fans grew up with. This image first appeared on costume designer Yvette Helen's website around 2006, and for a long time, it was the only visual proof that Me and My Friends ever existed. Nobody was actively searching for this pilot in the mid-2000s. It was a curiosity at best, a footnote in Nickelodeon history. But that changed in the early 2010s, when early search efforts began to form. The first wave of interest surfaced on a website known as the Backyardigans Wiki. It was a fan-made wiki documenting everything related to the Backyardigans, and in 2011, an article from Me and My Friends appeared, listing that one Yvette Helen photo and a few basic facts. Over the next couple of years, the wiki admins updated the page with new details. Notably, a list of production crew names: character designer Mark Delvecchio, costume designer Yvette Helen, sculptors Frank Petrano and Hiro Tanaka, and engineer Thomas Riley. It seemed that someone on the wiki had actually reached out to people involved in this pilot to gather these tidbits of info. These early updates hinted that some kind of search for the pilot was already occurring. Naturally, one might think that the easiest way to find a lost pilot is to ask its creator, Janice Burgess, or Nickelodeon directly. But that's easier said than done. Nickelodeon owns the Backyardigans, and even if Burgess had kept a personal copy of the 1998 pilot, she likely wasn't at liberty to share it without the network's approval. As for asking Nickelodeon, requesting an eternal pilot that never aired for a show that became one of their popular franchises was a long shot. The pilot never aired on TV, never saw a home video release, and by 2004, the new CGI version had supplanted it entirely. On top of all that, the pilot was filmed at Nickelodeon Studios Florida, a facility that shut down in 2005, when Nickelodeon moved production to Los Angeles. When the studio closed, any tapes in Orlando would presumably have been archived, relocated, or lost in the shuffle. With Nickelodeon Studios gone, and the whereabouts of its content unknown, the odds of the pilot resurfacing through official channels grew slimmer and slimmer. In 2014, the newly established Lost Media Wiki created its own page for the pilots. This entry repeated much of what was already on the Backyardigans Wiki, but it added something extremely important: actual footage. A fan had unearthed a Nickelodeon Studios 10th anniversary promo video from the year 2000. It was a 5-minute montage of various productions filmed at the Orlando studio. Amazingly, hidden within that montage was a 3-second clip of Me and My Friends. It was brief and had no original audio, but those 3 seconds confirmed that footage of this pilot did exist, and that was huge. Just as the search seemed to be gaining momentum, something perplexing happened. In mid-2016, the Lost Media Wiki article for Me and My Friends was quietly deleted. One day, more thing happened. In mid-2016, the Lost Media Wiki article for Me and My Friends was quietly deleted. One day, the page was just gone. No explanation was given, and for casual observers, it seemed like interest in the pilot had simply died off. After that, the search went dark, at least for a little while. By 2017, Me and My Friends was a long-forgotten relic of 90s Nickelodeon. Mere glimpses of the pilot were all that remained online. Not even the plot was known. But interest in this lost pilot was soon reignited thanks to a YouTuber known as LsPersonaQ. LsQ was a content creator who made videos on lost media mysteries. and decided to investigate the Backyardigans pilot in a video on his channel.
Discovering Me and My Friends really encompassed that like golden era of like early lost media content. And Me and My Friends specifically was one of those things you came across it and you just had no idea like what it was or why it existed. But I remember finding the article on the wiki. That's back when I used to just browse the wiki, just finding anything. I didn't know what was out there. I would browse all the art categories and just whatever would catch my interest, I'd make a video about. So that's when I came across the Me and My Friends article. And at the time, it was just a really plain article. I don't think there was a lot of information on it, other than that one picture, that famous picture of the four of those costume characters standing alongside each other. And I said, this is not the show that I remember from back in the day. There's a weird earlier version of it that wasn't even CGI. Like, that's strange to me. And I said, I gotta look into this.
His video recapped what little was known: the origins of the show, the one photo and a brief clip, and the baffling lack of any full footage. Surprisingly, LSQ's video gained a lot of attention. For a niche topic like a scrap Nick Jr. show, his video drew considerable views and effectively introduced the mystery to a growing audience of lost media enthusiasts. However, something strange happened. Just days after El Supersonic's video went live, it was abruptly taken down by a copyright strike. Now, typically, if a video featuring Nickelodeon content is struck for copyrights, one would expect by Viacom, Nickelodeon's parent company, to be the one behind it. Oddly though, in this case, the claim did not come from Viacom at all. Instead, it came from someone claiming to be a lawyer representing an unnamed client. LSQ was bewildered. He wasn't showing anything in his video that wasn't already online, and what he did show would be considered fair use. So, what was going on? The next day, LSQ received an email from a Drew Emerson, who purported to be the lawyer that issued the takedown. Emerson claimed that he represented a client who had worked on the Backyardigans pilots. In the email, Emerson alleged that this client had received death threats as a result of LSQ's video, and that his video needed to remain offline for the client's safety.
In my original Me and My Friends video, for thoroughness, I showed a clip of the CGI pilot in there. I was talking about the evolution of the show. I showed the only clip that was online. It was like a 3-second clip, and I just mentioned that it existed. And the email basically said that the lawyer was representing who was representing his client. The client worked on that clip of the CGI pilot, and that through someone watching my video, through me showing the clip in there, it led this viewer to find the client and then send him a death threat saying, if you don't release the whole CGI pilot, whatever. And it was through kind of that lineage that the lawyer was saying, well, you're to blame for this. You use his clip without permission. Your video caused a death threat to be sent. I'm taking it down. I didn't know how to even respond to that because at first, like I said, I was scared and this and that. But then I was thinking, but wait a second, but I just had the clip in there for thoroughness. I couldn't even find anyone associated with the CGI pilot. How did one of my viewers do that?
It was a bizarre rationale. Death threats over Nick Jr. pilots. And if you think that's strange, wait till you hear this. Drew Emerson mentioned that his client had worked on the 2002 CGI Backyardigans pilots, not Me and My Friends. You see, the Backyardigans had a second pilot in the early 2000s, which was CGI animated and ultimately greenlit to become the series. After the 1998 live-action version was rejected in favor of Dora the Explorer, Janice Burgess went back to the drawing board. She reworked the concept into a CG format a few years later. That second attempt was successful, and it led to the Backyardigans series that premiered in 2004. So, to clarify, there are two pilots: Me and My Friends from 1998, and the untitled CGI pilots from 2002. i652's video focused on the 1998 pilot, the lost live-action one. He barely mentioned the 2002 CGI one at all, because that wasn't the mystery he was investigating. So, why would a former crew member who worked on the 2002 pilot resort to hiring a lawyer to remove a harmless speculative video about the 1998 pilot? Especially a video that didn't name or accuse anyone. It didn't add up. Nevertheless, facing any legal threats and not wanting to risk his growing channel, i652 complied. He took the video down and re-uploaded a trimmed version with any potentially problematic content removed. And after that, the strike was lifted, and the mysterious lawyer was never heard from again. For the next couple of years, the search for Me and My Friends remained largely dormant. No one wanted to revisit the topic out of fear of legal repercussions or respect for the client's privacy. It wouldn't be until 2020 when a new spark arrived from an unexpected source: a new YouTuber named Sewer Reviewer.
So it was 2020. I was stuck at home because of the pandemic, so I obviously had nothing to do. I had a pre-existing YouTube channel where I did videos with my friends, but I had to find something else to do, so I started doing Lost Media. And I remembered seeing El Supersonic Q's video about Me and My Friends, and I went back to go watch it and see what other info can I gather about this, and it was gone. So I was like, okay, that's kind of cool. So now there's an open market to talk about Me and My Friends. So I made my Me and My Friends video, and it really took off.
I don't think there has ever been a more important moment within the, I guess, history of lost media content creators and the growth of the community than Stewart's Me and My Friends video.
2020 was a time when lost media investigations were becoming quite popular, and Sewer Reviewer was one of the content creators riding that wave. That year, he uploaded his own video on the Me and My Friends mystery. Sewer dug into a fresh angle: the involvement of Mark Eldon, a puppeteer who worked on the pilot. On his personal website, Eldon had a page in the late 90s detailing various projects he'd done. Sure enough, he had a section for Me and My Friends. He wrote, quote, "The first week in November 1998, I puppeteered for a television pilot for Nickelodeon called Me and My Friends. Shot in Orlando, the show featured costume characters and puppets, the meerkats shown above. The show would be part of the Nick Jr. block if it got picked up. The plan is that the voices of the characters will all be dubbed by young kids." In a later update to the same page, Eldon added, "The show, intended as part of the Nick Jr. programming block, did not get picked up in its live-action form, but may show up as an animated series someday." His prediction, of course, turned out to be true. Me and My Friends did show up as an animated series a few years later. Even more exciting was a photograph Eldon had shared. In it, we see Mark Eldon and two other puppeteers holding up 3 colorful meerkat puppet characters that were created for Me and My Friends. These meerkats, as Eldon explained, were intended to appear alongside the costume kid characters. They never made it into the Backyardigans cartoon, and this photo was one of the only known images of these puppets. Intrigued by Eldon's sights, Sewer Reviewer reached out to Mark Eldon directly. Eldon responded and clarified a few points. Quote, "I don't think I'd call it lost media. It was an in-house pilot for Nick. It never aired publicly, so it's not really lost. Yes, it was essentially a live-action puppet costume character version of what became the animated series The Backyardigans. But the meerkat characters did not get used in The Backyardigans. That was many years ago, so I don't remember much more about it than what's on my website, which is very little. We shot it at the now-defunct Nick Studios in Florida. I never saw the finished product. Following this, Super Reviewer tried contacting more people. He tried to contact crew members of anyone who might have been on sets, and even got in touch with an agent of one of the puppeteers. But these efforts, according to Super Reviewer's account, met dead ends. Some people didn't reply, and others had nothing to share beyond what was already known. And to be fair, the pilot was now over 20 years old. By this point, memories had faded, and many of the folks involved had long since moved on to new projects and their careers. By late 2020, despite Super Reviewer's efforts, the search once again seemed to hit a wall. And at this point, the search for me and my friends could have fizzled out. But what happened instead is the search transformed from a solo quest to a full-blown team effort.
Yeah, let's go.
Little Supersonic Q, Super Reviewer, and a few others decided to join forces. They formed an online search team known as the Lost Cast to pool information and coordinate leads.
I gathered up El Supersonic Q, Rift, Ultra Christ, and King Mr. Harvey, and we pretty much just made our own group, and we went over everything we had, and we cross-referenced that. We're like, okay, this is wrong, this contradicts that, this isn't correct, that's fake. And so we basically collaborated, and we streamlined the whole process.
This team chased down every lead they could, but for a while, nothing substantial surfaced. Still, they persevered, and soon a breakthrough came from a user known as GenPen. Little was known about GenPen's identity, but they claimed to have connections to the production of Me and My Friends. Naturally, the team was skeptical, but then GenPen delivered. She shared a never-before-seen photo.
I was blown away. Like, oh my god, someone out there happened to come across, our search. They have new content from it, and they're going to help us with it. So I was like, this is fantastic progress.
Shortly after sharing the image, they deleted them from the chat and insisted that the search team not distribute them further. Respecting GenPen's wishes, and fearful of scaring off a valuable insider, the search team complied and invited GenPen to the group.
GenPen sent me 2 photos of one of the puppets next to another puppet, which we had never seen before. And it was like this rehearsal thing, and then immediately deleted it afterwards, saying, this came from the production coordinator, I don't have permission to share this, please don't save this image. And I was like, okay, alright, you're real, okay, let's do it.
I think at the time the excuse that GenPen gave is that it was owned by, or was taken by someone else who worked on the show and he didn't know if he was allowed to share it. At the time, though, I didn't think anything strange of that. I thought, that makes sense, I can believe that. And considering we didn't have a lot of other, options, we just let it slide. Okay, give that permission and then just send it to us again. We didn't think it was suspicious at all.
GenPen also brought forward another piece of information. She claimed to have contacted someone named John Paul, who was supposedly involved in the pilot's production. She even showed a screenshot of an email exchange with John Paul. According to her, John Paul provided little info, but said he didn't possess anything from the pilots. So that lead didn't advance the search that much, but it added to the list of people who were contacted. Another name off the list. In 2021, another member of the search group, going by Harvey, struck gold. Harvey managed to get in touch with Yvette Helen, the costume designer whose old website had originally revealed the pilot's existence. To their right, Yvette Helen was willing to share even more production photos from our archives. She sent over 9 high-quality images of the pilot being made.
I thought it was really weird because nobody had ever been able to reach Yvette Helen Studios. I tried contacting them, we tried contacting them, but I think Harvey had found the owner's personal email and asked them about it, and they had a bunch of photos. They sent 9, and they said, hey, we're going to look in storage to see if we have any more.
The first photo is of the actor for Pablo in the suit, and a green screen can be seen in the background. The second photo is a strange close-up on Uniqua, front-facing Uniqua, and some staff can be seen in the background, including a maskless Tyrone. The third image shows an unnamed Nickelodeon staff member with Tyrone. They're both in front of a swaying prop in the background, and the woman appears to be holding something. And there's also what seems to be a bunny doll on the floor. The fourth photo shows Uniqua sitting on a chair next to a Nickelodeon employee, as they're both looking at some arts or something. The fifth photo is of an employee inspecting Uniqua's suit. The sixth photo shows an employee with Tyrone, who seems to be holding that bunny doll again. The seventh photo shows the actor from Pablo with some other staff around. The actors are holding what appears to be flags, and that weird bunny again. The eighth photo is a full body shot of Pablo on set, with a scooter and slide behind him. The ninth and final image is a group photo of all four characters with a staff member.
I think when those photos came out, or when we got them, that was like, I feel like out of everything that happened up to that point, that was the first, like, oh my god, guys, this is actually within our reach. We might actually be able to see this through.
It's hard to overstate how thrilling these photos were for the searchers. And something that was really cool was seeing how the costumes differed from their final CGI counterparts. For example, Tyrone's fur was a more reddish color, as opposed to the orange he'd be in CGI, and his shirt had different colored stripes. By mid-2021, the search team had amassed a small trove of behind-the-scenes content, which was the first major discovery in years. I mean, the pilot itself was still largely a mystery, but things were looking hopeful. However, there was one big problem. The search team was running out of leads. They had contacted virtually everyone they could think of: designers, puppeteers, the director, production crew, and so on. Many of those people had helped as much as they could by sharing memories or photos, but none had, or were willing, to provide the actual pilot footage. The search team decided to consult the people who had started this whole quest years ago, the Backyardigans Wiki admins. These were the folks who had first listed those crew names back in 2013, and who had mysteriously deleted the Lost Media Wiki article in 2016. Perhaps, the search team reasoned, the wiki admins had knowledge or resources they hadn't made public. After all, the wiki admins have been going at this longer than anyone, ostensibly since 2010 or 2011. Maybe they had clues to share if approached directly. So the team reached out to two key admins, Melodolus and Pavlor.
So to get in contact with them was like, oh my, like now we've hit the peak. We've come into contact with like the biggest faces of the community, and it was like a super group that formed.
I felt like we were actually finally getting answers on some stuff, because, I mean, here were people who had been searching for it, like, way before any of our videos, and they actually had results to prove it. So what they had shown was they had given us a list of names and what they had associated with them, like, oh, this person did this with this thing, they didn't have anything, they told us about this, yada, yada, yada. So we had no reason not to trust them.
Now that we had a giant contact list, not only did we not have to waste time finding them, but yes, now we knew, okay, these guys, let's not even bother with. Let's only look for new names.
We just kind of had this golden rule to not go back and recontact people, because a bunch of people were already getting tons of messages about it, and I didn't want to come back and be like, hey, do you have anything else? And then them explode and be like, no, I don't have anything, please stop messaging. So we were just like, okay, we contact them, it's one and done deal, move on.
The admins confirmed that, yes, they had been interested in me and my friends for many years prior. They recounted some of their own search efforts. They had, for instance, reached out to many of the same names, but apparently hit similar dead ends. In other words, the wiki admins claimed they knew nothing that the search team hadn't already discovered. They offered sympathy, but no new leads or materials. This was disappointing, to say the least. I mean, despite their head starts, it seemed that the Backyardigans wiki admins had little of value to add. Or so they claimed.
I think at the time, though, I just kind of went with it and said, like, well, it seems to be very obscure and rare. Like, again, like, the wiki articles are pretty barren. They have names, they have contacts, but, like, the contacts just didn't, I mean, they outright said people they contacted didn't have anything, so I just assumed it was one of these cases where, like, okay, it's so obscure, it's so lost, that it's going to be one of those things where, like, one person that worked on it is going to have everything, and we just have not found that one person yet.
And so, as 2021 drew to a close, the search for me and my friends stalled yet again. Months passed with no major updates, no new contacts, and no footage. And none of the search team or the wiki admins had any ideas left. It would take someone completely out of the blue to reinvigorate the search once again. Enter Burr Lost Media.
Burr's a funny little guy. I love that guy.
By 2022, the search for me and my friends had persisted, but it was very dead. It was around this time that a user known as Burr Lost Media quietly began his own investigation. Burr was not originally part of the search team. In fact, he started largely independent. In a way, though, this was a blessing. Burr came in fresh and unburdened by assumptions or baggage that others had accumulated. He just wanted to find the pilots. Burr retraced many of the same steps, identifying who had been the pilot and reaching out to them, unaware that many had already been deemed dead ends. But luck favored Burr. Against the odds, he made a breakthrough where others had failed. He got a response from Mark Delvecchio, the original character designer for Me and My Friends. Mark Delvecchio was a significant figure. He's an illustrator and author known for children's books and designs. For the next 38 pilots, Delvecchio had been translate Dennis Birch's ideas into visual character designs, and he oversaw the creation of the character costumes. Years earlier, the background wiki admin composer had credited Delvecchio with when Burr reached out to Delvecchio responded. And he didn't respond with words. He responded with pictures.
I had a friend who had sent me a picture of Burr's new set of stuff, and I was like, what happened? I was to sleep for half a second, and then this so we have a picture of this guy, and like, where'd you get any of this from? And Burr told us, oh yeah, I took it this person. Oh, we're all confused, and we're like, oh yeah, I took it him. I don't have anything, what happened?
Delvecchio shared several behind-the-scenes photos from the pilot's production. These were indicated that no one in the search team had seen them before. And unlike the concept of military pilot, which was designed by the Soviet after these illustrators had an almost monster quality.
I thought some of them were just like fakers. I'm like, there's no way someone can take a photo in the playground with the low lights all dark and stuff. There's no way someone did that.
I was really happy. I was grinning ear to ear, and I said, this is just gonna reinforce that dumb stereotype that Boston is scary, and I'm gonna throw it in that meme with the spooky talking about a lost episode of SpongeBob. I was grinning ear to ear because I was like, oh, these are cool, but also, oh man,
like, I love the suits on the rack. Like, the suits on the rack, like that's something you would never see. You'd never see that in the actual pilot. And like, the more behind the scenes stuff that we got, like, the more I was like super invested. I'm like, oh my god, like.
Naturally, the search team was overjoyed by Delvecchio's contribution, but it also raised a question. Why was he willing to share these now when he hadn't before? Perhaps Burr's approach was simply well-timed, or phrased differently. Perhaps Delvecchio felt enough years had passed by that point that there was no harm in sharing behind-the-scenes tidbits. Regardless, this marked the first major find in months for the team, and it validated the idea that recontacting old leads might prove useful.
I think at that point in the search is when I started questioning things, not like super heavily, but I started getting a little like with weird feelings about the whole thing. I think it kind of stemmed from those photos that Burr got, the liminal photos. It was at that moment where we realized we could contact old people if we wanted to and ask if they had anything that they didn't have before.
Around this point, the search team had splintered. how supersonic human survivors and War Turtle decided to form a sub-team to pursue both leads. One of their targets was none other than Laura Kingsley, the director of Meet My Friends. To their surprise, Laura Kingsley responded to their inquiries. Kingsley is an established film director with credits including indie films and TV movies, and she had been hired back in the late 90s to help this Nick Jr. pilots. While she couldn't share the pilot video itself, she was willing to confirm at long last what the pilot was about. In an email, Kingsley explained, quote, "No plot really, a premise. For the pilots, it was the concept that if you are waiting and doing nothing, it feels like things take forever. But if you get involved with other things, the time passes and you enjoy your time, geared towards the small children. There is just the pilot, but nothing I can share. Hopefully you'll stumble upon it somewhere someday. It was a very sweet and charming little show. Thanks for your interest. Take care."
I could not believe that not only did they respond, but also that we got it. We got a plot summary, and that was something that the wiki admins, I don't believe they told us a plot summary. I don't think they really said what they got from the director, like what information, other than that the director didn't have anything. So I think at that point I was surprised that it happened, that we got what we did. I really wanted to go back and recontact people they had contacted before, like more so now, simply because I suspected there may have been stuff that we weren't being told.
Her response confirmed a few things. Firstly, that only one episode, the pilot, was ever produced, which, to be fair, wasn't a huge revelation, but it was still good to know. And secondly, that she personally wasn't in a position to release it. Oh, there is just the pilot, but nothing I can share.
What I believe from that conversation, and I don't know for certain, but when I asked them about that, and they're like, "Yeah, there's nothing I can share," I believe that was, I have the pilot, but unfortunately I cannot share it. Thank you for your time. Good day. I feel like there's a good chance if anyone else other than Janice had the pilot, probably her.
Perhaps contractual or personal concerns prevented her, or maybe she didn't have a copy readily available. Nonetheless, hearing the pilot's premise directly from its director was a big win. But the real turning point came shortly after, when Burr contacted hero Tanaka, and during their conversation, Tanaka casually mentioned someone that neither the search team nor the Backyardigans wiki admins knew about. Michael Riley. That name changed everything. Up until then, the name Thomas Riley had circulated in early wiki info, listed as an engineer who worked on the pilots. But here was Tanaka referencing Michael Riley. If Thomas Riley was really Michael Riley, he was a completely overlooked lead. He wasn't on the team's radar because all references to him were under the wrong name.
This, I think, was the single defining moment, the climax that changed the entire story for the rest of this search. I could not believe that not only was there a name that no one had found before, which in itself is like, oh great, we found someone new to contact. But I think it was at that point where the thread started unraveling.
And we were all shocked by this because, how does that happen? How does that can't just be a mistake. And the wiki admins are very, very stingy and very particular with their articles. If there's something that's wrong on their page, they're going to instantly make sure that it's right. So to see such a small discrepancy there for so many years on a very popular page on their website is just weird.
Burr wasted no time in tracking down and contacting Michael Riley, and he provided what would be the most definitive proof of the pilot's existence so far. Michael Riley replied and provided photos of the actual physical tape of Me and My Friends.
Seeing the tape for the first time was the most amazing thing because, oh my goodness, there's actual proof of it. It's right there. We are so close. And then seeing that there's a second tape, just immediately a flurry of emotions because, okay, cool, now there's two of them. Okay, which one can we get?
And I just remember, like, I just have a vivid memory. I was standing in the mall outside of Five Below, the Five Below store, and I was on my phone. I saw those photos. I wanted to run into Five Below and tell everyone in there, guys, me and my friends was found. We got a tape. Like, I remember just like an out-of-body experience wanting to tell the people in the store that this search was over.
This was the first time anyone outside of Nickelodeon's circle had seen the tape itself. The picture showed a professional video cassette with a Nickelodeon label and the title Me and My Friends, and a date from 1998. The rehearsal tape presumably was a separate tape that contained practice footage or test shots from October 30th, 1998, just before filming. This was concrete, indisputable evidence that a tape existed, and Michael Riley had it in his possession. The search team erupted in celebration, but something didn't sit right. If Michael Riley had a tape, and even a rehearsal tape, why hadn't the team heard of him until now? Where did the admins of the Backyardigans wiki even get the name Thomas Riley from? And how did they supposedly contact someone who never existed? This did. But here's where it gets even stranger. Right after Michael Riley had surfaced, something odd happened on the Backyardigans wiki. For the first time since 2016, the Me and My Friends wiki article was edited. The name Thomas Riley was corrected to Michael Riley. This edit was made by a mysterious user named Augie. Want to know something extra weird? Well, the page had been locked for years, and an admin, Melodius, had to specifically lift the protection so that Augie could make this single correction.
Well, what was really weird about it was the wiki page couldn't be edited. The admins had locked that page because it had gotten so much traffic. So we checked the history, and basically an admin had to have unlocked that page, allowed that edit, and then relocked it just for someone to change that name to something that only we knew just to mess with us.
The search team invited Augie to a private chat to find out. In the chat, Augie claimed that he too was doing his own investigation and had contacted a former Nickelodeon Studios art director named Greg Santoro, who provided a new behind-the-scenes photo from the pilot. Augie shared this photo, but soon after, he unsent the photo and disappeared. He then went to the scenes photo from the director. He too invited Augie to a private chat to find out. In the chat, Augie claimed that he too was doing his own investigation and had contacted a former Nickelodeon Studios art director named Greg Santoro, who provided a new behind-the-scenes photo from the pilot. Augie shared this photo, but soon after, he unsent the photo and disappeared. He then went silent and stopped responding.
Augie showed up with this brand new name that only we knew, supplied us with a new picture, and then disappeared mysteriously into the wind. And after that, after they pointed out that he had a tape, we never heard from Augie again.
Meanwhile, Michael Riley's trail was cooling off as well. After initially being very helpful by sharing tape photos and expressing interest, Michael said in late 2022 that he was in talks with an old Nickelodeon producer about possibly releasing the pilot. This sounded promising. Maybe he was seeking permission to get the content out there legally. But after that message, Michael Riley also went dark. He never followed up with searchers. Attempts to reach him again failed.
Right at the very, very end, that's when he stops responding. And the only conclusion, and we have talked about this with each other for hours on end. I think nearing the very end of like the last step that would require to get the tape digitized, I think Augie sniped him, used his email, sent them the emails. I have no idea what he could have sent in those emails. Maybe something made up like we were going to profit off of this. Maybe something made up like those guys are bad dudes, don't do this. Who knows? Who knows what was said? I strongly believe that Augie took the email address that was posted in our private group chat, sabotaged it, and then just laughed at our displeasure.
So, when Burr asked if he could share it, he wanted to. He was very excited that people were interested in this, and he's like, yeah, sure thing. Tell you what I'm going to do, guys. I'm going to get in contact with an old producer friend, Nick, and I'll get back to you on whether or not I can share this or not. But I'm really excited about this. I'll keep in touch. And that was the day that we got that information was, coincidentally, the same day Augie joined. And he saw this information. So, after that, silence. Nothing. We messaged him. We're like, hey, is everything okay? Is there an update you could give us, possibly? And I feel like that if, for whatever reason, this producer individual that he knows was like, sorry, man, you can't share this. He seemed like the kind of person who would be polite enough to just let us know, hey, guys, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, I just can't share anything. But I hope, good luck in your search. He was so open. That was the weirdest thing to us. He was so open about this, and all of a sudden he just ghosts us. That's weird.
So, by the end of 2022, the search had hit a bittersweet milestone. They had proof the pilot was out there in private hands, yet it remained unreleased. Unfortunately, as 2023 rolled in, progress was at a standstill. Leads had gotten cold or silent. The team had contacted virtually everyone known to be connected, and had even uncovered previously unknown personnel. Little did they know that the biggest revelation was about to unfold. As 2023 rolled in with little progress, members of the search team began to retrace their steps and re-examine old evidence. That's when they found something truly jaw-dropping. Recall that the Me and My Friends Lost Media Wiki article was deleted in 2016. This was done by user Lolodolus, a Backyardigans wiki admin. That's already a little strange, but check this out. When an admin deletes a page, they can also leave behind a reason or a comment. The searchers discovered that in the page deletions log, Melodius left a brief comment. It read, "The admins at the Backyardigans Wiki all have a copy. Most contents on this page is empty returned as a page. They can also leave behind a reason or a comment." The searchers discovered that in the page deletions log, Melodius left a brief comment. It read, "The admins at the Backyardigans Wiki all have a copy. Most contents on this page is false, and it is appearing in search results in place of our own work. The admins at the Backyardigans Wiki all have a copy." This one sentence recontextualized the entire search. If true, it meant that as of 2016, the very people running the Backyardigans Wiki already possessed the pilots.
We were so mad. there was no reason for it to be that complicated, and we were just like, what the heck? These people talk to us directly. Why are you lying to me about the Backyardigans pilot? It's not that serious.
Needless to say, it blew our minds. I mean, I think it was at that, I always say, it was at that point, they became Heisenberg. It was at that point, we were like, our jaws were dropped. L did not want to believe it. He just refused to believe it. He didn't want to think that they would do that to us.
I couldn't wrap my head around, like, what, and I guess it was just like, me being misguided. I thought, when Sewer asked them, hey, we're looking for the pilot, can you help us? I feel like a normal person's reaction would have just been, oh, I have the pilot, this guy's asking me to help find it, I'm just going to ignore him. Like, I thought it was more realistic that if there had been anything going on, they never would have joined a group chat, they never would have talked to Sewer, they would not have really, made themselves accessible. They would have just kind of, stayed in the shadows. They were trying to misguide us, but I never even really thought, that takes it way too far. I didn't think, why would they go so far to try to misguide? That just seems what a waste of energy.
The search team was floored. For years, they had believed that the Backyardigans Wiki admins were fellow fans, wanting to find the pilot just like them. Instead, they were eavesdropping on the search team to make sure they couldn't find the pilot. If the Wiki admins had the pilot all along, it would explain a lot. Remember the user JetPen and how she had shut an email chain with John Paul, as opposed to remember, claiming he worked on the pilot? Well, Bird Lost Media had independently reached out to John Paul via a different route, and John Paul flat out denied ever working on the show. He said, "I was working at the studio but didn't work on that show." It was discovered that the email JetPen provided was fabricated. In short, JetPen was feeding them false clues just to get in on the search team. Then there's Augie Town, and the email he showed from art director Greg Santoro. L Supersonic Q compared it to an earlier legitimate correspondence he'd had with Santoro, and found that the two email addresses did not match. It seemed Augie forged an email to back up his story. And then there's Drew Emerson, the supposed lawyer who took down El Supersonic Q's video. If he was indeed one of the admins in disguise, they needed to snuff out public attention that might lead people to pressure them to release the pilots. All signs pointed back to the Backyardigans Wiki team. It became clear that these anonymous accounts were almost certainly sock puppet accounts used by the admins. And the motive? To embed themselves in the search effort and mislead it, thereby protecting their reported copy of the pilot. The next burning question was, why? Why all this secrecy and effort to board a 14-minute preschool pilot? What did these admins stand to gain? Aside from, perhaps, bragging rights on themselves that they had something no one else did. The search team had their suspicions, but they needed more info on how the admins got the pilot in the first place, and we'll get to that in a moment. After this revelation, El Supersonic Q and others decided to go public with their findings. LSQ created a comprehensive 2-part documentary on YouTube exposing their ruse. In these videos, he laid out how the wiki admins misled everyone, from the fake lawyer to the fake helpers, Jenpen and Augie. The immediate aftermath saw the Backyardigans wiki website vandalized by furious users, turning it into a battleground of memes and accusations. The wiki admins tried locking pages and maintaining order, but their credibility was shattered. On social media and forums, people skewered the hoarders for their behavior. And there were memes, a lot of memes. After all, this was a ludicrous amount of drama over a children's pilot. By June 2025, the search had basically turned into a waiting game. At this point, there were only two options. Either the hoarders would relent and release the pilot on their own terms, or someone else would find a way to leak it out from under them. The admins by now were isolated and self-vilified, and they were likely hoping the drama would just die down. But instead, the final act of the story was about to unfold, and it was something that none of them could stop. On the night of June 27th, 2025, a popular Twitter account called The Lost Media Busters, run by a user named Shish, had posted a tongue-in-cheek tweet. It joked about how 2025 was the year of lost pilots being found, such as the Family Guy's pilot, Dora the Explorer's pilot, and so on. They poked fun at the fact that me and my friends still hadn't surfaced, and it was a bit of a meme at that point. Not long after that tweet, Shish received a private message from a Discord user called P. P claimed to have the me and my friends pilots via some connection to Paramount's servers, Paramount being Nickelodeon's parent company. This user said he found the pilot because of that very tweet by the Lost Media Busters, which sparked him a look. And as proof, Pete began sharing screenshots of the pilots. He told Shish that he was willing to share the file with him so it could be released. At this point, Shish was stunned and excited. It seemed almost too good to be true. Shish agreed, and he received a video file through their chats. Shish began downloading the file, but then he changed his mind and deleted. Deleted the file mid transfer. He got full feeds. He told Shish he decided to hold onto the pilots because if it leaked widely, it would become big news and could alert Paramount, causing them to tighten security and thus costing damage access to their servers. Shish was left with only a mere fragment of the pilots that finished downloading before the cancellation.
I was happy with just that because I think at this point, with how long it had been going on for and how crazy and awful it was, to finally get new footage to any extent, even if it was like cut off like it was a short clip, like that to me felt like a victory in itself.
Well, let me start off by saying I was so pissed off that he pinged at everybody. But then I was really happy to see that there were screenshots in HD, mind you, HD screenshots of the pilot being shared because these photos were the first actual pictures of the pilot itself. For ages, the only actual content we had from the pilot was that 3 seconds. All the other photos that we actually received were just behind-the-scenes production stuff. Like, this was the actual first images from the pilot itself, and that was just so crazy. No, he suddenly did a weird, like, 180 and started talking about, oh, I'll get in trouble if I do this, and he's not talking about, like, fucking Paramount or something. He's talking about, like, some other unknown entity, and he's like, I just can't sacrifice or whatever. You guys just have to trust me on this.
So I hop in VC and I'm like, this better be good. And he sends 3 pictures, never before seen pictures of me and my friend. Not set photos, actual screenshots of the pilot. Passed beyond the 3-second clip that's burned in my frontal lobe. Actual pictures of the characters moving around in the actual production, and the sweetened master tape splash screen.
It was a strange night. I remember being notified about it in a Discord server I'm in. We were talking about it the rest of the night. Who was this P person? Was he possibly another trick by the admins? Someone scare him off? Maybe one of the admins caught wind and threatened too. We braced ourselves for yet another definite wait. But then, an anonymous user on 4chan leaked the entire pilot. The anonymous user who posted the pilot said, "Fuck you, Backguardians Wiki. Happy Brat Summer. Love Pungus." To this day, I have no idea what that means. To this day, happy Brat Summer. Love, the pilot said, "Fuck you, Backguardians Wiki. Happy Brat Summer. Love Pungus." To this day, I...
So I thought it was so poetic that it would leak on 4chan, of all things. We had always talked about, oh, you know, what happens if it comes from a leak or whatever. And earlier in the search, we were like, oh, that would really suck. But we had reached the point where we were just like, oh my god, thank you, it's over. Somebody did it. And I think just because it was a combination of the Media Busters tweet and this guy just openly posting stuff in the Discord and then immediately being like, oh, never mind, or whatever. Somebody was just like, okay, fine, if you're not going to do it, I'll do it, whatever. You know, I think it was just one big thing of everybody just wanting it to be over.
The source of this 4chan leak remains anonymous. Given the timing, one wonders if he himself decided to quietly drop it after all, perhaps feeling protected by 4chan's anonymous nature. Or it could have been an unrelated individual who had also gained access via the same hacked sources. Some even speculated it might have been a disillusioned admin or someone who got it from them. Regardless of who leaked it, the outcome was that Me and My Friends was finally found. Following the release of the pilot, one of the admins, Melodus, came out of hiding and reconnected with the search team. According to internal messages between the two parties, they originally had the pilot courtesy of another Backyardigans Wiki admin, who we'll refer to as K.
He is definitely the most like elusive person out of the entire admin group. Some of them I don't even think we talked to before. They just have no presence online whatsoever. But K is different. K prided himself as the quote-unquote, this is Alex's words, not mine, he deemed himself as a backyardigans oracle, quote-unquote. They were very pretentious in the community. They believed they knew everything about backyardigans. Great achievement, by the way. They had everything on the show. It's kind of creepy.
Melodis claims that at some point between late 2015 and early 2016, admins Kay and Pablo received the pilots due to an unauthorized access into Nickelodeon's internal archive system, known as Nick Central. Nick Central was essentially Nickelodeon's internal digital library or media server, likely containing high-quality masters of shows, pilots, and promos. It's a bit unclear whether they carried out the hack themselves or simply seized the opportunity. Nevertheless, they downloaded the files of not just one, but two Backyardigans pilots, the 1998 live-action Me and My Friends, and the 2002 CGI pilots. To understand how serious this is, this was essentially an illegal breach of a company's confidential archive. Once Kay and Pablo had copies of the pilots, they apparently distributed them among the Backyardigans Wiki admin team. Suddenly, these fans had something incredibly rare, the actual pilots that even Nickelodeon had never released. And instead of celebrating the find by sharing it, they decided to hoard it privately. Perhaps initially it was caution. After all, they got it through a serious breach of law. But beyond that, a sense of ownership and control set in. This was their precious treasure now. According to Melodis, this moment in 2015 to 2016 caused a fracture even within the admin group. Melodis began distancing himself from Kay, uneasy with the toxicity and illegal nature of what was happening. There were arguments about whether to quietly share at least some of the content, but Kay was fiercely against letting anything out. From 2016 onwards, everything the wiki admins did starts making sense through this lens. They locked down their pages, they removed outside info, and they became gatekeepers. Nearly a decade of hoarding and intimidation followed. Melodis later claimed that Kay would even threaten any fellow admin who tried to release the pilots. Now, for unknown reasons, I'm told that Kay stepped away from the internet around 2018. He deleted his YouTube channel, his blog, and forum accounts, leaving only a fandom account in existence. It was like he was trying to erase his online footprint. Despite vanishing publicly, Melodis indicated that Kay still remained in contact with the remaining admins privately, continuing to urge, or bully, them to never release Me and My Friends. It had become, in those words, like a prized possession for certain people in my group. So, by the time the search team in the outside world was earnestly hunting the pilots, the wiki admins had long had it, and had sworn among themselves to keep it secret. So they infiltrated the search, sabotaged it, so that us, Cube, Super Reviewer, and the rest would never find it. But in doing so, they inadvertently set up one of the most convoluted wild goose chases in lost media history. The final straw in this saga came in mid-2025, after El Supersonic Q's videos turned public sentiment overwhelmingly against the admins. With Kay largely out of the picture, and the pilot already leaked online, Melodis came forward with an official statement, claiming there was more to the story. In this statement, Melodis confirmed much of what we've recounted, that the admins did obtain the pilot through unauthorized means. They were in school at the time, so likely minors or very young adults when this happened. Melodis claimed that even back then, he felt they should release the, quote, harmless, non-sensitive stuff they found. But others in the group were vehemently against it. He described a culture of gatekeeping and pressure, where even hinting at sharing content would result in frantic messages, threats of doxing, and even late-night phone calls from fellow admins to intimidate him into compliance. He also shed light on P, claiming P was a completely separate person who genuinely found the pilot independently. According to Mel, P might have been threatened by someone as well, which is why he pulled back. No, my bonus doesn't confirm.
I'm glad that it's finally over with, not the search just for him. You know, with all those admins, I'm glad that they're out of this mess, because it honestly seems like this is a huge case of blackmail. So I'll hold these people accountable for something just because they accidentally got caught up with some guy who had unauthorized access to something he shouldn't have. So I'm satisfied with it. Obviously, it's not mine to judge, but yeah, I'm just happy that it's over with for him, and I hope the best for all the admins and that they can finally be left alone. I wish that this search could have been different. I wish there could have been a different flow of events. I wish Melodious could have turned to the light side sooner. I wish there was more of a fight for fairness in terms of who has it and why can't it be released, and I just get really sad thinking about the way that this kind of all turned out.
And just like that, it was all over. Me and my friends had finally been found. After years of misinformation, private hoarding, fake aliases, and dead ends, the pilot in its entirety was now available for everyone to see, concluding one of the biggest, most eventful searches and loss.
My name is Uniqlo. I'm Pablo. How do you play with me and my friends? Comes Pablo. I don't. You answer. Is just. Mine has polka dots, just like me. Polka dots, polka dots, polka dots. Uniqlo, do you have a flag in it too? Uh-huh. Yippee! It's shaped like your beak, Pablo. Wow, 1, 2, 3, flag. Uniqlo. Now we can all play blackjack. Yippee, alright, blackjack. Yippee, now we can play. Now we can play blackjack. Well, not yet. Mommy and I made the flag, but we didn't have time to glue them to the poles. Poles? I'm Pablo, and this is my backyard. My name's Cairo. This is my backyard. And I'm Niqua, and this is my backyard. We're
lot of you know this, but I recently took up the multi-year task of watching every video game adaptation ever made. So every movie based on a video game, I will be watching to find definitively the best one and the worst one, ranking them from worst to best. I've watched in total 6 now, but I've only made 2 videos on them, one for Silent Hill 2006 and one for Silent Hill Revelations. But I've watched 4 others, I just haven't made any content on them. That's because they're more modern movies, which means the copyright on them is a little stricter. So like when I did Silent Hill Revelations, that got flagged pretty hard. Immediately YouTube came in with the fucking whistle, the hall monitor badge, and slapped the old copyright claim and block handcuffs on the video. So for these 4, I don't think I can make big videos on each of them, so instead, I'm just going to yap about them right here to your face. So spread your lats, get ready, I'm coming in hot. So the first 3 I did in a batch because I was just going to make one video for this entire series of live-action video game adaptations. It's the Tomb Raider series. I didn't want to break these up into individual videos. I thought it'd be better just to do them all in like a batch. So let's start with 2001 Angelina Jolie fronted Tomb Raider. This movie I actually have pretty fond memories of because I actually watched this after coming back from the hospital and having an eye patch on my eye because my friend's dog bit my eyeball. So I spent the day at the hospital, they were tending to my wound, they were performing voodoo magic and dropping, sacred Phoenix down eye drops in there to fix it all up. And when I got sent home with an eye patch on, my dad threw on Tomb Raider and he said, "We're going to watch this tonight." To date, probably still the only time my father has ever willingly watched a video game adaptation, or anything even loosely based on a video game. I think it was just that early 2000s Angelina Jolie hype train. So, this film is somewhat similar. It's very much a product of its time. And actually, like this film does feel very bad CGI stuff. But for the most part, I actually think this looks better than most of the games. This film is really solid. And it's really fun.
So it way too much money on it. To be honest, I'm so surprised that my girlfriend's with me. But at first, I loved it. I was honestly excited to log in every single day and experience what it feels like to play as to go through in this game. The struggles of not spending money and actually experiencing what the game has to offer, like exploration, the story, and all that. I was really enjoying it. By the time I was switching anyway, the nostalgia pretty much went off, and it honestly became just another grind alongside my main account and all the other gacha games that I played. So I set up the challenge to kind of speed run the account and catch up on it. And with Farina coming out at the time, it was pretty much perfect.
Yeah, Angelina Jolie has like quadruple detail here that is
It's been a dream, but the plan was simple. All I have to do is play through all the archives, skips after it, set in leeway cancer borders, and take a full vaccines for the parents. That plan was pretty stupid, but I set off to play through Leeway, and honestly, I forgot how good it was. Leeway's Archon Quest has some amazing moments that I completely forgot about, and some that no one can forget about till this day. Why did she do that? Everything from Shenhe taking off her hoop earrings and saving the day to literal Avengers Endgame style finale. It really reminded me how great and simple the Archon Quest used to be in Genshin Impact. After about 5 hours on the clock, we ended up hitting AR-45 and we gained 800 primo gems, which low-key actually surprised me. Then, day 2 happened. Day 2 was pretty much the turning point in this 2-week primo gem challenge because a lot happened. Meeting Half Guy for the first time, seeing one of my favorite cutscenes that Genshin Impact has ever created till this day. And look at this, this is pretty much the most aura that you can farm in one cutscene. Then you guys, it's not over that. We're still here. Then I think my heart stomped on when Senora dies.
That's the right one. Set the thumbnail up. Oh, it started itself. That's good. Welcome back. Alright, let's go. I gotta do another Final Fantasy stream one of these days here. Oh, wait. Let me check what headset I'm on. Or speaker. Set that to that. Alright, should be good. But, yeah. Hopefully some more Final Fantasy, but my Genshin Impact streams do a lot better than my Final Fantasy streams. Man, I miss old Pokemon music. Got that new Pokemon game coming out soon, and I heard the music. It's I'm gonna torrent that new Pokemon game. I was gonna buy a Nintendo Switch 2 just to play the new Pokemon game that's coming out, but it looks really disappointing. I'll probably just wait till I can torrent it. No point in buying a Switch 2 just for that shit. Sadly. I really wish Pokemon was still making good games. It's pretty sad how far Pokemon has fallen. At least the gaming. I know the Pokemon... Well, actually the entire Pokemon franchise is still selling very well. The games suck. I've just never been into Pokemon games either, but I can kind of understand the Pokemon parts, but the video games? The Pokemon video games suck, man. They're terrible. Yo, do you play Zenless? Oh yeah, I played Zenless a few times. I don't like it that much. Like, it's alright. Yeah, Zenless Zone Zero. That game is weird. Zenless Zone Zero is weird. It's about like hacking and stuff. I don't know. I need to wait 2 days before I can even continue storyline. I don't know if I'll have anyone join me this stream. I usually just let people from my stream join me in this game, but it hasn't allowed me to get any of the storyline done. You can't do story missions if people join me. I gotta beat these things. King Lacey is the best. The absolute best. Ow! Zenless is pretty similar to Honkai Impact Dirt. Yeah. My problem with Zenless Zone Zero, it's not very open world. You know what I mean? There's not really an open world to explore. You just kind of do missions and stuff. But the graphics in Zenless Zone Zero are the best 3D anime graphics. You know? Anyways, it's been a while since I've seen you, Blue T. I thought wasn't your old name Blue T YT or something like that? That's what I remember. I haven't seen you in like a year. It's been a long time. Yeah, Zenless Zone Zero has really good graphics. I love the graphics of Zenless, but I'm just not too into the storyline and the fact it's not open world. I'll probably give it a try one day. Once I completely beat Genshin Impact, once I beat Wither and Waves, I'll probably go back to Zenless Zone Zero. But, yeah, Genshin Impact and Wither and Waves are really long games. I have like 600 hours in this game, and I would say I'm probably not even halfway done. Maybe like 40%. Like, this is a long game. I guess it's a lot shorter if you pay for shit. I haven't paid for a single thing in this game. Yeah. I kind of refuse to buy in-game purchases in video games. Like, I'll buy video games for $80, $90, $100, but when it comes to buying in-game purchases, I just find that bullshit. See, when I was a kid, the only in-game purchases we had to pay for was DLC. DLC was worth it because it kind of like expanded your game. It's kind of like buying, it's kind of just like expanding your game, you know? DLC was actually worth the money. Nowadays, everything they want you to buy is like cosmetics or new characters, and I'm like, fuck that. That's bullshit. So I kind of refuse to buy it. I kind of refuse to do in-game purchases these days. What? It's not been a year. I was here like 8 months. Yeah, like almost a year. But yeah, I refuse to buy in-game purchases. Same thing with that Call of Duty bullshit. I barely even like to pay for PS Plus. Like, I'll buy PS Plus here and there, but I don't like to pay for online either. Back during the PS3 days, you didn't have to pay for online. Still pisses me off. And they charge a lot of money for online too. It's like $140 for 1 year. And if you buy it monthly, it's like $200 a year. That's the cheapest option. If you buy PlayStation Plus Premium for 1 year, that shit is like almost $300. It's crazy. Just for the online. What the fuck? I ain't gonna pay for that bullshit. I mean, like, I'm not that cheap, but I'm smart enough to know when I'm being scammed. I'm not gonna fucking purposely be scammed. I'm not very cheap. I waste a lot of money on things, but one thing I'm not gonna waste money on is fucking cosmetics or characters. And my buddy Jay Cook in Call of Duty, he was fucking, what did he say? He was spending like $60 or $70 a week. Every week on fucking gobblegums for zombies. Fucking gobblegums. Like, what? That is such a waste of money. I mean, I'm not going to complain because he helped the team using those gobblegums. You know, there's some of those gobblegums that would help out the team. But it's just like, I don't know how people do that. How you can, like, if I spent even $80 once on gobblegums, I would feel guilty as shit. I'd be like, damn, I could have bought like 2 ounces of silver for that shit. Or I could have bought some Bitcoin with that shit. Instead, I spent that on gobblegums on Call of Duty. You know? So it's like, fucking, I don't know. Maybe I am cheap. I don't think I'm cheap. I'm cheap with certain things, I guess. real, I'm always a free-to-play player. Yeah, me too. For real, like when I was a kid, I used to spend so much money on Clash of Clans. Because like I have the same Clash of Clans account I got in like 2012, 2013. Like I've had that Clash of Clans account for over 10 years. Back when I was like 12, 13, 14, I used to spend like $1,000, $2,000 a year on Clash of Clans. And like now looking back on it, I'm like, that was so pointless. That was so pointless. I still have that Clash of Clans account, but I barely play it anymore. And you know, they every year they add a new town hall and new updates, and you got to buy more stuff. It's like, fuck that. You know? Imagine when I was 12, 13 years old, if I would have put that $1,000 a year into Bitcoin. I'd literally be like a billionaire today. Not even exaggerating. Because that was back in 2012, 2013. And 2014, 2015. So if I would have put that like $1,000 a year in Bitcoin instead of Clash of Clans, I'd literally be a billionaire today. Think about that. So it's like, why the fuck would I ever spend money on that bullshit ever again when I could just buy investments? I mean, I don't think I'll ever be a billionaire, but I'm saying I could have been a billionaire. I was smarter with my money. I've never bought anything that would make me win in any games. Yeah, same here. Or cosmetics. I did, back in like 2018, 2019, I did buy a lot of Fortnite skins and shit. It was stupid. I would just buy the battle pass. I wouldn't even buy the skins. I would just buy the battle pass every month or two, every new season, whatever it was, right? And that was stupid. I fucking hate Fortnite, bro. I really do. Like, at least Clash of Clans I still kind of play sometimes. But fucking Fortnite? I fucking hate Fortnite. I really do. So much. Fortnite is trash. But yeah, no, I wasted like hundreds of dollars on Fortnite too for fucking skins. I've learned my lesson. Never, like, it's okay to buy video games, I think, but when it comes to buying cosmetics or paying to win in video games, I think that's stupid. So I don't do that anymore. I'll still buy DLC, but the modern day video games don't release DLC anymore. They just do cosmetics and pay to win. You know, back when I was a kid, video games like Call of Duty and stuff, they do DLC. They don't do DLC anymore. So, yeah. I don't do in-game purchases anymore. Yeah, this conversation started with Pokemon. Pokemon has fallen off. Pokemon has fallen off so badly. It sucks. I don't know if you play Pokemon on the Nintendo Switch, the new Pokemon games, but holy shit, that new Legends ZA coming out looks like trash. And I love Pokemon, so that sucks to say, but it's all based in one city. The graphics still suck, even though it's on the Switch too. The music isn't good. Like, Pokemon games used to have amazing music. So the music sucks, the graphics suck, looks like the storyline sucks, the map is small. There's nothing good to say about the new Pokemon game that's coming out, which really sucks. But it's true. Even though I love Pokemon, I don't think I'll be buying a Switch 2. Because the only reason I'd buy a Switch 2 is to play Pokemon. I don't even really like Zelda that much anymore. I still like Pokemon, but the games suck. They suck. What? Why did this fucking two of them just spawn? Why are these things taking so long? For real, the only game I've ever paid for cosmetics is Roblox. I don't think, even on my old account that I had 10 years ago for Roblox, I don't think I paid for cosmetics. I might have. I don't know. See, back when I was a kid, Roblox used to not just have Robux, but they used to have Tix blocks or whatever, where you could earn ticks by playing games, and then you could buy cosmetics without using Robux. I don't know if you were around during those days. I forget when they got rid of ticks. This is like the old days. I think they got rid of ticks in like 2014, 2015, somewhere around there. But back in the old days of Roblox, you didn't even have to buy cosmetics. You could just fucking earn them by playing games, which is really cool, right? They really should bring that feature back, but they never will because they make too much money off kids using their mom's credit cards. Yeah. So many games have just fallen off. The way corporations and video games these days try to like milk their audience is just sad. It ruins all the games. These things are like poisoning me or something. Feels like a Minecraft flat world with buildings. Sure, I saw the map sucks. By the way, what happened to your gaming laptop? I'm playing this on my gaming laptop right now. That's how it's in 1440p. If you go to the quality of the stream, that's how you know it. Because the PS5 doesn't let you stream off in 1440p. They don't let you stream in 1080p. So if you go to the quality, that's how you can tell if I'm on my laptop or my PS5. It's because my laptop lets me go all the way to 2160p. But I'm playing on a 1440p monitor, so I don't turn my stream to 2160. Keep that 1440. It's like almost the highest quality YouTube has. It's really good quality. Why am I like poisoned? See, look, I just died without even getting hit. What the fuck, man? This is so stupid. Roblox is in huge drama? Yeah, I know. I know. Yeah, it's crazy playing at Roblox. I've been playing Roblox again recently. Yeah, Roblox is pretty fun. It's weird. They should just turn the whole chat feature off. I don't know why they still have a chat feature in Roblox. They've had that since Roblox started. It's like, that might be controversial, but I think they should just turn the whole chat thing off. So like random people can't chat with people in Roblox. No, that's probably pretty controversial, but I've never once used the chat feature to like talk to people. Because I mean, if you want to play with your friends, you can just play with them through Discord chat, right? But I think it's weird for Roblox to even have a chat feature built in game. Because like, why do you need to talk with random people and make friends? And why is Roblox starting a dating app? Like, why? None of that shit makes sense. None of that shit should be on Roblox. Like, Roblox, yeah, you can just go and play games and have fun. Like, kids shouldn't be talking to random adults on Roblox. Just, obviously, there's going to be pedophiles and creeps. You should just turn the whole chat feature off. I'm pretty sure they added a voice chat feature. I've never used it, but I heard they added a voice chat feature on Roblox too. So instead of taking away the text chat, they added a voice chat and kept the text chat. That's fucked up, man. But, you know, if they're going to allow texting and chatting, they should definitely allow people like Schlepp, or whatever his name is. Because Schlepp actually is doing better moderation than Roblox is. And Roblox is a corporation, so they clearly don't want to hire moderation, so they need people like Schlepp who will do it for free. I mean, he doesn't do it for free, he makes videos on it, but you know, Roblox doesn't pay him to do it, so to Roblox it's free. And if they're afraid of the bad PR, well, they can hire moderation of their own, but they don't do that. I think they do that in some cases. Like, I did watch a video the other day where the police went to someone's house, it was like body cam footage, because the Roblox admin reported them to the police, but that's very rare, right? They need a lot better moderation. But yeah, I think they should just remove the whole text feature. I've been using Roblox since like 2009. I've never used the text feature, the text chat feature. I've used it, but it was like This is stupid. I've never used it again. Like, you don't. It's not like people use it to talk about the game. Anytime I see people talking in that text chat feature on Roblox, it's always some weird shit like, "How old are you?" "I'm 13." "Oh, I'm 24. Is that okay?" Like, that's fucking weird, bro. That's what I see. I never see people talking about the game. Like, "Hey, what do you think about this sword?" I never see people talking about that, but I do see them talking about their age and if they have boyfriends or girlfriends. It's weird. You should just turn that whole text thing off. Yeah, Roblox should only turn on text for 16. Yeah, but then they would have to ID people, and even if they ID people, people can use their mom and dad's credit or their IDs, right? So that doesn't even work. They're finding that out in the UK right now, because in the UK the government added IDs to use any. I don't know how does it work in the UK? I'm not in the UK, but it's like use Instagram and stuff now. You need to have an ID. You need to be like over 18 or something. I don't know. I'm not in the UK. It's something weird like that. People are needing IDs to use Instagram and stuff. And a lot of kids are just using their mom and dad's IDs, you know? So it's like, you know, if these kids are allowed to use their mom and dad's credit cards, why wouldn't they be allowed to use their IDs? And that's what they're doing. So I don't think that even stops it, even like IDing people, making sure they're over 16 or 18. I don't know. Like I just said, I don't think the text feature is really used for anything good in Roblox. Like, if you want to play with your friends, you can play with them and talk to them in Discord and stuff. But if you just want to talk to random kids on Roblox, it's pretty fucking weird. I don't know. Didn't that Schlepp guy say he met his girlfriend or his wife on Roblox, though? It's like, I guess adults do go on Roblox and find each other and date. It's not just like adults finding children, but even that's weird to me. Like, imagine finding your girlfriend or boyfriend on Roblox. Even if you're both above age, it's still just so weird. I find those dating apps weird enough, but finding them on a kid, like finding your partner on a kid's game, man, I don't know. It's not a very good love story in my opinion. Oh yeah, we bet on Roblox. Yeah, that's pretty weird to me. You can now say TF/MF in Roblox. Oh yeah, the fuck or motherfucker, right? That's what that means. You must have been playing role-playing games. I remember when I was like 9, a lot of weird. I was always playing tycoon games and like roller coaster games. I was never into those role-playing games. I didn't even know about those until recently. I was always into like tycoon and roller coaster games. There was this one really cool game, like this zombie game. It was like kind of like a zombie tycoon. That I actually just brought back a memory. I completely forgot. I'm gonna have to search that up on Roblox after this stream. I want to see if I can find that again. When I was a kid, I used to play this zombie tycoon game. There wasn't even a tycoon. It was kind of like Roblox, but you have a plot of land, and then every night it was kind of like Minecraft. I mean, it was kind of like Minecraft. You have a small plot of land, and then on the plot of land you can like build stuff. I forget, but it was like this zombie game. And at nighttime, the zombies would come. You have to build like a castle to stay safe. It was actually, I remember it being pretty hard when I was a kid. I don't know why. I remember it being pretty hard. I remember dying a lot. But no, I didn't play any role-playing game. That shit's weird. But even in those types of games, you see in the chat, it's just a bunch of people asking each other their age and like if they have boyfriends. Oh, can I be your boyfriend? Yes, sweetie. Ooh, ooh. RAR XD, like weird shit, bro. It's like a fucking grown man talking to a kid. Yeah, I think they should just turn the whole text chat thing off. That'd save a lot of bad publicity. That'd make me feel a lot more comfortable playing Roblox. Clash of Clans. Speaking of Clash of Clans, I was speaking about Clash of Clans earlier. I don't know if you know Clash of Clans, but that's what they did. Clash of Clans used to have clan chat and global chat. They still have clan chat, so if you join a clan, you can talk to your clan and stuff in clan chat. but they no longer have global chat, so you can't talk to random people. I mean, your clan is still kind of random, but you know, if you're being a weirdo and stuff, your leader or your moderators will kick you out of the clan, right? The elders or the co-leaders or the leaders, they'll kick you out of the clan if you're being a weirdo. But Clash of Clans, they removed the global chat, and probably for the same reason the Roblox should. They removed that years ago too. That was like 2018 or 2017. They removed the global chat on Clash of Clans. So yeah, I think Roblox should just do that, honestly. Maybe they should bring clans into Roblox. Like you can join a clan of 50 or 100 people. You know, if someone's being a weirdo, they get kicked out of the clan or whatever. They get their fucking account removed. Oh, I remember those games. I played those. Also true about kids using their parents to get access to that stuff. That's what I did to get access to VC. I always built the tallest pillar to not get killed. Yeah, that's what I used to do too. Yeah. Yeah, it was a pretty popular game. I think it was one of the most popular games on Roblox around that time. I forget how it worked. I don't remember if it was a tycoon, because I'm pretty sure you could put your own blocks down and stuff. Because tycoon games are kind of pre-built. But in this zombies game, you'd put your own blocks down. It was kind of like Minecraft and Roblox. But I remember it used to be pretty hard. That's why I want to try playing it again as an adult and see if it was as hard as I remember. Right. Whoa! Ow! I was trying to dodge it, but he still fucking hit me. I hate when video games do that. They're like so fast you can't even dodge them, even when you're dodging them. Holy shit. Doing so much damage. I really wish I would not have increased my world level. It makes this game so much more difficult. There we go. See, there's a fucking teleporting thing right below me. I don't know how to get down there. I've already tried to get down there before. Both of those are good, right? No, they're white. That means they're not good. You have to put this in it or something? Okay. See, they're both white. Yeah, this was locked before, but I unlocked it. But it doesn't lead down to the fucking teleporting thing. haven't really found any chests this entire stream. It's pretty disappointing. Actually, I need to go to that. There's that one really cool city. There's like a really cool city or town in this game, but I always forget where it is. It's not that one. I don't think. Right? It's not. No, I feel like it's a little bit more in the middle. Oh, I always forget where it is. It's my favorite like city in this game. Let me check. It actually might be this one. Let me check. Oh, it is this one. Yep. This is my favorite village or city, whatever, in this game. It's got such a nice atmosphere. Oh. Alright, so there should be some chests around here. I think the chests kind of like respawn every season or whatever, every few months or something. I really like watching those Gideon videos where he catches predators. I've been watching a lot of those recently. Those ones are pretty good. I haven't really watched any of Schlepp's videos, but those Gideon videos are pretty funny. I forget where the chests were around here. I think there's a few in this city. They're in like hidden locations, you know. Pretty sure there was one around here somewhere, but I forgot. So I'm gonna go to the other spot where I think one is. Pretty sure there's one down here by the pier. Somewhere around here. Alright, look for any like secret areas. Maybe they don't respawn? I thought they did. I didn't find any chests. I think they don't respawn. That sucks. Let me go up here. Oh, there's a chest. I found one. It's right by this teleporter too that I always come to. I'm playing Fall Guys, but I've never played Fall Guys. I've heard a lot about it though. Was it? I'm pretty sure it was Fall Guys, right? Wasn't Fall Guys at one point a Roblox game? I heard that at one point it was a Roblox game and they made it into its own game. I don't know. That might be a different game I'm thinking of. It annoys me that all the good Sword Art Online games, like one of my favorite anime, Sword Art Online, it's based on a video game. Well, it's not based on a video game, but the anime is based around video games. And the actual Sword Art Online franchise has no real good video games. Then on Roblox, there's a bunch of Sword Art Online video games. And a lot of them are pretty good. But the official Sword Art Online games kind of suck. I've played a few of the official Sword Art Online games. Back then, I used to play Fall Guy knockoff. I don't want you going out that way. This is like the edge, right? What a weird spot to put the edge. Should expand that outwards. test with the... What? I didn't put a chest up here. Do you like a dub or sub? What? Oh, Sword Art Online? I like dub. I don't know what people are talking about. They always say English voice actors aren't as good or whatever. Well, I don't even really care about the Japanese voice in the sub because I'm not listening to the Japanese voices. I'm reading the subtitles. So I don't understand the whole argument when people say, oh, the English voice actors aren't as good as the Japanese voice actors. But I don't know Japanese. I just read the subtitles. Like, what? Like, I understand people saying that the Japanese voice actors sound more enthusiastic. That isn't always a good thing, though. Like, for example, the Sword Art Online dub, Kirito is very edgy. Like, he's like, it's funny. It's good to have an element of humor, even if he's trying to be serious. Like, it's funny in a cringe way, you know, where he goes like, "Yeah, I'm a beta tester and I'm a cheater. I'm a beater." Like, that's hilarious. That's one of my favorite voice lines in all of anime. So yeah, when people say like, "Oh, the English voice actors aren't as good," I don't really care. I don't understand that whole argument. Like, for example, back like one of my favorite anime too is Kill la Kill. And back when Kill la Kill first came out in like 2014, 2013, 2014, it didn't have a dub yet. It wasn't English dub, so I had to watch it in subtitles. And then later on the next year when the dub came out, I watched the dub. And honestly, now I could never go back to the subtitles of watching Kill la Kill. Not just because I have to read, but because Ryuko's voice in the dub is way better. Like Ryuko Matoi's, the main character, I love her voice in the dub. I don't know the name of whoever voice acted her, but I love her voice in the English dub. Oh yeah, I know that he's a beater. It would have been more funny if he said, "I'm a master beater." Yeah, yeah. Well, I don't. I think they were trying to be. That's the thing. It's like unintentionally funny, right? But that's what makes it more funny. Because like I think when they delivered that voice line, they were being serious. You know, that's what makes it so funny to me. That's what's so hilarious about it to me, is that they're serious about it. And some people may call that a flaw. They may be like, well, why, in such a serious moment, why is it, it's not supposed to be funny? Well, there's a lot of serious moments in Sword Art Online. It's good to have a few humorous moments. Like, and that line is hilarious. And the fact that he's being serious makes it so much more hilarious. See, if they would have said master beater, it would have been obvious they're making a joke. But I think it's funny at the whole fact that they were genuinely serious about him being, I'm a beater, as if he's badass. Like, bro, imagine calling yourself a beater and thinking you're badass. But it works, it's funny. Like, it works for the anime. Like, if you're actually trying to be badass and look tough and gangster, okay, that maybe you don't want to say that line. But for the anime, it's funny. I'm glad that they kept that. Oh, I just found 2 chests at once. Let's go. Oh, this thing doesn't even go down far enough. Look at this. Yeah, fuck you. It doesn't even let me shoot down. Why would you make a gun? You can only shoot it in 2 directions. Dun, 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 dun. Hmm. Oh, there's another chest right there. Oh, we can do the quest now. We waited long enough. Yay. That thing's got a bunch of gold on it. Where'd it go? Oh, you gotta like give it a bunch, right? Yeah. I'm not even gonna bother with that. I don't even need more right now. I got so much more. It's to the point where you got so much money you don't even need any more money. Elon Musk doesn't think so, though. I don't know how people like Elon Musk can get that rich and still think they need more money. Like, bro, if I had even 10% of the money Elon Musk had, I would never work again. I would sell all my companies, and I would just like. And some people would call that small-minded. You know, oh well, Elon Musk is, you know, he has SpaceX and he's doing all this stuff for humanity. It's like, you can call that small-minded. I call that intelligent. Why would you? Why would you want to keep working for a system that the system doesn't even like you? That's why they charge you. When you're that rich, they charge you like a 50% tax. They take half your money. I would just fucking call it quits. I'd be like, I'm done, bro. I'm gonna enjoy my life. I don't know why people like Elon Musk are like, I got $200 billion. Time to make it 400 billion. What? Why? Just thought of something called the open world. It's like GTA. Oh no, they did that, man. They tried that in the newest Call of Duty. It's kind of open world. There's one mission, and it's my least favorite mission. If you played Call of Duty Black Ops 6, the campaign, like halfway through the campaign, there's one mission. It's like a big open world area. It's kind of lame. It's kind of boring. I didn't like that mission. Nah, I'm not into that. I mean, if you want a good open world Call of Duty game, because Call of Duty did in Black Ops 6, they did do an open world mission. It's a pretty big open world. If you want a good open world Call of Duty game, I recommend Cyberpunk. I mean, you probably played it. Cyberpunk's a pretty massive game. But Cyberpunk is Call of Duty open world if Call of Duty was good. You know, Treyarch, Call of Duty, Activision, they could never make a good Call of Duty open world game. It would always suck because they release a new Call of Duty every year. You need a lot more time than 1, 2, or 3 years to make a good open world game. So if you want a Call of Duty game, like a game that's like Call of Duty at least, that's open world, but is actually good, try Cyberpunk. I'm not even really doing anything in this stream. I'm just like running around randomly. Really no achievement other than explore. hear some old lady talking right here. Some old lady talking. Find the old lady. Oh, there she is. Is there a chest in here? That would have been nice. I don't want to talk to you. Go away. Go away. Nice. Oh, another one of these things. These things drop good items. And then superconduct. I didn't really super. Oh, there we go. Nice. Alright, is the stream at an hour yet? It should be 7 minutes. Oh, there's a chest there. Maybe I can unlock that if I beat this guy here. Hopefully. Yeah. It's looking like that's what I gotta do. Let him get up. Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. Oh. Oh. There we go. I kinda got what I wanted. Oh, this stream's not even at an hour yet. Oh well. Guess I'll end it a tiny bit early.
Same sexual stuff. Why would we do something?
Yeah, you know, I'll agree.
Okay, I appreciate that, man.
I'm wrong. I am wrong, man. That's why I want to say just towards the end, I was like, you know what? Out of my head, like, I'll be honest for her, you know, like, I can't do it for her, I can't do this,
and that's the thing, a lot of guys in a position like this, they don't have that click in their head.
Yeah, yeah.
And then, like, those people I meet up, those are like, in my opinion, those are the monsters.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing like when I watch porn, you know. I'm not gonna lie, I watch porn, you know. I still watch porn, so every now and then I watch porn, you know. And it's the same thing. It's like, sometimes I'm like, guys gotta put away, stop, walk away from it, you know.
Yeah.
But that's the truth. I don't know. I open the door, I'm like, oh, who's this? I'm like, hey, can I help you? Or, you know me?
Well, my name's Alex Rosen, and, you know, I run accounts and everything like that. I only meet up personally with people that I can see that are actually trying to actively do the right thing, back away. Other people, I just go straight to the authorities, you know. Were you really thinking about meeting her at like, the anime bar and the Burger King, or was that just you talking?
It was just me talking. Like I say, I was like, my brain was on my head, and I was like, you know what? Because she's not done for me. And I get really paranoid, you know. When I get really paranoid, like anyone gets
paranoid. I guess people who've never done anything crazy before, it's like, I just people get paranoid, right?
Yeah, I mean, I remember you saying something like, what if we like go to movies and like we don't go together and like we just sit on the set on like different rows and then we just start making out like.
I just think it's hot, you know.
I mean, that is hard. Don't get me wrong.
Right, and that's been and after a few days, you know, like I'm glad I did it after all, you know. At the end,
I'm glad you didn't either. Because we wouldn't be having this conversation. We would not be having this conversation right now if you had. I want to make a burner account called Kim Jong-un. Come on, man. That was racist, dog. Are you Korean?
No.
You're not Korean? I mean, you ask for her dress, you ask whether she shaves sometimes, you don't feel good, don't feel just right. I love that. I don't think you just there. I'll rub that. At the same time, effing you. She said if it fits, then I'm going to dress you. And you were kind of like walking her through it. You asked her if she ever tried the Snorlax pit. What's that like? You know, Star Wars, like the thing that's swallowed Boba Fett. Oh, I just couldn't say. I was trying to put a word in, but you said, "Have you tried it?"
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. That's why I was like, I've been trying to think about this.
Do you have any kids? Oh, you press the roll? No, get a pull out. So, but like, let's say you had a 14-year-old girl, and she was talking to a man in her 30s, like that. How would you?
If I had a kid that was 14, as they had sex.
Are you religious?
I'm not. I don't believe in like don't.
Well, you see, I'm a proud Christian, man. So you know, I feel like you know, Jesus and no. Everybody can talk to their own opinion, you know. Like, you know, my handbook is, you know, like, you know, the Bible, the New Testament, you know, following Jesus. Like, that's my handbook, you know. But you know, you don't need a religion to be a good person. You really don't. Like, sometimes people's, like you said, their own sale can get them on track. You feel me? Whereas other people, they might need a crutch, like, you know, Jesus and everything. But my next question is, you know, will you plan on recording? Will you plan on making new content with Jessica, bro?
Especially when she told me she was back. Yeah, I may have like joked about it because at some point she thought that I was kind of hot too, you know? Something like,
okay, so you say you were joking around. So, if you didn't figure out, you said, like, you will enjoy it when you're, let's see, this woman on this Asian talk. And then she said, I never came before. I was like, so, hope you're right. And you said, I wanted a 4-page stretching that, listen. So, but that's the real reason why. It's like, you know, that's what I was scared of. When I found out, like, oh, man, you know, does corn. We're trying to make some CP because those are the guys I have to,
yeah, nothing great comes easy.
yeah.
And that's why I was like, I don't want to risk anything. And then when my brain got there, I started to somewhat treat her like my little niece or something, you know, my 7-year-old niece or something, you know. You know.
Oh, so you have a niece?
Oh yeah, I have niece and nephew. Yeah, I have niece and nephew. That's why I'm like, when I got there, I'm like, what is my brain doing? You know.
Because your niece is gonna be 14 soon. Like what?
Yeah,
7 years?
That's why my brain. I'm like, even like kids who like I used to like break dance with, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I used to chat with them. Yeah, I was cool, you know. Like we used to chat like, oh yeah, no, like stay away from like these because the friends make a big impact on your life. I mean, basically, kids are something to their parents because something from their friends.
There be no choose on their friends.
Exactly. That's why I was like, I don't think we should hang out with friends. And like, I feel like I'm like their own nightmare.
Yeah.
And that's why like now I feel like I'm having a friend. Like I don't know what to say. Go back to school, like take class.
Yeah. You find an attraction to younger people? Hey, man, you can be honest. You can be honest. Do you find an attraction to younger people?
I feel attracted to people. You know, like not because they do this with big ass, you know.
Yeah.
More like kind of like good fortune for me.
Yeah.
A lot of girls these days that I talk to, they get implants. I'm like, that doesn't even look right, you know. Like, and I prefer natural, you know. That's the first one.
So what the hell is AMWF? Like, what is that?
It's just it's a category.
black male, white female.
What would that be called? Like
Asian male, white female.
no, what would like black male, white female be called? Oreo.
Yeah.
Also, something like you were like the fastest growing AMFW creator.
Yeah, at one time.
And then like you know.
That's big.
Say,
That's interesting.
why do that? Especially when you got your Pornhub up and it's like, you know, I'm not no big analyst, but like, you know, you're like, oh, okay, that could, like, you know what I mean? It's like, I know you're already used to putting your body out there, but why put it out there to like someone like expose that to someone so young?
Take food from my brain.
I do believe you. I really do believe you that like when it came to your senses, but the one thing that like I think we can both agree on is that you were asking for.
I'm not gonna lie. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Something I've never done. Like I say, you believe in God. I'm not religious, but maybe something was over my head and being like just every time slapping me in the head, you know, like stay away from this, or something like that held me from responding. Tell her, like, you know, you
want to give it a second chance. So I can't hold you accountable, but I need someone to hold you accountable. I have to have you tell a family member what happened. Do you know a B? I'm not going to really dear brother. I'm going to need you to call me. Yeah. Go past. Yeah.
Hey B, how's it going? Hey, I appreciate you picking my call. I know you're always busy. I just wanted to call to say that I was chatting with and I was going to meet up with her. However, I didn't. Everything, you know how I've always worked hard for, you know, in my life. Everything caught up, and well, you know, you've always seen me with like other girls too, you know, and not having it like you know me, right? So yeah. And I was caught chatting with a girl who was underage, and we were chatting. I sent explicit videos and photos, and I was going to meet up with her, but I ended up not meeting up with her. You know, for some odd reason, maybe Dad was watching over us, or just me, and you know, nudging me along the way to, you know, like I always pretend that I always say online too, right? Like your family, like we gotta keep correcting our boat, you know, to sound to the end of wherever your goal is, right? You know how I would say. I stopped talking as far as wanting to meet up and do anything explicit with, you know, a girl underage. And I just wanted to call and let you know, because I know you're a really respectable person with all your friends in the community, and just you as my older brother, you know. And I just wanted to call and let you know that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hey B, how you doing?
Yeah, good.
I run some accounts, and he had messaged a underage female. Like you know, he pretty much told you everything. You know, I have a lot of guys, they do beat around the bush, or sometimes they'll try to lie. But your brother was pretty straightforward. He did talk sexual and solicit multiple meetings with a girl. He also sent explicit pictures of himself and him with some of his other people that he does his porn with. And I'm just here at his home right now, just you know, because it's gonna win a whole different round. You know what I mean?
Before we continue the conversation, how are you associated with my brother?
I don't know him. I don't know him until today. So this is sadly our first meeting. And the reason why I had him call you was you know, he just said you're the older brother. Is, you know, we gotta look out for family. You know what I mean? And I know this sucks to hear. I just want you to know that, you know, this isn't a prank or anything. This really does suck for me to have to tell you this, especially for him. I wanted him to talk to you first, so that way, you know, you weren't caught off guard or anything. But yeah, that's the severity of the situation.
Yeah, I appreciate you for bringing this up, and Alex for you bring this up too. And, you know, as family, you know, we all want the best for our family to make sure, you know, serving the community and moving in the right direction. So definitely don't want anything to happen to my brother going the wrong way. So definitely I'll make sure to talk this to him so we can have like a conversation. I have a 15-year-old, so yeah, I wouldn't, if I have a child, I wouldn't want anything like that, especially someone twice the age, anything like that to happen. You take advantage and whatnot. So what I told you earlier, what Alex told you, it's true. I'm sorry that you have to hear this. I'm actually just glad I never met with this girl, and I just stopped talking to her when I hit that. Like Alex says, you know, I do believe that accountability is something, and this is how I'm gonna keep moving forward in my life. You know. So you're already accountable and know that this is all you're going to do. Yeah, so I appreciate it. Sorry for yeah, I'm sorry for this. I appreciate it. Tell me this. Just be in my head, talk to me on the door. I'll call you too, you know. Yeah.
Pleasure talking to you, B. Sorry I had to be under these circumstances, but thank you for speaking with me. You know, I know that was hard, but I appreciate you. Are you the youngest? From that conversation with your brother, sounds like a great dude. He sounds like a good dude. He sounds like it. Well, that's the end of our conversation today. See you later. Little joke. But you be safe. Alex. Thanks for remembering. Okay, so we just got done talking to Chia. Oh yeah, I think I did. And hopefully he tells. Hopefully his brother B. I was thinking about having him call another family member, but I was like, I feel like that would be OD. Sadly for Chia, I do have to call the authorities to let them know because this was a problem. Something has to happen about this. We have all the evidence and everything, so we'll get that over too. How you doing, officer? Doing good, man. So we got a Chia Lore in there. He was talking to what he believed to be a 14-year-old girl. Yeah, so I have the chat log. I have those are decoys, huh? Yes, sir. Okay. I have a hard drive for y'all. I'm 10 steps ahead of you, make it easier for y'all. I have all the videos. Because we do this a lot. I have all the videos. He also heard the verbal. He confessed it on video. I have that as well. Yes, you heard that, right? Yeah, he had heard him confess it. He even called his brother and confessed to his brother. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. All right, boys. So happens that Chia is renting a house and the owner actually lives right here. So we're going to just let the owners know what's kind of transpiring just to keep them in the know. I was talking to someone repairing a gate at one of your, I think, properties. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So you have two properties in, right? Do you rent out to a Chia Lore? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to let you know. So we just had the police outside of Chia Lore's house. So yeah, I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but Chia Lore, he was trying to lure a girl who is resident at your property. We have the chat logs and everything. We also have a video confession from him. All the evidence and everything has been submitted over to the authorities. And I just wanted you to know. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, I appreciate it. The police there earlier today, I was like, I don't know, it's a personal matter, but I didn't realize that's what it was. Oh, you saw the cop cars out in front? Yeah. I was there earlier. I was helping the guy fix the fence. Yeah. Well, that was the matter. With you being a homeowner and everything, I just thought you should know because of the word of citizen. No, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah. No problem. Just let me know if there's anything else. You can just text this number. But you have a blessed rest of your day. Thank you. Thank you. Harris County Police have everything. They have literally all the evidence. Hopefully, I'll be getting a call back. I got some connections at the DA's office. I do truly believe we can get someone to work on this, take it seriously. Hopefully. But yeah, man. Go talk to kids. that. Have a pizza delivery here? You also asked I want to see your tweets. You weren't very big. That was like you didn't want to see any pictures. Why did you get extra much time? Because you probably wondered to yourself, why is Melody from Moana being arrested by LAPD? Did he stick his hand in the cookie jar too many times? Well, yes, he did. That's the second part. But he's also guilty of trying to be what he thought was a minor on the dating app Grindr. You see, this monster here, Kay, was trying to groom a groom frequency before. But they supported his catch done alongside LAPD's Omen and he tried to investigation. We were able to apprehend this monster before anything was done. I want you guys to sit back and relax. Unfortunately, explosive episode of Community. In today's episode, we made many shocking discoveries and also eavesdropped on a little bit too many conversations. And while his job is out finding God, we're out catching evil people. On today's episode of Evil People. Oh, guys, this was like so last minute. We just borrowed this Airbnb and we got